Well, hello, everyone, and welcome here to Manchester. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. It's the 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree here at Gill Stadium. First of 5 two-quarter games, and what all in all will make for an afternoon/evening of football to unofficially kick off the season. We welcome you back inside our Friday Night Lights New Hampshire coverage. We are front and center here at Gill Stadium, 110 years old at this point. A lot of history, of course, on the gridiron. And our first matchup features two of the best teams outside of Division I. That, of course, is Souhegan and Trinity. The Sabres in Division II nearly got the job done last year before losing in the championship round to Pelham. And on the other side, for Trinity, same story. They fell to Campbell in last year's finale. So some unfinished business in these jamborees, Steve, as we know, are really just kind of a testing ground, so to speak, for teams to find out where they are on the eve of the season.
No question the kids and the coaches, or the young men and the ladies and coaches and cheerleaders and everything, they get the schools, the communities, they get fired up too for this. But I think this is great for the media as well. We get amped up for it. I think this is a great thing that Ryan does for the community at large. And I'll tell you, Nick, just being able to see some of these numbers ahead of time, some of the players from last year, after they get another year of maturity in the weight room, it's always exciting to see who the new leaders are going to be out there that are going to develop through, here. This is where it all starts. And they got good participation here. A lot of people, and I'm very excited. Good to be with you as well. I know you're on FNL all year, but other than that, if I didn't have that Chad game to break up from here all the way back to football, I don't know what I'd do, Nick. So great to be with you.
Well, we got football here about to kick off at the top of the hour as we take a look on the field. The new turf field, new is in a few years old, I suppose, at this point, but still getting used to it. And, well, Trinity, they play their home games here, of course. Souhegan, it's just a stone's throw away. The D2 team, I suppose, on paper would be considered the favorites, but we know Trinity is very well coached under Rob Cathcart now in his 8th season.
Yeah, not only very well coached, they have a new facility down there. There's a whole redevelopment of the school that I saw the architectural plans for. It just looks like it's phenomenal. There's a lot of buzz around the school as a whole, but the culture with Trinity in football, of course, has been going on for many, many decades. And Coach Cathcart has come in, had some good players come, and then he's done the right job of coaching these guys. Seems to have a knack for getting the right players in the right positions. And I agree with you. On any one day, the Trinity that we've seen the last 2 years could play with anybody in the league and hold their own in a game. But it's last year they came up a little bit short. I'm sure the spirit is high and they're raring to go here. So
Souhegan at midfield in their road white uniforms. One of the players to watch, of course, is Romy Jane. Now a junior, already a 3-year starter, and one of the best all-around players, not just in the division, but in the entire state. Yeah,
and he's grown since he was outstanding quarterback with some very, very unique set of skills. He guns the ball. He's a gunslinger. He can fire it. The velocity and that he gets the ball down the field, and the high football IQ. There were rumors going around that whether or not he was going to come back to Souhegan. I heard some of those, but here he is, and that's exciting for New Hampshire football. We're just so glad that he's here, with Trinity. We get an opportunity to see him tonight, Nick.
Coin toss, won by Souhegan, and they want the ball first. Robin Boquette hoping to draw first blood.
As a sign they really believe in that offense. Coach Boquette does a great job of creating a good high pace, so it's no surprise there that they took the ball.
We got to keep one eye on the sky tonight, Steve. The gray clouds are overhead. It's been raining off and on throughout southern New Hampshire really all day.
Yes.
And I guess the good news is it's 50-50, so to speak, from here on out.
Better than 90 this morning, Nick. There was, I don't know. This summer's had more rain than I remember for an awful long time. And if you remember last year, we had threats of severe lightning storms. We didn't come and regretted it later because it turned out not to be so bad. So let's hope that same thing happens tonight. We get a nice clear night to football. But we're undercover, so we'll hopefully get you some good pictures and video of the and we're going to have a lot of guests here as well.
All right, Trinity on the near sideline in the red jerseys. As we mentioned, Souhegan in their road whites are on the far sideline. And the rules, 2 quarters, 12 minutes. And that should keep us on schedule to start a new game every hour here. First of 5
it's done
in Manchester.
Right. It's done right. He designed this a long time ago. It's just so the perfect amount of time to kind of get warmed up, get a little bit of that pad hitting, and the ability to try to execute your plays, just find out where your errors are, get a little film to review during the week, and then ramps up the practice. So I think these teams benefit by coming here. And this is going to be an interesting matchup here. Division 2 and Division 3. A couple of stalwarts of their individual respective divisions going at it.
A lot of returning starters as well.
Jack Service, quarterback for Trinity. Let's not forget about him. He's done a terrific job. Southpaw. Warms my heart.
Paul Tebow as well.
Yep, Tebow.
2 of the 12 returning starters when you count both sides of the ball.
Different styles.
Here we go. Souhegan ready to receive. This one is in the air. It's a short kick, and it's going to land out of bounds along the far sideline and draw the first flag of the game for illegal procedure.
Well,
so I think Trinity will take the field position here and come out
absolutely
1st and 10 rather than see a re-kick.
Very different styles here. Trinity breaking out a little more as time goes on. You got to have some numbers to run a more of a spread offense, but Souhegan in this situation is all spread. They go right after it. All about high timing. Have to have a high degree of execution to make this offense work. But boy, have they been able to put it together. I think what did we just say? They were 8-1 last year, I believe. Right?
The lone loss to Pelham, excuse me.
We saw them in Plymouth last year.
We saw them in Plymouth.
They looked prolific.
They fell to Pelham. And, of course, the Pythons eventually won the championship.
Tremendous team.
All right, so we're going to see Jane in this high-flying offense here momentarily. The football is spotted at the 30-yard line, and that is not correct. The officials are going to tack on 5 more.
Another 5,
and bring it out to the 35-yard line. Jane will have 2 wide receivers to each side. The tailback is J.J. Bright, who is one of the fastest in the business. Man in motion, snap taken, and the pitch is behind. Bright had to pick it up off the turf, and then it's swallowed up for a 2-yard loss. Good pursuit there as he's gang tackled at about the 34-yard line. A loss of 1 in the end, 2nd and 11.
Looks like number 10, Nick. 34-yard line. Said Aaron, no.
It's Alex Oyorambi.
Yeah, there you go. Nice job.
Giving credit for the tackle. All right, 2nd down and 11. They waste little time. Going to roll out Jane to the right. Eyes downfield. Going to throw out the back foot. Got a man. Catch made along the sideline. Pulled in time by Brody Smith, the sophomore receiver. Showing the good hands. That's going to set up 3rd and short.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at the spacing that the cornerback gives him, nice comeback pass. Romy hit it right on the head there. Nice rollout. That's one of the things I look for a quarterback, Nick, is how do they roll out? How is their coordination? How do they release the ball? And Romy can go either side. He can go to his weak side just as well.
We got a 3rd and 2 here. Trinity going to load up on the defensive line, hoping for a stop. Hard count, movement up front, and the flags are going to fly.
They'll take 5 for 1st down.
Yeah, the Trinity defense already
amped up,
backing up as well, anticipating the penalty. So a free 1st down for Souhegan is going to keep this drive moving just shy of midfield.
Trinity penalized 5 yards on the last play.
As you say, Steve, cadence, part of a quarterback's weaponry as anything else.
It's critical.
Right to the right, Jane, send another man in motion, take the snap, and it's Bright up the middle. The senior met at the line of scrimmage by Devon Ellis. He's going to lean forward to about the Pioneer 45-yard line, a solid 5 on the pickup to set up 2nd and 5.
Devon Ellis, we know, is at least a 2-sport athlete, quite a basketball player in his own right, and had a terrific season this year. And He holds his own and better out in the gridiron as well.
One of the school's better athletes.
Yes, definitely.
For sure. 2nd and 5. It's a sweep. This is Connor Cassidy, member of this Souhegan senior class, and he tumbles out of bounds.
He's close.
Close to the first down. That's Paul Tebow on the stop for Trinity.
Yeah,
and it is enough to move the chains.
And if you look here if there's a replay here, if you look at the J.J. Bright, literally took the first block, took him out of the play, reached on the second block. He's the one that opened up that lane. What a terrific job. He does everything. He doesn't just run the ball. He's willing to do whatever it takes to help his team. He was very impressive when we saw him up in Plymouth last year.
And of course, Romy Jane in constant communication with his head coach and that Souhegan sideline. Calls out the play, puts a man in motion, and again is looking downfield on 1st and 10. Little stutter step. He's got a man on his back now, and he's dropped for a sack. Good pursuit there.
Number 10.
Again by Oyeronbi.
Yeah.
That's his second tackle, the senior nose guard. Playing well here early for Trinity.
Anytime you got a nose guard that can show on this first opportunity to penetrate and then to be able to streak down to the from east to west, you get yourself a pretty good athlete there.
It's officially a 4-yard loss.
Big play for Trinity.
And now Coach Boquette going to slow down the pace a bit. Coach Cathcart, meanwhile, watching with his arms folded on the near sideline. The entire, by the way, Memorial team is positioned behind the Trinity bench, seemingly engaged in what's going on as well.
Yep.
2nd down and 14, Jane. 3-man rush, drops it over the middle. There's Bright, trying to make one man miss, and is spun down inside the 40. At about the 38-yard line. Looks like 3rd and 8 on the way.
Love the play call, Nick. They're bringing everybody, creating a lot of pressure there. So Coach Boquette responds in kind and calls it a nice center screen pass and got himself back about, 7-8 yards just on that play alone. 3rd down and reachable at this point with a short pass. So it opens up his playbook just a little bit. I like the idea of going for this, trying to get a 1st down in 2 plays.
3rd and 6. Again, Bright in the backfield with Jane.
That's a long 6.
3-man rush, quick throw, complete, far side. This is Cole Manning.
Yeah. What a terrific play there, Nick. By 20 points. The uniforms are really hard to read from this distance, but I believe it's number 21, if I'm not mistaken.
That's Devon Ellis with the tackle, and it's
what a
made
terrific open
just
play.
in time, just in front of the 1st down marker, which is the 30-yard line. So it's 4th and inches.
Great effort.
Souhegan going to go for it.
They're going to run
break
fast.
The huddle quickly. Jane is under center, takes the snap and leans forward, Tom Brady style for the 1st down.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind that accolade.
Well done. He picks up 2.
Well, he can do it all, Nick. One of the things that is impressing me is Trinity's movement along the line of scrimmage, Nick. They appear to have a lot of speed, good tackling technique on the early stages here. They're going to be. They look like they're going to be solid here in Division III. If I had to, is that a timeout? No.
1st and 10. Again, Jane. He's got a tight end in motion, and now a flag is going to blow this one dead.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's started moving forward, Nick, before the snap. That's something that's going to come out now. That's why coming to something like this is a great thing, Nick. Early on. Get those bugs out of the system. Get your timing squared away. But anytime you laterally bring a tight end down the line, he's going to do his X amount of steps, and then he's going to start going forward. So you got to time it right, and that just takes some reps.
1st and 15. It's the first penalty against Souhegan. Handoff to Bright. Some resistance at first, but he's going to bounce it outside and pick up some yards. Still alive inside the 20. Or inside the 25. Tough, again, to tell, but either way, it's a big pickup. Good second effort there by the senior.
He may not have a lot of height, Nick, but let me tell you, he is buoyant, and he holds his own. He grabbed about 5 extra yards there because of his work, obviously, in the weight room and his natural strength. He's able to stay in bounds and work off another 4 or 5 yards. He's impressive.
They rule him down at the 15 in the end. Meanwhile, an east-west run for Cassidy. His second carry. Looking for the 10-yard line there. Again, tackle made this time by the linebacker Connor Bishop, the sophomore for the Pioneers. It's a 5-yard pickup.
The 11-yard line.
And again, a 2nd and 5 on the way. They rule it just outside the 10 at the 11. Nearly 5 minutes gone by. Of 2 quarters between these two teams here in Manchester, first of 5 games in the Jamboree. Jane looking, going to plant the back foot and take off, and is swallowed up close to the line of scrimmage. May have gotten a couple.
He took a pretty good hit, 2 hits at the same time, high and low, Nick.
It's like
something you want to.
Bishop and Ororambi finished him off.
Yeah, before you run him up the middle like that. This Trinity team does not shy away from contact by any stretch. This is a solid offense here by Souhegan, Nick, and Trinity showing me their defensive speed is impressive.
This drive began back at their own 35-yard line and has gone nearly half the quarter. Pioneers looking to stiffen up here on 3rd and long. They stay on the ground. It's Bright right side, and he's scissored inside the 10, but it's not enough.
Good flow to the ball.
Going to be shy by about 2 yards at least.
Roger Brown down there right along the line of scrimmage on our side here. Boy, does he get some great box seats when anytime he comes into the stadium.
4th down. Jane, quick throw. Catch made, and that is complete. He's outside the end zone, but he's got the first down.
That's what matters.
At about the 2-yard line.
Nice job by the receiver.
Good grab by Cassidy.
Yeah, Cassidy, terrific job. Knew exactly where he had to be. And Romy threw a nice low pass with a low degree of error there for an potential interception. Well executed play.
So he's going to again break the huddle very quickly. Under center is Jane trying to power his way forward, looking for help from his teammates.
Not much there.
But there's a red wave. Pioneers come up with the stop for now to set up 2nd and goal.
Doing a great job there through the middle. Souhegan is moving the ball quite well down the field, but it's by no means a cakewalk, Nick. There's a lot of plays here expended here. And I think Coach Boquette will take this. Get as many reps as you can out of your playbook, at least to be able to go over film to begin to do the beginning adjustments in the early part of the year.
Jane's going to go back to the gun. Cassidy in motion. Going to run right. Going to throw over the middle. Pass. The catch is made near the face mask for a touchdown.
Yep. There's a quarterback that can do 2 things at once there. He's got the ability to be able to straddle the line as he rolls out, and he never stopped looking down at the field at his 1, 2, and 3 receivers out there. And
he found Cole Manning.
They found Cole Manning, but that's just great vision that he showed early on. He looks very solid, Nick. That's no surprise.
So now, Owen Drake, the junior kicker, is on for the extra point try, hoping to put the Sabres out in front 7-0. It's a clean snap and hold. The kick looks good. It is good. 7-0. Sabres eat up nearly 7 minutes.
Yeah.
On what was a 65-yard drive.
And I give Trinity some credit there as well for making it take 7 minutes to get down. But this high-powered offense here is got some work to do on a few plays. But overall, you're going to have a few cadence penalties here. That's just going to happen on both sides. One thing I did not see here was any holding, and that's a good sign for Souhegan that they're able to move the ball down the field. The center part of the Trinity defensive front there looked very solid. Yeah. There wasn't much there. It was Romy Jane and his receivers that a nice run by J.J. Bright down here to get a key first down.
There's our friend, Robin Boquette. He seems like a player's coach. He's well accomplished, obviously, in his short time as head man, but he's invested. Former player, of course, and clearly is now the face, so to speak, of Souhegan football.
Well, what a wonderful thing to play, be a really good player himself, go away, come back home, and to be able to head coach your alma mater. That's just an American dream right there. And, boy, I tell you, with the smiles on his face and the energy that he brings to everything he does, you always go – he doesn't give me a break. He claimed he was going to come have a coffee now for 2 years and stop by, but he hasn't done that yet. I think he just throws that out there for the heck of it. But I like Robin. He's a terrific guy.
We're going to hope to speak with him later on.
I hope so.
First of many guests we're hoping over the next 4 or 5 hours here from Manchester.
Little different format this year. We're going to try to be down at field level and bring in some folks and have some chats.
Drake going to kick this one up in the air. Another short kick will take a bounce at the 25. It's fielded on the run along the sideline. Souhegan will swarm to the football at about the 30-yard line. Pretty good return there by Ellis. And now we will see the Trinity offense for the first time.
And we get to see the Souhegan defense as well. I would give the rating for the Trinity defense, because that's what I look for early in the year. Offense, offenses can start off very, very slow. It takes 3 times as long, 3 times as many plays to develop an offense as does a defense. But I think that Trinity took nice lanes. I thought that they covered fairly well, and they didn't by any means make it easy for Souhegan. We'll see how the Souhegan Sabres do on D.
Just outside of 5 minutes remaining, first quarter. Trinity begins 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line. They're going to roll out the quarterback, who's in trouble right away, and the throw is going to end up out of bounds along the sideline. Bright providing the pressure.
On service.
And Service really had nowhere to go.
Looks to me like Service has been in the weight room pretty well over this year, and he's grown now into a senior. So much happens between the end of the sophomore year and the beginning of the senior year, Nick, for most young fellas. And I think Jack's done the extra work to maximize that. But interesting play call. Send your quarterback for the first play of the season to his weak side. Don't really get that one, but he got rid of it, so good for him.
30-yard line.
Service will send 2 wide receivers left on 2nd down and 10. And now man in motion.
Yep.
Snap taken. They're going to pitch. Again, the pursuit is there by Bright, and there's the tackle around the waist.
He's just such a total football player, both sides of the ball, Nick. He could play any phase of the game and earn himself a position and then some.
25-yard line.
One thing about JJ, has all the talent in the world, but he seems very selfless in the style of his play. I watched him out there blocking. You know, he doesn't care if it's outside of his area. He's going to sprint to he seems to have endless energy and stamina, Nick, as well on the field.
Anthony DJ Tamamaso was the victim of the Bright tackle.
Yeah, he's trying to beat him outside, but JJ's a great low tackler. Tackles it, at the hips. Great vision. Finishes, hits, wraps, and then drives.
3rd and 15. Pioneers hoping to avoid the 3 and out. Souhegan looking to get the ball back, potentially, with their 7-0 lead still intact. Hard count, snap taken up high by Service. The lefty throw is incomplete.
Great coverage by number 34.
Knocked away Carson Ben.
Yep.
The senior in there first for Souhegan.
Nice defensive play.
So Pioneers will punt. And just over a minute goes off the clock there, so.
There it is right there. What a great defensive play.
Got 2 hands on it.
Good timing.
All right, the punter for the Pioneers is Connor Bishop, senior who looked pretty good defensively on that first drive.
Yes.
Going to handle some special teams work here just outside the 10-yard line. Good snap, high punt. This one is coming down fast at about midfield. It's going to take a bounce into Sabre territory and end up out of bounds at about the 48-yard line. So, again, great real estate here to open the drive for the Sabres out in front 7-0.
That's what you're looking from your kicker, Nick, is to get it up high with no return, get it outside the hash marks, and get a roll on it. And the ball had some good spin on it, got great height. There's a punter. If that punter can do that for you every time, makes 4th down, you're going to get a lot more punts because there'll be confidence there from the sideline. And that was a good job.
All right, so Romy Jane, who capped off the opening drive with a touchdown pass of 2 yards.
Souhegan certainly passed the defensive eye test so far. Nice job.
3 and out, yeah. Snap taken. Jane going to go to the air. On 1st and 10, it's over the middle and incomplete. Threw it behind Bright.
Nice coverage by Trinity.
And 2nd and 10 on the way.
Boy, Trinity's has no lack of height on their football team, Nick. If you look at the average height across that front 6 or 7.
I noticed that pregame.
Wow.
Yeah.
And their defensive ends have got great height. Look like they have solid extension. And I haven't seen anybody that doesn't have football speed.
Bright again is the tail. On 2nd and 10, Jane out of the pistol. Man in motion left to right. Snap taken. The pitch is on point this time. Bright going to cut and shimmy shake his way into Pioneer territory. Still alive and fighting for yardage at about the 45-yard line. That's a good pickup.
Yeah, Bright and number 21.
Devon Ellis on the tackle.
Devon Ellis.
Yeah, they're going to give him 10 on that.
Yeah, he earned it.
On 2nd and 10, he finds his way to move the sticks. So 1st and 10 from the Trinity. It's like 40-yard line. Jane throws to his right, man in his face. Catch made by Manning. And he's going to be dragged down by the second Pioneer inbounds after about a 6-yard catch.
That's what you want to see. You want to see him hold on, and then you want to see somebody come in, number 2, and make the tackle. And did just that. And Trinity, good movement, as I said earlier, Nick, to the ball. Those are the things you're looking for. Not everything has to be perfect. They're playing against, championship caliber team here in Division II. You like to see if they make the pass, hold it where it was caught.
On 2nd down.
Nice
Back
tackle.
to the ground, right side. And that's short of the stick.
Who was that?
It's Bright again for about 3. I'm going to spot him just outside the 31-yard line.
Number 3 again, Nick, for Trinity. Therancell. I hope I said that right.
That's Owens Aristor.
Okay, I've got the wrong thing here then. Yes, I do.
2.5 minutes,
well,
3rd
we all
and
have
3.
beginnings, right?
Trinity looking for a stop. The pitch is right side, new ball carrier.
Yep.
And it's a good run for Carson Ben.
Solid.
Called his name on defense earlier.
Yes.
And this time he moves the sticks on an outside run to set up another 1st and 10.
Well, if you can show 2 running backs and get that done, Nick, that's critically important in this offense. Because if the defense start playing, 7 guys back at that point and start really opening up the run game, having those guys can make it pay.
Screen, near side, Manning, another catch. Ellis gets him down around the shoulder pads. Not Ellis, but Bobby Kinsella. Another one of these Trinity seniors with a pretty good tackle. A 5-yard gain, though, there for Manning. 2nd and 5 coming.
Yep, I like the play call. But, again, Trinity is, they're high-powered offense here, making the catch, but they're right there. There's very little yards after the catch, Nick, and that's what you look at in the early stages. And Trinity is purposely playing a little soft, so the completions are going to be there, but the flow to the ball defensively looks really good.
Coming up in the final minute here, 1st quarter. 2nd down and 5. Pioneers looking to build on a 7-0 lead. Souhegan trying to double up their 7-0 lead. Instead, it's intercepted. Pass is picked off and returned along the near sideline. Out of bounds goes, I believe. Well, tough for us to see that number.
I think you're going to see that ball was tipped. If we can get it here on replay, I believe it was a terrific defensive play.
Yeah, that's Evan Dunker.
At the point of attack, at the catch, and he got tipped. Let's see if we can see it here.
Dunker, one of the Pioneer basketball players. And I believe you're right,
he tipped it.
It was tipped, and then Dunker in the tip drill.
Yep.
Able to rip it out of the sky. The junior with the game's first turnover.
That is good defense, Nick. You could just see these guys. They know where they're supposed to play. And
so just outside of a minute, Trinity is going to take over after coming up with a red zone interception. Handoff is left side. And not much.
Yeah,
as they try and stretch it out. Looks like he got back to the line of scrimmage.
Been watching this now for the first play of the second defensive set by Souhegan, Nick. If you look at these guys are straddling very square to the line, and they're keeping the offensive linemen and the offensive blockers as a whole away from, keeping them away with their hands, which is giving them an opportunity to make good tackles along the line of scrimmage. Nice job by
2 yards.
Souhegan.
Yep, Tebow does pick up a couple there, so 2nd down and 8. Another tight formation for Trinity. Back to the ground. It's up the middle. And at the 2nd level, the tackle is made, but not before Tebow picks up the 1st down.
Appreciate all the hard work, but one thing you don't want your football players carrying the ball to do is leave the ground, Nick, and jump. You want to keep your feet square on the ground. That's how serious injuries can happen, and also how a lot of times you can lose control of the football. But, all heart right there, no question, but when he comes back, I'm sure he'll be told, do not leave your feet from the ground.
That's the second carry for DJ
Tebow.
Tomasao.
Oh, Tomasao, yeah.
And this time they fake it to Tebow. They go up the middle.
Yeah. Somebody's going to.
DJ Tomasao is past the 40.
Yeah.
And up to about the Pioneer 43-yard line. That'll do it for the 1st quarter.
Good effort.
Souhegan took the opening drive 65 yards down the field.
Now Trinity moving the ball more with their base offense. They're doing a good. Their blockers. Trinity linemen have traditionally been a very, very well coached set of blockers. No different here. by any stretch, and they're starting to open up some holes on the inside the tackles here.
Our broadcast brought to you by Beals Insurance. Locations in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance. Get you the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Visit BealsInsurance.com. By MG Sports Fundraising. That's fundraising made easy. Visit mgsportsfundraising.com. Start raising money for your team today. By New Hampshire iPhone Repair. It's done while you wait, and it's backed by their lifetime warranty. Now with 5 locations in southern New Hampshire and on the seacoast, visit NHiPhoneRepair.com. By the New Hampshire Tomahawks, showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NHTomahawks.com, and also girls.NHTomahawks.com. And finally, by Spectrum Monthly, powerful local advertising solutions. Find out more at SpectrumMonthly.com. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. First of 5 games here at historic Gill Stadium in downtown Manchester. We will see Goffstown and Manchester Memorial square off at the top of the hour. And again, these games are abbreviated 2 quarters.
Perfect for the first time out. One team. That's different from inside practice, but this is all they need. What you want to do is run through your playbook of your core plays and work the execution, and that really helps that these teams that are here get ready for the next week. Hopefully there are no injuries, but
again, 3 backs are behind service. The senior short drop back throws it up for grabs, and Manning is going to break it up incomplete.
Yeah, very fortunate there. Now, that interception would have been easy if it wasn't for, I believe, Devon Ellis, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, coming back and breaking up the ball, did the smart thing. So many things about this young man as an athlete impress me, Nick. Everything he does.
Well, he's a multi-year starter on both the gridiron and the basketball court. Started as a freshman for one of the best programs in the state, and has really been a part of this school's athletic DNA for really the past 4 years.
Well said. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Coach Cathcart has a quick word.
He's not all about himself. Just who's ever open on the basketball court, he's going to get it to them. It doesn't have to be me. No different here. He just continues to make plays in everything he does.
3rd and 5. Pioneers went 3 and out on their first drive, hoping to pick up their first down. Wide receiver to the far side right. Duncan takes the snap. Dunker. Handoff. This is Oyaranbi, who is very close.
Yep, he's got it.
To the first down marker. Yeah, they're going to give it to him by a yard or 2.
Yep.
So he needed 5. They get 7. As the Pioneers show some push-up.
Good pad level blocking right there, because that took a lot of time before he found and weaved the hole, but they provided a window for him, and he went through it, and then he earned an extra 2 or 3 yards on his own, Nick. So to me, that's a big first down that they needed.
After Dunker took the snap,
correct.
Service is back in at quarterback, and the handoff is again to DJ Tomasano.
Yep. Pulling the backside guards with a kick out there. Seemed to work for him. Got 5 yards, I believe. And that's what that double wing does for you, Nick. It kind of, or the T. They both provide inside running capabilities that are very difficult because you're throwing so many offensive linemen at the point of attack. It's very difficult for the linebackers to be able to pick it up. Nice job.
2nd and 5.
Cassidy in there on the stop for Souhegan. So Anthony Dilberg, who's a 2-way starter as a junior, also in on the stop for Souhegan. Just over a minute gone by. 2nd quarter. DJ Thomas.
Yeah.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah, DJ has to turn upfield there, Nick. He can't. He made the wrong choice, and they'll work on that. Hey, you got that little seam there. You look for outside containment. You're not going to beat him outside. You want to turn up, lower your, drive your hips, and grab what yardage is there. Keep the sticks moving. See, he should have just turned up right against JJ. He didn't, and you're not going to beat JJ Bright outside. Just not going to happen. He had contained.
That's Oyaranbi on the carry.
Yeah, but
the Pioneers continue to mix and match.
Did a nice job moving carriers. Lateral, but he's got to turn up that first seam he sees.
Another 3rd and 5. At the Souhegan 47. It's 5 Sabres along the defensive line. Service. Double handoff. They come near side. It's Ellis looking for the edge. Going to cut it upfield. He's got a first down. Going to be buried by Bright at about the 35-yard line as the sticks move again for the Pioneers.
Just give the offensive coordinator tremendous kudos there, Nick. The flow that there's no question that Souhegan was giving it up on the flow to the play side. Great time to run a reverse like that because they haven't. So many teams, they come out and run a reverse before they've even created the opportunity. That was a situation where either upstairs or somebody saw great blocking between service, and I think it was a backside guard coming or the play side guard coming. I couldn't tell, but it was just well executed and a nice timing for that call.
1st and 10. Service ready to roll. Going to put DJ Tommaso in motion. Going to tuck and run as he calls his own number on a dive.
Yeah.
Not much, though. Hole closed down at about the 33-yard line after a pickup of 2.
Yeah.
Jack Service carried on the play. LeBlanc
And again, Dilberg involved in the stop. He's been active along that D-line.
Not a big Souhegan defense as far as bodily stature, Nick, but I got to tell you, these guys hold their lines, they anchor in well, and they play low, which is how you win. Even if you're a little bit shorter, a little less weight, they're doing a terrific job. 3
receivers, tight end right. Service to the air. Catch made by Ellis along the line of scrimmage. Tries to zigzag his way upfield or downfield along the near sideline.
He had to bring down.
And that is another first down. I was about to say close to the marker, but they're going to go ahead and move the chains again.
Doing a nice job spreading out the field, getting it to some of their key players at the key times, Nick. Nice. This, to me, is more traditional Trinity-style offense right here. More than willing to eat the time off the clock in the second quarter. This is the kind of drive I think that they were really looking to get. Jack Service can move it downfield, no argument there. But the defensive backfield of Souhegan is really quick, and they kind of shut it down. So they're going back to the core running game.
Service, play action. Going to roll out near side and run out of room.
Yeah, he ran into the infield there, Nick, and his feet went right out from under him.
Tripped up along the sideline. It'll set up second down and 10. This drive began back inside the Pioneer 20 and is now over 5 minutes long. Maybe, if they can score, an answer to Souhegan's opening drive, which took nearly 7 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, it's all execution and executing what you're most comfortable with. I give the offensive core group of here at Trinity that's calling the plays a lot of credit. They wanted to have Service move the ball down the field. It wasn't happening. You got a couple quarters, go to the running game, put in your tee. Now they're back to the spread again. But they're mixing it up, and they're moving it side to side and before they get downfield and spread it out.
Another hard count. Service going to throw near side. It's again for Ellis. He pulls it in, but not going to get much. Tackled immediately inbounds.
Got about 5.
Chase Knuckles, sophomore there, in on the coverage.
Third down.
Souhegan.
Cole Manning on the tackle at the 21.
And they give it to Manning.
Yep.
Manning, of course, comes from a strong family of Mannings.
Yep.
Over the last decade or so that have come through Souhegan and have been very good players in the system. And Cole, well, just as good as any. He's the difference right now. Scored the touchdown. And I believe Souhegan did get the extra point, although it says 6 up here on the scoreboard here at Gill. Service in the end zone. Touchdown, Tebow.
Right on the seam.
Able to make the grab in the end zone over the shoulder. Despite some pretty good coverage, and the Pioneers put 6 on the board.
Nick, the play calling has been precision here by the offensive play calling group here for Trinity. And you got to give them a lot of credit. The line gave him a beautiful pocket. Look at the nice pocket that he's got there to throw out of. He could set his feet. He saw that seam down the field, and he just nailed the hammer on that baby. Nice job. And Trinity's got to feel really good right now about being able to come back in the second half and execute some offense. The defense, I think, has been playing pretty strong all game.
Got the step on the defender, Taylor Kimunakis. And now the extra point try is up and no good. It's wide right.
Side.
Went off the right foot of Connor Bishop and ends up just outside that right upright. No good.
I thought it was good, but it's hard from this distance because we have that foul line right there. I got mixed up, but the referees were right there. Didn't have a lot on it, Nick. Looked like it was a little bit of a...
So I believe...
little work to be done there. And Trinity's generally, they like to run it in. They like to get the 2 points.
Well, again, I'm a little confused on what the score is. I thought that Souhegan kicked the extra point successfully. I thought I saw the officials go like that, but maybe
I thought the same
having
thing.
illusions.
But this is not, neither one of these teams I don't think are going to go home really frustrated. I think for a first outing with 6:39 left in the second quarter here, I think both of these teams are going to be solid in their division. That would be my prediction, because it looks to me like they've practiced and they practice well, and these guys are, both sides of this team of the field are in condition. A lot of work and effort put in, and I see good play calling, defensively and offensively by both teams. So these guys are not going to surprise me at all if they're staying in the dance for a long time.
Souhegan scored first. And that drive took about 7 minutes.
What a pass by Jack,
the first quarter. And then we saw what may or may not have been a successful extra point. Then Trinity, forced into a 3-and-out, came up with an interception.
Yep.
Inside the 20, and that set up what we just saw, which was nearly a 6-minute drive and an 81-yard answer by Trinity.
Very methodical.
On a touchdown pass from Jack's service to Paul Tebow. So we got a flag here,
Kickoff to the 30-yard line.
I believe. Although, again, bear with us, folks. It's
On the tackle, we have a flag on the play.
tough to see over the near sideline, and there was a flag.
To me,
And
Nick,
if so, it's only the game's third penalty.
exactly. That's I was just going to bring that up. There's been a lot of plays that if you look at the number of plays that have been run with 6:33, there's been a bunch of them. So there's a lot of film here and a lot of individual playmaking and an analysis that can take place this following week. I'm sure Robin Boquette and Coach Cathcart and their respective groups will be in the film room analyzing this to a T and working with the players on Monday. Maybe Sunday, who knows?
Nearing the midway point, second quarter, final quarter of the first game. First of 5 here at the Queen City Jamboree. Nick and Astis, Steve Beals, and the rest of our Friday Night Lights New Hampshire family here with you from Gill Stadium, a tradition that goes back several decades.
Yes.
And glad it's alive and well here in 2023.
I really give Ryan a lot of credit, Coach Ray, a lot of credit for, it's a lot of work putting this thing together here. And
here's the
nice
pitch.
job.
It's Ben, left side, and he's going to go downhill across the 50. Tackled just shy of the first down marker, a gain of 8 on first down.
Well, if you want to see someone explode through a hole, number 34, Mr. Ben, does just that. Watch him explode. Makes his cut, and he goes full speed, lowers his shoulder, and delivers a hit. That's what you always. Andre Guerin, one of the greatest running backs ever came through New Hampshire, played for the Kansas City Chiefs. As a coach, he always said an offensive running back.
Here's Rain on second and 2.
He needs to deliver the hit,
there.
Nick.
That's a good hit.
Don't take it.
By Oyeronbi. And it's going to bring up a 3rd down and 1. So the quarterback draw only gets 1. As Oyeronbi continues to pile up tackles in the middle of that Pioneer defense.
Yeah, these running backs are, especially for Souhegan with Bright and Ben, they really come through the hole delivering hits.
Hard count. Pioneers jumped way back during the first drive of the game on 3rd down, but Pioneers are going to stay disciplined here. Bright up the middle. Good shimmy shake in the hole. And he's got the first down and then some. Spun down eventually inside the 35 at about the 34.
Yeah, but it's north-south. It may be a little shimmy shake in there at the line of scrimmage. But these guys don't waste their time saying, I wish I did this. They make their decisions and go. Really, really like the way both of these gentlemen run. And they're going to be hard to pick up because they run in a crouch. They're hard to pick up, and they're very, very coordinated. And you got to be ready. It's hard to deliver them a square hit.
For the first down. Sabres hoping to put an unofficial win in the column here if they can retake the lead. Instead, it's incomplete.
Smart decision by Romy Jane there. Just throw the ball down on the ground.
Looked like they tried to set up a screen here near side, and the Pioneers sniffed it out. So 2nd and 10.
I mean, they didn't take forever to get there. The Pioneers have a fast. When they get in the backfield, they are moving, and these kids are athletic, and they're tall, lanky, get in your face, arms up. Yeah, all the key elements of defensive line work are present here. Both teams.
Second and 10.
Again, 2 receivers each side.
34-yard line.
Bright to the right of Jane. Pioneers look like they want to blitz. Jane going to throw it.
Oh, I like
Screen
it.
for Manning. 30, 25, and a first down at about the 23-yard line.
Good play execution here. Everybody did a good job. They left Romy with a little room to throw, get his vision there. And I think Romy's grown an inch or two, to be honest with you. He looks a little taller this year. And he just was able to sit in that pocket and be at his best.
Kinsella with the tackle.
He threw a strike. And Kinsella may have saved a touchdown there, Nick, because I didn't see anybody in that seam that was going to be able to catch him if he was able to get into a stride.
Souhegan hoping to get back inside the red zone here. First and 10 from the 23.
Nice drive here by Souhegan.
Again, the Pioneers will bring 2 defenders to the edge and rush 5. Jane going to throw over the middle. Catch is made. First down. Tackle made by Dunker. But a good grab by Braden Hickman, Jr. Able to pull it in despite some pretty good coverage there by Dunker.
Oh, they've been covering tremendously, but it's how do you stop that when you've got a precision passer? And he doesn't just telegraph it and stare it down. He's looking down the field, moving his head, so it's very difficult for the cornerbacks and the safeties to pick up with a degree of certainty where it's going to go. And then Romy picks his target and he throws it like a laser. Nice job.
Well, again, Jane taking his time in communication with Coach Boquette. Clock, meanwhile, is down to 3.5 remaining. From the 14-yard line. Jane, hand to Bright. Bright trying to stretch it near side, looking for the sideline. Service is there.
Yeah.
And Bright going to get touched up out of bounds. No gain.
That's good athlete going against good athlete right there. They're not getting fooled, the defense. What Souhegan is getting from offense, they're earning it with tremendously high execution. And they're working the ball down the field. And you always like to see a defense that as it gets inside the 30-35, Nick, they stiffen up a little bit. And
bend but don't break.
Bend but don't break.
Let's see if
Yeah.
Pioneers can hold up here. Second down and 9.
Great practice.
Inside of 3 minutes now. Souhegan in no hurry. Cassius, handoff, looking for the far side. This is Cassidy, not Cassius, inside the 10. And driven out of bound by 2 Pioneers at about the 8-yard line.
That's just speed against speed right there.
Cassidy has been involved, one of the 4 captains. And one co-captain meets another as Tebow is given credit for the stop for the Pioneers.
Yeah, nice job there. Trinity very disciplined on shooting the right point of attack, Nick, and so to not come up too quick. They're running for the sidelines to create a contain and then forcing that runner inside so the majority of defenders have the best shot to get to him. So that doesn't happen just by accident. That's by good coaching and practice over time. And
both teams have looked well coached.
Without a question.
In this first half. In this only half.
Yep.
We got a timeout here. It comes with 2:34 remaining in this second and final quarter. A 3rd and 6 from the 8-yard line coming up for Souhegan. And again, the bigger story, Steve, obviously for these 2 teams is next week's regular season opener.
Yep.
Souhegan will begin with a home matchup against Hillsborough Deering Hopkinton. And the Pioneers, I had it in front of me and now it's gone.
We'll forgive you, Nick. It's early.
I love how Ben just keeps throwing the camera on me when I'm vulnerable. Huh?
No, I don't think that's the case. He saw me itching my back, and then he said, we'll throw it on there.
I know. Well, the other big mammoth, of course, in Division II is Pelham, as they did get it done last year under now 24th-year head coach Tom Bombabian.
Yep.
And Souhegan will be at Pelham later on in the campaign, October the 20th.
What a
which
game
I believe
that's
is Week 7.
Love to do that game. It's just the ability to get a connection has been a challenge there. And
by the way, Trinity
that is
opens
going to be a
up
great game.
A week from tonight, September 1st, Trinity at Kingswood.
Kingswood, yep. They're at Kingswood.
At Kingswood on the road.
Yep. Yeah, that's a long bus ride.
All right, 3rd and 6 from the 8. As the Pioneer defense breaks the huddle, hoping to come up with another key stop. They have the game's only turnover, the only takeaway to their credit. An interception by Evan Dunker back at the end of the first quarter.
These are the plays on both sides of the ball, Nick, that you really enjoy having an opportunity to practice. They just can't do it with your own in-squad. You have to have these opportunities, and this is what part of the advantage is coming here.
Jane going to put a man in motion, take the snap, and call his own number. He's in trouble in the backfield, and he's spun down at about the 9-yard line. Logan Whitney, the defensive end, the junior.
Was that a broken play? I couldn't really tell. I thought he was kind of looking downfield, but the red just swamped. I mean, they just the lanes that these guys are taking and the ability to hold the line of scrimmage against a high-quality team like Souhegan has been impressive. And let's see, maybe we'll get a view of this. I don't know, but let's see. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it had any flow to it. It's like something just didn't go right there. And give Trinity credit, they swamped.
Officially no gain, 4th down and 6.
Gang tackling all day.
Just outside the 8-yard line.
All game, I should say.
Clock ticking inside of 2 minutes now. Final 100 seconds. And
Gonna
now,
call a timeout.
Yep, another timeout is called.
I like it. I couldn't tell if Coach Boquette was looking to see what they ran for a defense, Nick, or what. But
by the way, coming up in just a few minutes, 5 o'clock Eastern, it's Memorial and Goffstown. 2 teams hoping to get back into the playoffs for the first time in a little while. Memorial, of course, has made some strides over the last few seasons and look to take another step forward. While Goffstown, perennially tough for the better part of the last decade, coming off a losing season, hoping to rebuild. So both those 2 Division I teams will give us an opportunity to see where they are, so to speak. And we're looking forward to that one coming up again at 5 o'clock Eastern. This is the first of 5 two-quarter games here in Manchester. Souhegan took the opening drive, 65 yards in just over 7 minutes.
Our friend Joe Marshallina down there from New Hampshire High School Sports, along with Roger down the other way. Understand that Joe Marshallini this year, as we know, he does those season-long things called the season, and it's going to be Souhegan this year.
Oh.
So he's going to get some shots early on.
Souhegan, Romy Jane, 1 touchdown pass, 1 interception, hoping for a big 4th down conversion. Going to roll him out near side. He's got the 5-yard line. He wants the goal line, and a big hit is delivered by Jack Service at the 1-yard line. It is a first down for Souhegan.
Well,
2 big hits on that play. First, the blitz pickup by J.J. Bright.
I don't know if we get this on
and
replay.
Then the tackle there by Jack Service.
Yeah, I mean, they're treating this like this is serious business here. Look at this. Look at that block right there. Is that J.J.?
Yep.
That was J.J. delivering the block. This kid does everything. And now Romy coming around, and I couldn't tell who that was on the defensive side. But
Service.
That was Jack. Okay, laid out the
Save the touchdown. However, it's 1st and goal. Souhegan with 1:27. Looking to retake the lead in this 6-6 tie. Handoff Bright. Met at the line of scrimmage. Leans forward and goes nowhere.
Certainly no gain.
First on the scene for Trinity, Jeff Hickey, the junior linebacker. Pretty good wood there. Owens Aristor was there as well. And again, Souhegan in no hurry as the clock is ticking down to 1 minute.
2nd down and goal.
If this were a regular season game, perhaps we'd see Memorial look to preserve some time and take a timeout here, but I think Coach Cathcart is more... Not Memorial,
Trinity. I was just going to say.
Trinity. Yeah. Getting confused by the red
Did
jerseys.
they make a switch or something?
No, but I think his MO here is to maybe keep the rest of the Jamboree on schedule.
This defense is for real, Nick.
And yeah, they're out there.
This defense is for real.
On the perimeter, making another stop. Bright is dragged down at the 9-yard line. That's a 7-yard loss.
Yeah, I've been saying all game, they take the right points of attack, Nick. They push the run out, but they maintain the contain. And because they know that's where they're going to want to go. They churn it out, and then they contain it. They just do a terrific job. what I really like is the teamwork on tackling here that they have. There's always two, pop, 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 guys, bang, 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 right on the offensive ball carrier, and they're busting through blocks very well. Excellent getting separation.
Now, Coach Cathcart is going to call a timeout.
Yeah, well,
and stop the clock with 30 seconds remaining.
So if they're able to stop this, I know it's just that, but we got to practice, right? We got to practice for regular season too.
Right.
Think about the play that Jack Service made to save the touchdown. It doesn't mean anything today for the long term. What it does mean, though, is you can go into with that sense of swagger and confidence that you're a football team that can face a team of this caliber and hold your own. And it's not over yet. My guess is that Coach Boquette's working up some sort of a pass play here, would be my guess. Here's that play again.
Yeah, this is the big
hit.
There's
Jack, and Jack lowered his shoulder, and Romy Jane's shoulder. He's a game player. He gets right back up and hits the first down signal and says, "Let's go."
Yeah.
Tough kids.
These players have looked good.
Oh, they have.
Well coached.
Both sides.
And I would say that the expectations are where they need to be for both of these teams, both on the short list of contenders, so to speak, in both D2 in Souhegan's case and Division III for Trinity's. All right,
both
3rd down and 9.
Here
and
we
it's
go.
A bad snap. Jane trying to make something out of nothing, throws it up for grabs, and it's batted away, incomplete at the goal line.
Yeah, some of this, Nick, is this defense has got in the head just a little bit of the Sabres, Nick, and that's what happens. Those defensive linemen are creating an atmosphere of havoc in there, and that just drives the center crazy because he's got to get ready to stop the penetration and snap the ball at the same time, and that's what happens when a strong defense gets stronger throughout the game. But
Aristor got a piece of that. He's played well.
Yeah, he has.
Now it's 4th and goal from the 9-yard line. 23 seconds remaining. Jane looking for maybe his second touchdown pass, trying to be the preseason hero here.
Yep.
3 down linemen for Trinity. 3 receivers right side for Souhegan. Jane looking to throw. The junior in trouble. Going to tuck, going to escape. Eyes downfield, throws over the middle, and it is caught. Touchdown, Souhegan. It's grabbed by Connor Cassidy. The senior able to leap in the back of the end zone to pull it down despite the contact. And Souhegan has retaken the lead with just inside of 12 seconds remaining.
One of the things that quarterbacks are being expected to today, and they're being graded on very heavily, is what you can do when you move out of the pocket. And Romy Jane, for anybody who's looking for a great high school quarterback to take a look at some college play, when you see stuff like that and he can look down the field, he's multifaceted. He has a lot of just natural God-given gifts, and you saw it right there. And what he did is he strung the play out. That's just a tremendous commitment to get it done. And his athleticism when he gets outside the pocket was a big factor there, but his vision down the field, really, really remarkable.
By the way, extra point by Owen Drake. This one confirmed good, as the 13th point is put up on the scoreboard. Souhegan takes a 7-point lead with, again, just inside of 12 seconds remaining.
Give both teams credit, though.
Yeah, I think Trinity got to gain some confidence here after they were able to hang with arguably one of the best 2 teams in Division II.
But Romy has the gifts to get to get the extra things done. But once the play was no good, it was all up to him to find a receiver in the end zone. I think for a split second he was looking at the corner to try to run it in, and then out of the corner of his eye, that he never gives up his vision down the field, and he saw one of his receivers in the back of the end zone, and he hit it. Who was at the cut?
It was Cassidy.
That was Cassidy.
Yep, Connor Cassidy.
Nice job, Connor.
The first one was Cole Manning back in the first quarter. The game's lone takeaway was by Trinity's Evan Dunker, and the Pioneer touchdown hookup earlier in the second quarter was Jack Service to Paul Tebow.
Yep.
All right. Are we in store for a miracle here? With 11.8 seconds remaining, Pioneers hope so.
It's been a very entertaining preseason game here, as far as I'm concerned, preseason scrimmage.
Great way to kick off this 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree. All right, Owen Drake is ready. And the rest of the kick coverage team is ready as well. This one is skyward and dropped by one of the up men, Jeff Hickey. It's up for grabs, and now a pig pile ensues inside the 35-yard line.
I think they got it.
The officials are trying to sort it out.
Souhegan's got it.
Sabres say they have it. The officials still digging.
Well, they still haven't.
I think they're going to give it to Trinity.
Really?
Well, they're going to talk about it. Let's keep it there. We're going to.
Well, I think it was originally
left in suspense
it was
here with
first
7
controlled
seconds.
by Souhegan, and they're going to give it to Souhegan. Yeah.
Now we get the signal.
I think Trinity pulled the ball away after the ball was contained and come out of the pile. I think. I don't know. I couldn't really see it. Doesn't matter. 7 seconds left. Really enjoyed this game.
Credited as the kid who came up with it. So Souhegan perhaps to kneel away from putting this one in the books, out in front 13-6 with 7 seconds remaining.
Yep.
First and 10, Souhegan.
They'll spot it 1st and 10 for the Sabres.
32 yards.
Well, they're going to put Bright way back at his own 44-yard line. Jane will take the knee, and that will do it.
That's just class
So
right there.
our final score is Souhegan 13, Trinity 6. And what I thought, to echo your sentiment, was a very well-coached, competitive 2 quarters between 2 contenders in their respective divisions.
Yeah. First thing that's going to happen, by the time you get here, you want your defense to be able to control a football game and show what you got. You have a defense you can ramp up, get your athletes in place, teach them the proper. They're just well coached. Both defenses here are going to keep this football team, each of these football teams in their respective divisions at a high level, and they're going to be both tough teams to beat in their division. Number one, offense. You can see as they got more reps, there seemed to be a little more sophistication, but most importantly, a little better execution. I really like Trinity in that running game. I thought that Jack Service fits that mold very well, as Romy Jane does in the spread. But they both can do both things. The only thing that obviously, which totally makes sense, is you're still trying to get your special teams squared away. They looked a little bit, they need work, but who doesn't expect that going into the first week? Both of these teams are solid. If there is ahead of schedule, I think both of these teams are ahead of schedule.
I would agree.
I think they've done a terrific job.
I would agree. All right, final score, Souhegan 13.
With a high ceiling.
And Trinity 6. That does it for the first of 5 here in Manchester. When we come back, we get 2 D1 teams to take a look at. Manchester Memorial and Goffstown coming up in just a few minutes as we keep it rolling here at the 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree. Here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, it's presented by Beals Insurance.
Our broadcast today, as it always is brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency, with locations now in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you both the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Just call 603-471-9999 or visit BealsInsurance.com to request a free quote and start saving money today. Again, that's BealsInsurance.com. How can you reach your team's fundraising goals at no risk and no cost? MG Sports offers a variety of products to make your team's fundraiser a success. Their products include tickets and discount cards to hundreds of local businesses. MG Sports now has a digital platform where athletes can raise funds in the comfort and safety of their own home. Don't waste another season. Raise more funds than ever before and become another football program in New Hampshire that sets fundraising records every season. MG Sports, fundraising made easy. Visit MGSportsFundraising.com to start raising money for your team today. The New Hampshire Tomahawks promote the highest level of club lacrosse competition, not just in the state, but in the country. Looking to get recruited? Director Chris Cameron keeps an open dialogue with the nation's top college lacrosse coaches. Over 400 New Hampshire Tomahawks alumni have played at the college level, including the ACC, Big East, Big Ten, Ivy, NESCAC, NE10, and more. The New Hampshire Tomahawks coaching staff has over 100 coaches, including current high school varsity and college coaches. The Tomahawks offer training for players of all ages, clinics, camps, and leagues, along with spring, summer, and fall elite teams. So play with the best. The New Hampshire Tomahawks, showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NewHampshireTomahawks.com and girls.nhtomahawks.com.
Hey, I'm Chad, the owner of New Hampshire iPhone Repair. We're New Hampshire's most trusted and affordable repair shop. For for your iPhone, iPad, iPod, and even Android needs. Don't worry, we're affordable, reliable, and we back our parts with a lifetime warranty. And you know what the best part is? No, what? We can repair your phone while you wait.
I know, that's why I'm here.
Oh, I know, Mrs. Green. Here's your iPad, good as new. Bring your phone into New Hampshire iPhone Repair today.
Buy local and save big. For over 26 years, Spectrum Monthly has been providing great local offers from businesses in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, delivered to your mailbox every month. Spectrum is chock full of savings from your favorite businesses. From local restaurants and retail stores to entertainment, fitness, and home improvement services. You'll have easy access to thousands of dollars in savings, including exclusive offers for Spectrum readers. Every month, enter our readership contest for a chance at winning cash and local gift certificates. Spectrum Monthly, no one brings you better offers.
Bringing Boquette over. All right, back here in Manchester for the second of 5 two-quarter football games here at Gill Stadium. It's the 2023 Manchester Football Jamboree. Nick Anastas with you. Steve Beals on his way back to the broadcasting area, and I believe Souhegan head coach Robin Boquette is with him. So we'll speak with the Sabres head man in just a moment. Souhegan held off a feisty Trinity team earlier by a score of 13-7. All right, our second game is queued up and ready to go. Goffstown and Memorial. The Grizzlies are in their road whites and set to receive the football here. Memorial in their home reds. will kick it off from their own 40. It's a line drive kick. It's along the side. It's fielded along the near side by one of Goffstown's return men. He makes a pretty good spin move out across the 40 before he's finally brought down. And that'll set up the Grizzlies here, first down and 10. Souhegan, really one of the better Division I teams over the last 10 years or so. Suffered a bit of a step back last year after what was really a crowning achievement under Coach Hammond to bring this group 3 years ago to the championship game against Nashua North. So Robin Boquette will join us coming up. All right, first and 10. Return there, by the way, was by Goffstown's Gavin Philbrick, a 5'10 senior. All right, under center. And the new Goffstown jerseys, by the way, look pretty good. It's Jay Paris, the junior. Hand off and a stop at the line of scrimmage. All right, here comes Coach Boquette. And he'll join Steve and I here, again, following a 13-6 win over Trinity. Get that on his head.
I'll sign autographs later, just for you.
He asked a lot of money for this.
Coach, how are you?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
13-6
victory. What'd you take away from your guys' performance?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think our guys battled, and Trinity's a hell of a football team. We knew that going in. They look great on tape from their scrimmage. They got some cats out there. They look great off the bus. They got some really good perimeter guys and some big guys in front. So we knew we were going to have their hands full, and we did. Probably would have liked to not have that turnover down there on the second drive, but, make it 21-6. You feel a little bit better about that. But, no, I mean, we came here, and our guys competed and got after it, and they're tired after half of football, so that was good for our guys.
Yeah. Romy Jane looked pretty good as well. You mentioned the one mistake there, the interception, but really pulled a cat out of the bag on that final drive, the 9-yard touchdown strike on fourth down.
Goodness, I know. The great players just find a way to make a play, and, the quarterbacks, I think one trait for a great quarterback is to create when things aren't there. And he did that a couple times today, which was awesome.
Meanwhile, in the game, sorry, Steve, 3rd down and 2 here with just over a minute gone by. Goffstown trying to move the football. They keep it on the ground, and falling forward for the first down is Billy Schmidt, the 5'11", 180-pound sophomore.
You guys, there's not a lot of height on that defensive group, but let me tell you, those guys motor to the ball. They're very well based. And I'll tell you that both teams, I was really impressed with the defense. To me, you guys are to be at this point of this game, two good teams playing each other. You're never going to admit it, but there's got to be some satisfaction when you look at film and see some of the effort these guys have put in today. It was impressive up here.
Oh, for sure. Our kids are always going to run to the football. If they do anything on defense, they're going to do that and get after it. So in terms of their effort, we never got to worry about their effort and their enthusiasm. They're going to come out here and have fun and fly around to the football, and it's going to be awesome.
And they don't worry about your enthusiasm either, that's a great trade right there, Coach. I tell you, these guys play for you hard. One of the things I was going to mention as well is the two running backs you have. They're almost interchangeable, and the way that they deliver the hit, control the football very, very well. I mean, I know it's a loaded question, but how does it feel in a spread offense to have two guys that can run the ball when needed like that?
Yeah, I mean, pretty awesome. I mean, just having a kid like Carson Bain, who's on our 4x1 team, who, just super fast.
Yeah.
He wants to play college football, either that or track, and he's a National Honors Society kid too, so uber smart.
Yeah.
But having a guy that you can feel good about if JJ needs a blow, and Carson would be a starter on many different teams.
Definitely.
And then we got a young sophomore, Ryan Rodalinas, who returns kick for us, and that kid runs the ball hard too, man. And that's a great great. We got 3 really good older veteran guys at that spot. We feel great about.
Well, last question I'll say is number 1 is out there playing for Souhegan this year. There was rumors flying around whether he's going to come back, wasn't he going to come back. Without getting into too much detail, I can tell you on our end, it's really exciting to see him coming back and play New Hampshire football. What happened there that you can talk about? Did he just love the guys?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, we always want what's best for our players, and I always want what's best for Romy and his future. And at the end of the day, he loves this team too much, and he loves the opportunity that we have this year. And it made more sense for him to stay than move on. But whatever happens in the future will happen. But either way, I'm going to be there every step of the way.
Absolutely.
For Romy. I love that kid. I can't say enough about him. He's super special, and I'll do whatever I can to help him for his future too.
The new quarterbacks have got to have the attributes that Romy has, and he's got the ability to extend a play. If something's bust, he can do things with it. His ability to run to the sidelines and look at a potential sweep, a run down the field, but yet still keep the full vision of his 3 primaries in his vision is just unbelievable, and he showed that last play.
Yeah,
so
goodness.
It's just great. It's great to see him, and great to see you again as well.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Your
Good
team
luck.
looks good.
Thanks,
Good
Nick.
luck.
Appreciate you,
Coach,
man.
moving forward
They
again.
look solid.
Thank you.
That's Robin Bouquet. A great job, as always, a 13-6 winner in the first game to kick off this 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. Memorial and Goffstown here in the second game, now nearly 4 minutes old. A 4th down and 10 on the way as the Crusaders have failed to move the football on their opening drive. Crusader defense did come up with a key stop on 4th down and 1 earlier to get the football. It looks like now Goffstown has returned the favor as these two defenses looking good through the first 4 minutes.
Well, one of the things you like to see here, Nick, is if you look at the amount of red jerseys down there that are building over the last 3 years, look at the numbers that they're bringing here right now. This is so exciting for Division I football to see. You need that kind of depth in order to be able to compete on the full season. We could tell when we had Coach on Gridiron, our Gridiron Thursday night show, that he was into it.
Yeah.
The kids were into it. They played hard for him. A lot of good things happened in the Wyndham game, even though they came up a little bit short. They showed a lot of poise, and at times made that a heck of a good game. So I'm with you on that one. And then, of course, with Coach Hammond's Goffstown Grizzlies, we can talk about that when he comes on later.
This punt is going to take a friendly roll for Memorial all the way inside the 20-yard line, inside the 15, down at the 13. But there's a flag on the play. It's the game's first penalty. The officials will talk it over. Well, you mentioned Memorial. 3-5 a year ago. 2 of those losses were in overtime.
In overtime, yeah.
And as you mentioned, the numbers are up. And that, of course, is a big credit goes to Rob Sturgis and his staff. But success breeds success, so to speak, right? And we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, Memorial takes some strides in the right direction.
Yeah, I think what Coach Sturgis has is a lot of understanding of his players and of his school and the type of things, and you got to have patience at the same time as expectancy. And I think he balances both of those things very, very well. You could see when we had him on, the sense of connection that he has with his players is just fabulous. And then again, I don't know if you remember, I saw this in a Goffstown game 2 years ago where they just played their hearts out right into the last quarter. And they lose when they did lose, they lose given 100%. And you know if that can be maintained, there's winning ways coming afterwards. And when you get these kind of numbers of kids coming up, that's really, really exciting for more. I'm excited to see what they can do this year.
This is a high punt, sky high. Takes a bounce at the 45 before it's picked up and down where? At about the 43-yard line. So good starting field position for the Grizzlies' second drive. After the re-kick gets them a little closer to midfield.
Looks like the Grizzlies have a pretty good-sized squad as well there, Nick. A lot of number. I can't count the jerseys. They're about 2 or 3 deep and for about over a 20-yard run there. So they've got, Coach Hammond's got some numbers coming in there. Always exciting to see the Grizzlies reload,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Pitch, far side, carry. And again, it's Gavin Philbrick, who's been busy here on both sides of the ball for Goffstown.
Oh, you're gifted, Nick.
Trying to find midfield.
I don't know how you're picking up those numbers. I can't. I got good eyesight, but
yeah, kind of a tough angle for us with the near sideline so close, but
we're getting it.
We're getting it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, another flag on the play. It was thrown around the line of scrimmage.
Watch this hit here. This guy leaves his feet. The defender leaves his feet as he comes in. Wow. But no shortage of effort out there in the last game, and it doesn't appear to be the case here. A lot of effort in this game as well. So looks like there was a penalty there. I don't know. Did you see what that was?
Looks like a hold.
I think it was a hold. It's 10 yards.
It's like a hold at the line of scrimmage. By the way, Jose Soto, the senior linebacker there, leading the charge defensively for Memorial. So a 1st and 20 for the Grizz at their own 33-yard line. They roll about, they throw, and it's complete.
Nice block.
Looking for a block. It's the receiver, Zach Clancy, the junior. He's across the 50 and all the way into Memorial territory near the first down marker before he's stopped.
Number 7.
That's a 20-yard pickup. They're going to give him the first down. And they're going to move they're going to move the sticks. The ball is inside.
Watch the
45-yard line.
Watch the block by number 7. Opens up another 7, 8, 9 yards as a result of his effort. And that's Philbrick. Boy, he's everywhere.
Here is Philbrick on the pitch. Looking to weave his way off left tackle, but that's not going to get much. A yard maybe as the edge was shut down.
As out on the 20-yard line, the master of ceremonies, Ryan Ray, is out there.
I'm going to give Soto credit for another stop. And yeah, Ryan Ray, longtime Central head coach. Of course, he's put in charge of this Jamboree event every summer.
Yep.
And has done a great job over the years, including, again, this season.
2nd and 7.
2nd and 7. So a 3-yard gain on that pitch. Quarterback for Goffstown is, of course, Jay Paris, 6'2 junior. And we've yet to see Paris go to the air here. Midway through this first quarter, still scoreless, and a flag is thrown by the back judge. They're going to blow it dead.
Changing the play.
It's the 3rd penalty on this drive.
Yep. It's going to happen. You want to get them out of the way now, have film to visually show the players, where they need to correct things.
Goffstown penalized 5 yards away in the game.
As we've talked in the past, there's no comparison to what you do inter-squad versus when you come out and you play another program.
Yeah, the kids are tired of hitting each other.
Yeah.
That's part of it.
They want to hit somebody else.
There's also something about putting on the school uniform.
There is. It's nice.
Whether the game counts or not. Meanwhile, Soto again finds himself at the line of scrimmage with his arms around the ball carrier. Another tackle for the senior.
Yep.
And now
Billy Schmidt carried on the play.
Schmidt is going to bring it back to the original line of scrimmage. So a 3rd and 10 on the way at the Memorial 45-yard line. Goffstown hopes to keep this drive going. Their 2nd drive of this first quarter.
How are you getting the numbers? The jersey.
Long story.
Okay.
They're actually underneath.
They are.
Well, they were. They printed on 2 different pages.
Oh, okay. That's all right.
Almost like a magic
I
trick.
got it.
Look at this. Down the near sideline. That's
nice
a
run.
big first down pickup. It's Hunter Long, the 5'5", 148-pound sophomore, showing the speed and getting a big first down for Goffstown.
Burris in on the play for Memorial
Tackle there
at the 23-yard line.
is made by Burris. Yeah, we've said his name over the years, Chase Burris. Now the junior got hurt and missed a lot of last year, but has some raw speed and may have saved the touchdown there for the Crusaders.
These certainly look like new uniforms, Nick, to me. This
Goffstown?
Yeah. I like
pitch. Philbrook, left side with room.
Runs.
First down, looking for the end zone. Touchdown, Goffstown.
Yeah,
it's a 23-yard touchdown run. by Gavin Philbrick, who was untouched on the play.
They cut him a nice hole, and he accelerated through. You know, there's two parts of this, is providing a little window and then what the running back does with it. And, boy, he turns it upfield really well. Nice kick-out block by number 13. I got to match this up here and get you the number.
That's Will Patnode.
Will Patnode. Nice block, nice kick-out block.
He's one of their veterans.
Great work. And, boy, this young fellow is a good-looking runner.
23-yard touchdown run, and now the extra point try is on the way. The kick from the quarterback is off the upright. Oh.
Battery challenge there.
Jay Paris.
We're good.
All right, back here in Manchester, Goffstown. A 6-0 lead following a 23-yard run by Gavin Philbrick.
Nice run.
Extra point was no good, and now Memorial looking for an answer here.
As the wind begins to step up a little.
Yeah, we got to bat down the hatches, nearly lost the rosters.
I'll take the cool air, Nick, to be honest with you, as long as we get this stuff.
And the weather so far has cooperated.
It's been great.
As there's some showers perhaps in the forecast.
Yep.
It's been raining on and off most of the day, but since we got on the air at about 4 o'clock, it's been okay. So.
Yep.
All right, 1st and 10 Memorial, trying to move the football after having to punt on their first possession. Goffstown has touched twice and has scored once. They fake the pitch, they go up the middle, and that is Eric Seymour.
Nice
the
fake.
fullback. He's been a starter since day one as a freshman. He's now at his senior season, and he's got the biggest play from scrimmage for Memorial here first
What
down.
you look for is the guy on the sweep, your sweep man, your sweep back, selling that, and he did a terrific job. Quarterback inside, nice kick-out block from a pole, and boy, hard to pick up. He got through there with some speed.
By the way, that gentleman in the crowd we just saw was longtime Pinkerton head coach Brian O'Reilly here scouting as his Astros will take the field a week from tonight in the regular season opener. Meanwhile, that one is up the middle. No, they're actually playing Thursday against Wyndham.
Wyndham.
By the way, speaking of Thursday, the season for the first time ever is going to kick off on a Thursday night, and we're going to be there. We will be in Exeter when the Blue Hawks
Return battle.
Yeah, that's Timberlane Exeter. They had 2 games last year that came down to the wire. One, of course, was in the postseason. Both games were won by Timberlane. Exeter looking for revenge. It's a great way to kick off the campaign. We are underway, or on the air, at 6:45. Game will be underway at 7.
2 former Division II teams with great history, playing in Division I now for the years. And the Owls came up a couple years ago, or last year, right? Was there? Yep, first year. I got to tell you, that game in Exeter, in that playoff, check it out on YouTube. You want to sit down, have some popcorn, watch a nice game, watch that one. Last year's semifinals, quarterfinals, excuse me, were absolutely incredible game from start to finish.
29-28, a shootout. So we may be in store for another instant classic on Thursday. And then Friday night, planning on being in Londonderry, Concord and Londonderry for the 2nd straight year. Play on week 1.
With Bahuma's senior return.
And then, well, just when you thought it was safe, we're back Saturday afternoon as well. 3 games in week 1.
Working us
Central
hard, Nick.
and Alvirne will compete right here at Gill Stadium at 2 o'clock on Saturday, September 2nd. So a 3-headed monster headed your way.
Can't wait.
Week 1 next week here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. Meanwhile, Memorial starting to put together some first downs here. Quarterback is Connor McFarland, the senior, one of the best all-around athletes in the school. And it looks like the running back doing most of the dirty work has been the aforementioned fullback Eric Seymour.
Also, Nick, while we're waiting, we're looking at, because it's a Thursday night game, doing a truncated gridiron show at the on site in Exeter before the game.
Right.
It'll be a little bit shorter, but we'll have some coaches on and some media
set for the weekend.
Yep, absolutely.
Here's McFarland. Quarterback showing some speed.
Terrific.
Outruns nearly the entire defense.
Terrific.
Before he's forced out of bounds by Maddox Turk.
Love players that straddle the field full speed and then can plant that outside foot and turn upfield, Nick, and that's exactly what McFarland did. Looked very strong on that play.
It was J.O. Bando, by the way, the defender on the tackle.
Yep. Boy, he saved potentially a touchdown, Nick, because he was going full head of steam there.
Memorial looking good on this drive.
They are.
Ball just outside the 32-yard line on 2nd down and 3. Just outside of 2 minutes remaining in this opening quarter. Again, a 2-quarter affair between Memorial and Goffstown. McFarland going to hand to Seymour, and he's running angry along the left side. First down and then some, and now a flag is thrown in at the tail end of the play.
Don't know what that would be. Didn't seem like there was enough time for any holding, but there may have been. But I'll tell you, Nick, the Memorial Crusaders are getting off of the football from the line of scrimmage. And this is something that's really good to see. Coach Sturgis has got to be happy with what he's seeing with the firing off the line that he's getting out of his O-line. And they're creating penetration and delivering it. Grizzlies working hard to control it. But, boy, when you do a good – McFarland is doing a really good job with cadence here because they're getting off the ball very, very quickly. Very crisp at this early in the season. So, obviously, the penalty –
against Goffstown,
must have been declined, and they'll take the run, I presume.
Face mask.
Face mask, yep.
So where are they going to spot the ball? Just outside the 12-yard line.
Yep.
Call it the 13. 1st and 10 from the 13. Crusaders looking to get on the scoreboard, trailing here 6-0. With inside of 2 minutes to go now in this opening quarter. Again, Seymour in a 3-point stance in the backfield. They give it to him. He's hit initially. He leans forward, and he picks up a few. Sheer second effort there. Good tackle by Jacob Gagney.
Very good.
The junior for the Grizzlies. That'll bring us to the final 90 seconds here of this first quarter. The rain has held off so far, and we hope it does. Gray skies still overhead, but as you mentioned, Steve, it's pretty cool. It's a nice breeze.
Yeah, really cooled down. Blowing the humidity around.
Overall, pretty good temperature weather for a football game in late August. Here's the pitch. Looking for the corner. Another flag on the play. He's in the end zone. That's a good run along the outside.
Hard to say here.
Is the question. Will it stand? That was Ethan Vilgrain, the senior who got the step. And if Vilgrain's score holds, it may have just tied the game, but hang on. The flag is down back at the line of scrimmage.
He's acting like a hold. Yeah, that's what it is. So you always see when they come way back behind the line of scrimmage, it usually tells you it's going to be on the offense. And there it is right there. Yeah, there's the hole. Nice call on number 25.
Jake Paradis, the sophomore O-lineman, guilty of the grab. If not, I apologize, but that's a costly one as Memorial is going to be backed up to somewhere around the 20-yard line. Going to put it at the 18. So the touchdown is wiped. And a 2nd and long is on the way. 2nd and 15. Again, Seymour the back, McFarland under center. Surveys the defense. 4-down lineman for Goffstown. Snap taken. He's going to roll to his left. He's going to make one man miss. Avoid a second, a third. He's inside the 10. And he's down inside the 5-yard line. Very close to the goal line.
And they're very close to a first down as well. Boy, Nick, you really like the way he follows his blocks and works upfield. He's impressive. And he's shifty, and he's got quick speed, excellent acceleration.
They're going to spot this where? Inside the 3-yard line. It's a 1st and goal. Final 30 seconds, first quarter.
3-yard line.
And now another whistle.
I think this may be an equipment issue, Nick.
One of the Goffstown players, Hunter Long, going to head to the sideline.
Going to have to come out for a play. Probably not the time you want one of your starting defensive backs to come out. But I think he got a... Yeah, he's going to the other end, towards the fence there. Obviously, there's something, equipment issue.
Yeah.
I think that's equipment.
All right, Memorial trying to tie the game. Ball inside the 3-yard line. McFarland, Seymour, fumble. Ball on the turf. It's loose in the end zone. It's still loose. And then it's knocked out of the back of the end zone.
Interesting call.
The fumble occurred outside of the goal line. It looked like a faulty handoff.
Incredible
between
hustle.
McFarland and Seymour.
But that was incredible hustle by number 14. If I got that right, Ethan
Bilgrain, yeah, he had the touchdown called back a moment ago.
What a tremendous job of running after that and beating the defensive player to the ball. I couldn't tell who the defensive player was. I thought he had a beat on. I thought it was going to be Grizzly ball. But they're talking about it now.
Football seemed to bounce on the turf 5, 6, 7 times before it finally ended up out of bounds.
I think it was multiple touches on it, Nick, and then 14 went after it. And this is going to be an interesting call here.
The officials still talking it over in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah.
All 5 members of this officiating crew. And we wait for the announcement here from the referee.
The man in the white hat. There we go.
Touchback. So that's a win for the Goffstown defense.
Wow.
As it's going to be a touchback. The ball is going to come out to the 20-yard line, and the Grizzlies are going to have it with their 6-0 lead still intact.
Well, they were right there. Very difficult play to make a decision on by a staff. But what you look for is a clear indication of communication between all the refs that were there and had vision of it. And that's what they've done. And when that's done, I accept the call.
All right, so that's the end of the first quarter. 6-0 Goffstown. Grizzlies are going to take over in just a moment. We remind you, our broadcast tonight brought to you by Beals Insurance, locations in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Visit BealsInsurance.com. By MG Sports Fundraising, that's fundraising made easy. MG Sports Fundraising, the official fundraising partner of Friday Night Lights New Hampshire. Visit MGSportsFundraising.com. Start raising money for your team today. By New Hampshire iPhone Repair. It's done while you wait, and it's backed by their lifetime warranty, now with 5 locations in southern New Hampshire and on the seacoast. Visit NHiPhoneRepair.com. By the New Hampshire Tomahawks. Showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NHTomahawks.com and also girls.NHTomahawks.com. And finally by Spectrum Monthly. Powerful local advertising solutions. Find out more at SpectrumMonthly.com. Nick and Astis, Steve Beals with you. Midway through our second game here of this 5-game slate in Manchester. It's a 6-0 Goffstown lead. The 23-yard touchdown run from Gavin Philbrook back in the first quarter is our difference so far.
I was just going to say, there is a player on each one of these teams that I think are going to be watched this year, and that's Connor Philbrook as well. I'm sorry, Gavin Philbrook and Connor McFarland on the Memorial Crusaders. 2 solid players.
Here's a handoff up the middle, and some tough sledding there for Will Patnode, the senior. Although he does pick up 5, maybe 6 in the end. One of the defensive linemen there in on the stop, along with Jose Soto, who has already a handful or so of stops for Memorial. Meanwhile, there are the Bedford Bulldogs. They're arriving early. They'll take the field later on against Alvirne. That one coming up at 7 o'clock as they make their way through.
Nice pitch.
Gill Stadium. Going to see BG and Salem coming up at 6, and then the finale is, of course, Central. Typically the host team is in the final slot. They will host Division II Pelham.
And BG Salem, have we done some...
Pembroke, excuse me, not Pelham.
Pelham, yeah, right, Pembroke. Have we done some great games between Salem and BG over the years?
We
wow.
have.
What
We
it's
certainly
just
have.
some of the best that I remember. Just coaching duels that went right back down, and
That'll be a fun one to preview.
that'll be a fun one, yeah.
3rd and inches. Goffstown goes back up the middle.
BG with a new coach.
That's right. And, of course, Steve Abraham, our longtime friend, will look forward to seeing his squad take the field after what was kind of a down year by Salem standards last year.
Yeah, by Salem standards, a down year, absolutely. But I think the rest of us knew that this was last year was going to be a rebuilding year. I think this is a big year for Steve to be able to get his team back on that track again, playoff bound, and then with development, which he's so great at doing, developing young players and making a crack at it in the later rounds. Salem is very, very difficult to keep down with
Harris looking for a target. Philbrick snags that one off the
Nice
shoulder
job.
pad. Had that ball kind of wedged up along the shoulder between the helmet and the shoulder pad and made it work despite the hit. All in all, in the end, it gains 9 to set up a 2nd and 1 as Philbrick's big first half continues.
Back to Salem, Nick. They have that ability with the numbers to reload, and there's a football town, and they've done it for years, and they'll be fun to watch this year, I'm sure. Very much looking forward to see this next game between. Want to see what happened with BG in the offseason. They have any new players that have come in?
Graduated a lot.
A lot of players. Wow.
Look out. Nowhere to go up the middle for Billy Schmidt.
Number 70, is that 79 from the Crusaders? Bringing it.
Get another look.
Watch
there.
him bust through the line, and just that is a one-man gang. Number 77 right there. Give me a second because we got to find them on they're not in order on the. At least we got to.
Big stick. That's Zach Corshane. And he's just a junior.
Wow.
So he potentially could be back next year. This one is loose. Schmidt going to dive on it. That's a tough one for Coach Hammond to swallow there.
Yep.
It's a big loss. They'll mark him back at the 27-yard line.
Well, when the defensive line starts penetrating, Nick, that puts a lot of pressure on the center.
Yeah, 3rd and 2 goes to 4th and 17. Good heads-up play by Schmidt.
Yep.
Tagged up by Corshane. And now Goffstown will punt for the 2nd time here. 6-0 Grizzlies. Goffstown scored on their 2nd drive, a 23-yard run by Gavin Philbrick. Memorial showed some promising signs on the previous drive.
They did.
A touchdown called back on a penalty.
But nevertheless, Nick,
never
I thought moved the ball quite well down the field. Their offensive line looked, that looks to me like both of their lines, their O&D line, looked pretty solid, Nick. Not only do they have some size and girth, but they seem to be aggressive, and they're doing a good job here today.
Got a timeout on the field.
Goffstown is just a matter of coming here, getting some film, make the mistakes you're going to make, and then work on them weekend. Coach Hammond and staff have the capability of doing a lot of excitement over there with a new stadium. We'll talk to Coach Hammond about after the game.
Yeah, we're hoping to get Coach Hammond on. And, yeah, you're right. Goffstown put some lights on that field for the first time in school history.
Yep.
So that should usher in an era of some Friday night football in Goffstown.
Yep.
And
big football team.
Their feeder program has now joined the junior high league.
Which we're waiting for Steve Colburn. I don't know. He was one of the referees. I think he's coming soon. And
talk a little bit more about that.
With
all right, here's the punt.
Jay Powers doing
nice punt. Wow.
That's a beauty. Fair catch called for and made. Just barely. And was able to hang on there. Was the return man for. So
he skied that ball, Nick.
At the 37-yard line.
That thing had hang time, distance. Wow. Heck of a punt. for a while there, it looked like we were getting some fog. And now it looks like it's cleared out, and the breeze is still going steady. So
that was Jacob Schuff, by the way, the kick returner.
Who was the kicker on that? That was
the quarterback, Harris.
Wow.
Yeah, we've seen some high punts here already.
Yeah.
Both in this game and the one before it. Souhegan,
very important part of a football
Trinity
game.
Kick off the afternoon,
the kicking game.
13-6. All right, 8 minutes remaining in this second and final quarter. Seymour is back at tailback for Memorial. Carried the ball more than anyone so far, except for maybe the quarterback, McFarland. Escaping the pocket, throws it up for grabs, and it's incomplete.
I'm surprised there's no call here, but I think because he slipped and fell.
Goffstown looking for a flag.
Yeah.
Max Cody providing the pressure.
I might have thrown that one, Nick. There was really nobody within 30 yards of the play, but
that's Max.
Give McFarland some credit for slipping through that and getting rid of the ball.
Yeah.
Very heady play.
Max Cody almost got him. Of course, we remember Ryan Cody.
Ryan Cody.
A few years ago.
Yep.
On that Goffstown
good football
squad.
family.
Goffstown squad that almost took home the D1 title, fell in the final against Nashua North back in 2020.
Well, 2015, they had a great team. Under Coach Huff at the time, they did take the crown at
2015.
2015, yeah. What a terrific team.
Yep.
With Casey Gervais at the quarterback position.
Yep.
And they had a couple running backs that were Bork. Connor Bork, what a player. He was very difficult to bring down, and then Casey would just punish you up the middle. If there was no receivers open, he'd just tuck it and run. That was a great football team. So many good players in that team.
Yeah. All right, Memorial.
I've been impressed with the way Nick Hammond has been able to build an offensive unit that's very cohesive. Once you give him a few weeks, few games, makes great adjustments during the game and throughout the season. Looks like there's
another flag here.
21, I think, offsides.
They're starting to pile up.
Yeah.
Both ways.
Yeah.
Some of the fans not happy.
That's what's going to happen in the very beginning of the year. First time, what I would say is really live.
Right.
And nothing like being able to show young men on film. This is what you do want to do. This is what you don't. And
going to be a false start. So Memorial backed up 5 here. And now 1st and 15 from their own 32.
Wow.
Another whistle.
This is good. Look, somebody's jumping up and down. Looks like the running back. That's Seymour. Let's get going here.
Yeah. I bet it can't be sitting well with either head coach.
No, I don't think so, because I think this is going back and forth, isn't it?
Nope, it's going to back up Memorial again.
No, that's 2 in a row there. So, got to work that out.
So we got a 1st and 20. Now on the way.
That's not how you want to start a drive.
Line. 27 yards.
Fake the pitch. They go up the middle. Seymour not going to get much. Stuck up immediately in the hole by Cam Bergeron. One of the defensive tackles. The senior was there.
It looks like Goffstown's D-line is starting to stiffen a little bit. Looked like they were a little porous. They were taking some blocks, some angle blocks pretty hard there and kind of releasing ground and opening up some pretty decent holes, Memorial was. And but the Crusaders, the Grizzly defensive line, to me, looks like they're doing a little better job. Maybe some they're beginning to penetrate. Yeah, nice
Left
job.
Side, not much on a stretch. Goffstown gets to the edge.
Yeah, some nice adjustments going on there.
It's a defense, Steve, that, of course, took their lumps last year.
They
bring back 9 starters.
Yeah, they were really
on
young.
defense and 8 on offense as well. And you mentioned it. A lot of those guys are still underclassmen, but nonetheless, a year older, a year bigger, and a year more experienced.
Yeah, and this is a well-coached football team, and it's a culture in Goffstown. It's a football culture over there. The Grizzlies have always had it from youth all the way up. And as you mentioned, Nick, they're loading up their junior high program to build a system that is so important to successful programs to build a 6th and 8th grade system.
3rd and 19. On the rollout, McFarland, incomplete. Going off the fingertips of the intended receiver. It's Brandon Weaver, the junior, out of the slot. Incomplete and a 4th and long on the way.
Yeah, nice job by McFarland. But right now, he's being chased down by this defensive line. Been a little bit of a momentum shift here, Nick, I've noticed. Goffstown seems to be a little more cohesive now, a little more disciplined, and a little more aggressive.
Yeah,
they're not backing down anybody. And
Mason LeClaire,
yep,
along with Philbrook, are back deep. A dual returner look for Coach Hammond.
Mm-hmm.
And now the punt is off just in time. High arcer and a fair catch.
Wow, did they get down there quick?
Made at the Goffstown 49-yard line by Philbrook. So 1st and 10, and again, excellent starting field position for Goffstown near the 50-yard line.
Yeah, it's a
Goffstown takes over 1st and 10.
little bit of change and shit. This is going to be very interesting to see how Goffstown, if the offense now begins to stiffen, begins to get, develop a little bit more momentum as well. But Goffstown was mistake-free there, Nick, if I'm not mistaken, on that last defensive stand.
Yep.
So that's important. And Memorial, on the other hand, looks a little bit, struggling a little more with that.
Here's a pitch. Philbrook weaves his way across midfield, down inside the Memorial 40-yard line near the 35.
Some good outside blocking there, Nick.
Picks up 15 in a 1st down.
Yeah. Some good blocking by Goffstown, getting out, nice angles of attack on their offensive line pulls.
I'm going to give Chase Burris credit for the tackle out of the secondary for the Crusaders. Another 1st and 10 for Paris. The junior quarterback has looked good. Man in motion, pitch to Schmidt. Schmidt looks for a block, gets the corner, lowers the left shoulder, trying to drive his legs forward.
Yeah.
And may have picked up 8, maybe 9 as he's down near the 30.
Well, the Crusaders are going to have to close off that off-tackle hole there, Nick. They're attacking it on the Grizzlies are attacking it on both sides. I doubt very much that Coach Hammond's going to stop doing that until they make a change on the Crusader side, because they're gunning off big yardage right now. Look at that. Nice job, low on the shoulder. Good forward lean. Very important. 5 points of pressure on the football, good forward lean, drive the legs, small steps, grab that extra 2 or 3 yards.
Another flag on the play. Lucas Brown, the sophomore, fearlessly the man who brought him down, but a hold is going to negate the play and coughs Goffstown here. So we've seen
one of the best referees in the league
both ways, and these officials have really thrown the flag more often than not tonight.
Not only is he a friend, but let me tell you, he is one of the top referees, I think, in all of Division I and Division. He does some Division II and III stuff as well, but he's been around for a long time. He manages a game extremely well.
Yeah, the most controversial play so far was the fumble in the end zone. Memorial on a promising drive.
But communication was made. There was a group. They talked about it, replayed it for each one they saw, and then that gathers intelligence to make the best call they possibly can.
Bad exchange between quarterback and running back inside the 3-yard line.
I didn't see it that way from here, the way they called it, but they were right there. There's no way that we're the point of reference we're from that we could see everything. So chances, I'm sure they made the right call.
Meanwhile, the officials finally going to spot the football here. The 36-yard line, just outside of 5 minutes to go in this second and final quarter. Reminder coming up, BG and Salem, scheduled for 6 o'clock. The third of this 5-game slate, 5 two-quarter affairs here in Manchester. Earlier tonight, Souhegan beat Trinity by a final of 13-6.
Oh, nice rollout.
And the catch is made by Schmidt. Going to tiptoe out of bounds along the near sideline. A first down for Goffstown's going to keep this drive alive.
Yeah, and they're getting the jitters out of both sides of the ball here, Nick, and they're sharpening up, clearly sharpened up on defense. made some nice adjustments, and the kids are young men are executing it well out in the field. Now offensively, this looks much more systematic, and it's mistake-free, which is really something great to see this early. That's going to help their progression as they start the season next week.
Little pitch and catch for 11.
Exactly.
Moves the sticks,
Yep.
first down.
Nice route that he ran, had himself in position, had his hands controlling the outside end, and
now we're inside of 5 minutes. Goffstown with a 6-0 lead in control here. At the 25-yard line, trying to get back in the red zone. They go up the middle, but not much. That's the big back, Billy Schmidt.
Yep.
Carried on the play.
Sophomore, some good size.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's a sophomore, Nick. You can see that, everybody knew that Goffstown was going to be really young, and they graduated a ton of seniors before. And, they fought their way and took their lumps last year and took their hits and stayed the course and stayed tough most of all, and continue to learn what Division I varsity football is all about. And you can see the progression here just in this short half here that they're playing.
Go back to Schmidt, right side, not much.
Yeah.
That hole going to snap shut as 4, maybe 5 Crusaders
Little surprised
are in
here.
there on the stop.
Little surprised here, Nick. That off tackle is wide open for them to run, and I'm surprised. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Coach Hammond's setting that up. I wouldn't be. I'd be. With third down, it's really 4-down territory here. If they get any kind of yards here on third, I think they'll attack that offensive, the off tackle.
Inside of 4 minutes. 3rd and 6, Memorial hoping for a stop.
Yeah, they got a wing there.
Grizzlies able to crack themselves into the red zone.
That's exactly
the
what they
left
did.
Side.
Ooh.
Not much room there for Long, and I think he's short.
Yeah, they're going for it, though.
Looks like 4th and 2 on the way. Ball going to be spotted inside the 19-yard line.
Who made that tackle, Nick? That was a nice effort coming up there and tripping him up. Maybe we'll see it here on a replay. I don't know. Actually, I think we just did. Here we go. Yeah. Nice pitch.
4th down 2.
I can't really see who made it, but whoever did made a nice play.
Yeah. Fought off the block and then brought down the ball carrier.
Exactly.
Inside of 3 minutes, 4th and 2. Football at the 17-yard line. Goffstown going to go for it.
Why not, right?
Is under center, and he's got 2 backs behind him. Going to put a man in motion. It's Pat No. They pitch to him, and the senior is cut down in the backfield. The 4th down stop there by Memorial.
Complete and total contain. There was no way that somebody, you would think, Nick, somebody would be out there in a kick-out block. And let's give all the credit there to the D standing tall there for Memorial at a very critical time.
Yeah, big stop for Caleb Wheeler, excuse me.
Let's watch this. Number 36 takes the contain.
Yep.
What a great route. What a great vector he shot. Was based in the athletic position. Nice work.
It's Landon Murphy.
Nice job, Landon.
Sophomore linebacker. All right, 2:35. Can Memorial go down the field from their own 18-yard line, 82 yards, trying to tie this game? They're going to start off with a handoff up the middle that goes nowhere. Nowhere to go. Max Cody. Said his name a few times.
Yes, we have.
He was there. Johnny on the spot for the tackle.
It's a name in Goffstown football that's been around.
Seymour carried on the play.
Carry for Seymour there. No gain, so 2nd and 10.
Ebert on the tackle.
McFarland on a rollout this time. It's a pitch. It's taken along the near sideline, and another big hit.
Inbounds.
Inbounds, so the clock continues to run. It's Brandon Weaver
Yep.
on the carry. It's going to bring the clock down inside of 2 minutes.
It's a great opportunity to run the 2-minute offense here, Nick, for a Memorial. Having these opportunities to do this in a real play, real time, is such a benefit. Let's see what they do here.
Previous play went for 4, so 3rd and 6. Pitch left side. Looking for the edge and finding the edge. First down. Tackle inbounds across the 30 up to the 34.
Okay, you got to.
Bill Green carried to the 34-yard line.
Yeah, he
Pretty
ran
good run
well.
there for
Pretty
Jalen
good run is
Torres.
right. Yeah. Nice cut up. Nice time to turn.
Tackle for Goffstown.
Good work. That Goffstown's going to Memorial's going to want to start looking at out of bounds if they're going to sweep wide here.
There's Steve Abraham of Salem. His Blue Devils coming up next.
Fumble.
We'll take on BG.
And Goffstown get it.
And Goffstown looks like they have it.
Defense stood tall.
Second fumble by the Crusader offense, and it may be the game's second takeaway as well.
Yeah, I don't know, Nick.
Goffstown is going to be, I believe, rewarded with the football, although the officials are yet to make an official signal.
I love to run the football, Nick, but I don't really understand that with 1:14 left, running up the middle like that. I mean, I can understand a sweep, but at that point, you needed to get out of bounds with a sweep. Make sure you're going wide. But at some point, you got to throw something down on the field, and he certainly has the arm to do it. And
looks like Goffstown's got it.
Let's give that Goffstown D kudos again for that aggressive play.
Yeah.
You could see they were holding their gaps very well, and they were able to jar the ball loose.
So they stand tall, and now are in a position maybe to deliver this game. With 1:14 remaining, the Grizzlies will take over. 1st and 10 from the Memorial 31-yard line. With 1:14 remaining on this second quarter clock.
They're going to burn it.
They'll take a knee. They'll start the clock as it ticks down towards a minute. Second down on the way. Well, I think, again, these coaches have in the back of their mind they want to keep this Jamboree somewhat on schedule.
Yep. Come here, get what you need, and then pack your guys in. All positive on game day, as they say, but go back in the film room and do the critiques and get these guys ready for next week. So what I've seen in this game, Nick, is a Goffstown team that progressed as the game went on. Memorial kind of started off strong, but Goffstown's progression, I think, got in the way of any advancement by the Crusaders. But the Crusaders are showing that they have some really good linemen, and they've got themselves a quarterback, and they're going to be fine. They just need to continue to come back each week, play hard football, keep the depth charts, build the depth chart on the team, and create competition. You got the numbers, and Sturgis. I think Coach Sturgis will continue to progress. I was really impressed with how the Grizzlies progressed, though, Nick, this game. Mistake-free football. Yeah. Very few.
So Goffstown, after a winless season a year ago, get themselves a preseason win in the final tune-up before the regular season comes their way next week. They will be at home under the lights for the first time in school history against Nashua South on Friday night. Meanwhile, Memorial, certainly some things to build on, as we saw, but got to cut down on those mistakes. 2 fumbles lost. I'm sure that's at the top of Coach Cathcart's to-do list. So the final score, Goffstown 6, Memorial nothing. And that does it for the second of 5 games here at Gill Stadium. Souhegan was a winner earlier tonight over Trinity by a final of 13-6. Coming up, Bishop Girton. It's been a perennial power for the last few seasons anyway.
Looking forward to it.
It's a new era with a new head coach and basically a new team. On the other side, Salem looking to get back to their winning ways this year after a sub-5.
I like this matchup. I really do. Looking for some fun here.
So BG and Salem coming up next. Oh, and by the way, the rain is starting to come down, so that little element may or may not be a factor.
Well, this is the 5-minute 50% they were talking about, Nick. It's going to go away quick here.
All right, we'll be back to Gill Stadium in just a moment. You are watching the 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree right here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, presented by Beals Insurance.
Our broadcast today, as it always is brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency, with locations now in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you both the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Just call 603-471-9999 or visit BealsInsurance.com to request a free quote and start saving money today. Again, that's BealsInsurance.com. How can you reach your team's fundraising goals at no risk and no cost? MG Sports offers a variety of products to make your team's fundraiser a success. Their products include tickets and discount cards to hundreds of local businesses. MG Sports now has a digital platform where athletes can raise funds in the comfort and safety of their own home. Don't waste another season. Raise more funds than ever before and become another football program in New Hampshire that sets fundraising records every season. MG Sports, fundraising made easy. Visit mgsportsfundraising.com to start raising money for your team today. The New Hampshire Tomahawks promote the highest level of club lacrosse competition, not just in the state, but in the country. Looking to get recruited? Director Chris Cameron keeps an open dialogue with the nation's top college lacrosse coaches. Over 400 New Hampshire Tomahawks alumni have played at the college level, including the ACC, Big East, Big Ten, Ivy, NESCAC, NE10, and more. New Hampshire Tomahawks coaching staff has over 100 coaches, including current high school varsity and college coaches. The Tomahawks offer training for players of all ages, clinics, camps, and leagues, along with spring, summer, and fall elite teams. So play with the best. The New Hampshire Tomahawks, showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit newhampshiretomahawks.com and girls.nhtomahawks.com.
Hey, I'm Chad, the owner of New Hampshire iPhone Repair. We're New Hampshire's most trusted and affordable repair shop for your iPhone, iPad, iPod, and even Android needs. Don't worry, we're affordable, reliable, and we back our parts with a lifetime warranty. And you know what the best part is? No, what? We can repair your phone while you wait.
I know, that's why I'm here.
Oh, I know, Mrs. Green. Here's your iPad, good as new. Bring your phone into New Hampshire iPhone Repair today.
Buy local and save big. For over 26 years, Spectrum Monthly has been providing great local offers from businesses in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, delivered to your mailbox every month. Spectrum is chock full of savings from your favorite businesses. From local restaurants and retail stores to entertainment, fitness, and home improvement services. You'll have easy access to thousands of dollars in savings, including exclusive offers for Spectrum readers. Every month, enter our readership contest for a chance at winning cash and local gift certificates. Spectrum Monthly, no one brings you better offers.
All right, back here in Manchester, Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you here at the 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree. Game 3 of a 5-game slate. This two-quarter matchup features two Division I teams, Bishop Girton in their road whites and the Salem Blue Devils in their home blues. Salem, as we were away, fielded the kickoff up to the 22-yard line, and now on 1st and 10, they're swarmed. Linebacker in on the play is Theo Leonard, and a gain of 1 in the end will set up a 2nd and 9.
A lot of anticipation to see where these teams are, Nick. Hopefully this half of football will provide us a little window into where these teams are right now. and specifically with Salem, how are they building? And looking at to see some of these guys last year that were participants that have become leaders. And same with BG. And who do they have new? And new coach is a new offense as a defense. Nice pitch.
Left side, plenty of room. And up past the 35 to about the 37-yard line.
Wow, there's some speed there.
Goes the tailback.
Tedesco carries to the 39-yard line.
That's Kevin Tedesco, who is one of their younger players, Steve. There's a lot of the class of 2025 represented on the varsity level.
Yeah.
And Tedesco is one of them.
Yeah. It looks to me, Nick, I was watching them in pregame. Looks to me like they have some athletes out there, that being the Blue Devils.
Quarterback is Nolan Lumley, the senior. He's got some size. Lumley's going to pitch. And on the take is Seth Kia,
Wow.
one of the sophomores. A little bit of a shimmy shake there. Gets his way up to the 40. Maybe the 41, a gain of 4, second down and 7 on the way. A.J. Holmes in on the tackle for BG.
Look good so far. Pulling guards look very quick, very strong, Nick. Their offense looks, what I like to use the term fluid. Looks like everybody knows where they're supposed to be. I love this offense.
Second down, 6.
You mentioned Bishop Girton. A new regime, Anthony Nalen, in his first
Nice job by BG.
year on the head coaching, or as the head coach.
Yep.
First year at the school. Of course, takes over for John Trisciani Jr.,
Yep.
who left after 4 years.
A.J. Holmes.
Meanwhile, a third down and 3 on the way. Holmes in on another tackle near the line of scrimmage. He's going to bring up third down.
Third down, 3.
Meanwhile, Salem, after 4 straight trips to the D1 semifinals, suffered a setback last year, a 2-8 season. But they do bring back 13 players, including Tedesco.
Whoa, what a block.
Big hit and a big run. It goes down the far sideline by the quarterback. A first down and then some, but a big hit. May have drawn a flag here. We've got a penalty on the play.
That's the offense I used to run, Nick, the double wing. I love it. If it's executed properly and it's believed in and bought in, don't ever let anybody tell you can't play action pass out of this offense, because you can. And that, let me tell you, was a block. And it was clean. And let me tell you, there's a little speed on this Blue Devil team too, Nick.
Yeah, they pick up the flag. No penalty. Taylon Walton got laid out on that one.
Nice job there by
Up the middle carry,
27.
nowhere to go. Another tackle for A.J. Holmes. He's got 3 on this opening drive for Bishop Girton. Cardinals, of course, lost to Pinkerton in the D1 quarters last year.
Yep.
After an 8-win campaign, 8-3 overall, including the postseason run, but graduated a ton. They do bring back 9 total starters, 4 on offense and 5 on defense. 2nd and 7, opening drive for Salem. Just over 3 minutes gone by. This drive began back inside their own 20. This is Tedesco. Some tough running up the middle. He's close to the first down.
A lot of misdirection, well executed, well sold. So much of the double wing offense, Nick, is about what the other players are trying to sell to the defense. And the Salem Blue Devils right now are hitting on all cylinders. BG looks pretty good through the middle, though. They've got some linebackers that are doing a good job coming up and stuffing the run.
1st and 10 here. Tedesco in motion. Snap taken by Leahy. They go to the fullback left side. Some tough sledding there for Alexander Devo. Another one of these Salem seniors. Will muscle about 3 yards in the end to set up a second down and 7. Meanwhile, we've got a special guest on his way up to the booth, Steve Colburn, an official and also president of the Northeast Junior High League,
which has taken New Hampshire by storm, which we're going to talk about.
We'll get him squared up here in just a moment. Meanwhile, Salem's drive continues at the 27-yard line on 2nd down and 7. 4 down lineman for the Cardinals. Hand off to Tedesco. Breaks a tackle at the line of scrimmage. And then is hit about 2 yards downfield.
Nice pursuit
Tackled
by BG.
inbounds along that far sideline after a gain of 2. So a 3rd down and 4. Tedesco has been the workhorse so far for Salem.
Good, strong pursuit by their defensive pursuit by BG there. Stood up the runner, but again, They're in 4-down territory right now, so
3rd and 3 officially. The wingback is Felix Gonzalez, the junior.
nice
They
block.
go to Tedesco. Looks for the corner. He's got the speed. He's at the 15, a first down. He steps out of bounds at the 13-yard line, a gain of nearly 10.
Nice block by number 1. Terrific block. Watch this on replay. You'll see it.
That was Gonzalez.
That was Gonzalez. That's just selfless play right there, making sure that you'd given yourself up for that runner, and he created a nice outside lane.
Shook off the veteran at the line of scrimmage, Ethan Chimalecki.
Yep.
For Bishop Girton.
Yep, and he is a veteran. Good player.
One of the 5 returning starters from a year ago on the defensive side of the football for Coach Nalen. Play action. They roll him out. Leahy's throw is incomplete. Threw it in the turf. Trying to hook up with the big back, Daniel Hughes, one of the co-captains. Incomplete. So a 2nd and 10 coming. Nearly midway through this fast-moving first quarter. 3rd game of the slate. We mentioned earlier in the opener, Souhegan in dramatic fashion. Final seconds pulled away from Trinity, 13-6. And then a defensive matchup saw Goffstown get the better of Memorial 6-0. Salem trying to cash in on their first drive. They go back to Tedesco. Tedesco at the 10, looks for the sideline, wrapped up at the 5, and driven out of bounds. Will Helmke was one of the BG Cardinals there on the stop.
I'm impressed, Nick. This is good speed. The pitches are outstanding. The motion and the ability to get that pitch outside, it's just causing havoc for those outside linebackers and corners. And then once those corners have to start biting down, that's when you throw it, make it play action pass play. It's just this is being run right. Steve's got these guys going.
You saw some of the Alvirne Bronco players along the sideline. Fearless, despite the fact that the ball carrier is headed right towards them. We'll see the Broncos take on Bedford coming up at 7. Powell running here. And again is Tedesco. And he's going to be closing in on 10 carries already. Here on this drive. That's a first down.
Really like
Gonzalez. I'm sorry. That was the wingback. Felix Gonzalez with his first tackle.
Looks really good. Looks really good with the way that they're coming out blocking, Nick. It's solid.
All right. Salem trying to cash in now with the football in a 1st and goal situation. 1st and goal at the 4-yard line. This drive began back at their own 20. They pitch near side. Again, it's Gonzalez, and he's in the end zone.
They look strong
for the touchdown. A strong finish to the pitch. Gonzalez rings up a 4-yard touchdown run, and the Blue Devils look good on their opening drive as they take the early lead 6-0.
Well, there's finesse drives, Nick, and then there's punishing drives, and Salem with this double wing O is really a punishing drive. That was impressive to be at that level of execution against a good BG team. You know, that defense has got some athletes on it, and they're just pounding the ball and making it very, very difficult to come up. So if I'm Steve Abrams right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Kick up and good off the right foot of Ryan Taut, who's one of the guards and defensive tackles. So Salem a 7-0 lead, and we welcome in now Steve Colburn, president of the Northeast Junior High Football League.
Sir, welcome.
You're also an official as well.
Yes, sir.
Out there getting your money's worth earlier.
Not today.
We appreciate you.
Oh, this is all volunteer today.
Yeah, today we donate the time because the football teams donate money to the scholarship fund. So we give out scholarship funds every year. So.
That's beautiful.
There we go.
Nice.
And that, of course, is part of this summer tradition here in Manchester, right? Talk about the significance over the years of this event here, the Queen City Jamboree.
Well, you know, it brings a lot of teams together that sometimes play against each other, sometimes don't. So they get a chance to test each other before the season starts, for sure.
And the officials get to shake off some of the rust, too, right?
Sometimes more than others, yes. Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about this Northeast Junior High Football League. I know Steve was involved years ago, and it seems like it's gaining some prestige over the last few years.
Well, that's good to hear from other people because we think so as well. You know, we've grown over the years. We're a high school, essentially a high school development league. That's kind of our goal. And it started off as a 7th and 8th grade middle school league years ago when Steve was involved.
Yep.
And over that time span from then till now, we've grown to 22 towns with about 55 teams from 3rd through 8th grade.
Londonderry and Goffstown, right, are the two latest.
Oh, there's more.
Londonderry, Goffstown, Wyndham, Salem, Nashua. So we're adding more teams every year.
Steve, we used to have a line. This is where junior high kids learn how to play real football, and that was kind of a thing. Mark Gernard, the past president, did a fantastic job. I was able to serve for three and a half years with him as vice president, and I can tell you these goals and objectives of where you guys as president and your team of people have been able to continue, and not only continue it, really bring it to the level that everybody dreamed of. How do you feel about that, and is there any end to this?
Geez, I don't know. It feels pretty good. Steve, when you and I were around, it was a lot of soul searching to try to get more teams and try to get more kids involved. And as we've gotten to this point now, we get to the point where we can say, listen, if a team is interested but they're not really sure, it's got to be right for them because we don't need to add more.
Right.
But we like to add more because we think the package that we bring, the high school coaches support us. I had the first youth football coaches clinic last April. Last April, I had over 80 coaches there with learning from about 20 different high school coaches that support our programs. And they all appreciate the fact that we try to grow young men and women into better young men and women through the sport of football.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things you guys do is it's run by the coaches. And then you have an executive board that kind of leads the direction that they want to take it. And I would think that I know, kind of loaded question, really. I know that it has a huge impact on focusing on development for high school football. And one of the things as well is cheerleading is welcome to come in. They have their own competitions. They're able to work their craft to keep that element of the middle school family together and have commonality there. But each individual discipline kind of has its own specific focus.
Sure. Everybody has a silo. They get to do what they do. Cheerleading is a tradition that while I don't have girls and I can't live in that world, I understand that they're athletes as well.
You bet they are.
And they're certainly welcome on sidelines, and I know that's kind of morphed a little bit into more competitions for cheerleading. There's nothing that we, step away from. We encourage them to come to our games. It's fantastic. We still grow, like I said, young men and women into fantastic people.
Yeah, as far as developmental of football, there's some different. My understanding, you still don't have minimum play requirements, so everybody's going to get on the field. They got to earn their spot on the field, which is much more high school-like.
Right.
So that's still in place, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. We have, the format that we have is much more like high school football, which is we have a varsity game and a JV game every weekend. So depending on how many kids we have on a team, certain kids will be designated varsity only, and that game will be played every Saturday or Sunday, and immediately following will be the junior varsity game. They're all the same team. They all support each other. Some kids sit down. The rest play the JV game. They all have an opportunity to play the varsity game, and rather than a minimum play, they get a full game.
Right. And as far as the moving up and down, a JV player can actually go and play in a varsity game, get a few snaps,
absolutely,
get their feet wet, and it's just like a high school program. It's the whole idea. So when they come, they're ready.
When they have a particularly good week of practice, and maybe they're really putting a lot of work in, they get an opportunity to get into a varsity game, and when they come out, their feet never hit the ground.
Right.
They're excited, they're jacked up, they're ready. The goal is to get them to be varsity players next year, just like high school.
What about the coaching? What could you say? So we'll get back to the game here in one sec. Go ahead, Nick.
We got a big run here for Connor Lennon of Bishop Girton. He's down inside the red zone, just outside the 15-yard line. Is this Cardinal offense starting to warm up a bit?
Weight limits. Any weight limits now? It never was before.
No, there weren't before with the 7th and 8th graders, and there still aren't.
Yep.
We have our 5th and 6th graders and 3rd and 4th graders have a maximum weight for a ball carrier.
Yep.
But we just do one weigh in, and then we play the year.
Yep, good. If someone wants to, there's a program that's listening to this broadcast or does in the future that's interested in learning more about the Northeast High League, because where would they? What's the number? Where would they contact?
Well, two things, right? One is you can go on the USA Football website. We're all USA Football coach certified, so every coach has to be certified before they step on the field during the season.
Into the end zone for a touchdown. That's Connor Lennon. Big play a moment ago, able to pluck it out of the sky. A beautiful ball by the quarterback Mike McDonough. So the answer comes from BG, and now they look to tie the game with the extra point. Sorry to cut you off there, Steve.
No worries. The game is still going on.
Yeah.
So the website for the league is, you can Google Northeast Junior High Football League, and you can go right to there, and all the programs there's a link to every single one of them, so you can check to see if your town's involved. If it's not, reach out to the closest town, or my name and number is on there. Reach out to me.
Okay, sounds good.
Stuff.
Steve,
Great
thank
stuff.
you for
Thank you
your
for your time.
volunteerism on officiating. He's also part-time, does some offensive line coaching with the Bears, and then he's president of the league. So thanks for all your work for football, these kids, and it's great seeing you again.
Awesome. Thanks for doing what you guys are doing, too, bringing great media to it. Go Bears.
Go Bears. We'll talk more.
Appreciate it.
All right,
Again, Steve Colburn, the president of the Northeast Junior High League, and one of today's officials as well. He was on the field during the Souhegan Trinity game.
Dedicated person to everybody throughout the state of New Hampshire. One thing I'll add is one of the nice things about the Northeast Junior High League as well is they go down, they play Tewksbury, Andover. They gets their feet wet with some good programs down in Massachusetts as well. So we'll leave the Northeast Junior High League of that. Hope you maybe folks can catch a game.
BG, a nice answer there. The big play was nearly 40 yards. Connor Lennon set up the first and 10 inside the red zone, and then capped it off with an 18-yard touchdown pass from Mike McDonough.
7-7 lock here, huh?
7-7 with 3:38 to go in the first of two quarters here in Manchester. So Lennon do the kicking as well. This one off the tee at the 40. It's going to float towards the far sideline, and it's dropped. It's the man who scored the Londonderry touchdown, trying to scramble for yardage inside his own 10, but it's not going to happen.
Nice
the kick coverage team is there for Bishop Girton as Felix Gonzalez finally wrestled down at about the 9-yard line.
Nice cover by BG Cardinals there. Defensively, Nick, I mean, to have your special teams have a cover like that, of course they did bobble the ball there, but I always try to watch the lanes that they take, and very disciplined lanes they took. Nowhere to go.
Will Helmke,
nice work.
The first on the scene with the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And now with 3.5 remaining in this first quarter, Salem will trot their offense onto the field for the second time.
Have some kids here playing on the sidelines. Always love to see that.
Lumley on a rollout, not going anywhere. Yeah, the rain has held off for the most part. It started to rain right around kickoff of this game, but that was short-lived. So it's been gloomy with gray skies, but again, by and large, it has stayed dry from 4 o'clock on, and that's all we can ask for.
You bet. It's starting to get a little foggy, so the far end of the field was a little distant, but things are kind of clearing up right now and making way for the good weather the rest of the night.
All right, BG going to scramble here defensively pre-snap. Lumley is going to roll out this time to his right. He's got a man open downfield, and it's complete.
What a heck of a pass right there.
Over
Good
the
reception.
45-yard line, it is Kalen Smith, the senior, able to leave his feet. Got the step on the corner, and the pass is on the money.
But nothing Ryan Conley could do there, Nick. He had good, tight coverage. That ball was just thrown right on the right spot, and he did a nice job pulling it in. That's just a great execution. That's what play action can do.
First and 10, Salem from their own 45. Back to the air, this time incomplete.
Yeah, a little miss route right there. Probably a good thing, Nick. He was well covered.
It was a bullet near side intended for Ivan Cologne.
His corner's doing a nice job for BG, even though that was a reception. Can't complain about the coverage on the one before that. That was excellent coverage as well. Got some athletes on this Cardinal team.
Salem drove the ball nearly 80 yards down the field on their first drive. Capped off with a touchdown run from Felix Gonzalez, although Kevin Tedisco had 9 or 10 carries. He hasn't touched it yet on this drive. It's a double handoff, an inside run for David Gasparo. Gasparo, the senior, that's his first carry, up to about the 48. And now an opportunity maybe for BG to force a punt here. 3rd and 7 on the way.
Yeah, need to work on that play a little bit off time. Not really a fan of a double handoff within the same one hole next to each other, but you really got to execute that at a high level to make that work.
3rd and 7.
This has been working, but not that one. He got it though.
Yeah, it bounces right back to Tedisco. But he runs out of real estate on the far sideline, and the Cardinals.
BG feeling good right now. They're really starting to chase that outside sweep, doing a good job. They're going to force Salem to try to do something else. Good recovery, good adjustment.
Going to force the punt here. Ronan Ballesteri, one of the speedsters for BG, able to get to the perimeter in time and force this upcoming 4th and 7. So no gain.
Yeah.
And now 4th and 7 means punt time for Coach Abraham.
Really laid wide open there for an inside trap, Nick, because they're leaving the gaps wide open because they're chasing the outside, the defense.
Punt here is straight up in the air.
BG playing
Not
aggressive.
a very deep punt. It takes a deck at the 40. Off the hop is down at about the 44-yard line. So BG with no return. Going to get excellent starting field position here as they look to retake the lead. Final minute 21 remaining here, first quarter.
Coach Hammond just waved up. Looks like he'll be coming.
Oh, there he is.
For a visit. He's coming over.
Goffstown, a 6-0 winner earlier.
He's looking at video of the game already on his cell phone. Don't laugh. He probably is. He's another film rat. Don't let him kid you.
The Grizzly defense forced 2 Memorial turnovers earlier.
Yeah.
To ensure that 6-0 win. So we'll hear from Coach.
His team had nice progression in that game, Nick.
All right. Second drive for McDonough. First-year starter. The senior has waited his turn, and he's looked pretty good so far.
I thought he looked good last year, Nick, when he came in. I thought he showed a lot of poise out there when he came in last year. Some of the games that we saw, no surprise that
hooks up
that
with
he's leading
Connor
this
Lennon
offense.
there again. It's Lennon for an 11-yard gain and a first down. McDonough with 2 backs, 1 to each side in the shotgun set, as BG wastes little time getting back to the line of scrimmage. 4-man rush. McDonough now in trouble. Scrambles right and is going to take a sack.
Nowhere to go.
Brought down back at the 46-yard line. A couple of Blue Devils were there.
Yeah, nice rush. Good. Watch the separation. I don't know
Aaron
if it was
Masson.
57.
Yeah, that's Masson.
Yeah, he great separation from his offensive lineman and good rip to be able to break in through the crease there and get to the quarterback very quickly.
2nd and 10. Final 30 seconds here, first quarter. Man in motion, Chmielewski to the far side. McDonough looks to his left, takes the snap, throws left. That one is caught.
It's great backside.
Szymanski and
51.
Right.
Great backside.
Linebacker is there. That's Bennett Atkins.
Took a great lane, Nick. Really took a disciplined lane. Salem never lacking great linebackers. They always had them, and there's just a culture there that linebackers. Look at that. Look at that backside. Now watch this coming right down the back line like he's supposed to. Wraps the legs. Nice job.
That'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. A good one brewing here.
Yes.
7-7. BG and Salem are tied after 12 minutes. Our broadcast brought to you by Beals Insurance. Locations in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance. You get you the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Visit BealsInsurance.com. Also by MG Fundraising. MG Sports Fundraising, excuse me. MG Sports Fundraising, the official fundraising partner of Friday Night Live New Hampshire. Visit MGSportsFundraising.com and start raising money for your team today. By New Hampshire iPhone Repair. It's done while you wait, and it's backed by their lifetime warranty. Now with 5 locations in southern New Hampshire and on the seacoast. Visit NHiPhoneRepair.com. By the New Hampshire Tomahawks. Showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NHTomahawks.com and also girls.NHTomahawks.com. And finally by Spectrum Monthly. Powerful local advertising solutions. Find out more at SpectrumMonthly.com. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. Salem, after a 2-8 campaign a year ago, looking to rebuild and reload, so to speak, this year. Under head coach Steve Abraham, scored an opening drive touchdown. Looked pretty good in the process. BG answered the bell to tie it at 7, and here the Cardinals have the football on the first play of this second quarter. On a 3rd and 16.
Nice move.
Szymanski's got the first down. It's Cody Szymanski, made a man miss, and then dragged another man with him across the first down marker. Meanwhile, a flag is thrown late, well after the play by the back judge.
Let's see, a little bit of scuffling afterwards. I don't know who's the one that's going to get called on, but he took him down the ground hard, which is looked to be pretty good, and then they went at each other afterwards. So By the way, you're speaking of New Hampshire iPhone, Nick. I just have my brand new cover for my new phone. I bought a New Hampshire iPhone in Bedford.
Beautiful.
And it's got a great price on it. Got to give those guys a lot of credit.
New Hampshire iPhone.
Do my repairs there and anything. Yeah, do a nice job.
Appreciate Chad and the rest of his staff. Meanwhile,
been dedicated to us.
What do we got here? A hold, Steve, against BG.
Really surprised that wasn't a roughing call because that was quite a. But they must have saw.
Tackle was pretty ferocious up near the
unnecessary roughness.
Up near the shoulder blades by Lucas Mosier, but I don't believe
they didn't call it. No, they just
that was called. They're going to get BG for a hold and bring the football back to the Blue Devil 42-yard line.
Yeah, regardless of the hold, Nick, that was a well-executed play by BG. They when you saw Salem just run it down their throat in the beginning, you kind of have that feeling. Oh boy. You got to give BG a lot of credit. Those kids don't back down, and they've kind of evened the score here.
Yeah.
More than just the actual score, even the score, the momentum of the game, and they're holding their own here. This is a good matchup, as usual, between these two teams.
Third matchup of the day, Bedford and Alvirne come your way next. You can see the Bulldogs warming up in their black uniforms in the background.
Where is that Alvirne over there to the
Alvirne
right?
Is
there they are.
Right.
Yep.
In their whites. All right, McDonough. That one comes out of his hands awkwardly, and it's ruled incomplete. Looked like a sidearm throw attempt, trying to hook up with his wide receiver, loose. Jeremiah Figaro, but
here it is.
You can see it kind of comes loose.
Yep.
On its way to the ground, and it's ruled incomplete.
Okay, he just opened up his torso there a little wide there, and he didn't close. And ball jarred loose. Fortunately for BG, that didn't wind up an interception. But other than that, he's done a good job in this game.
2nd and 11. McDonough over the middle, incomplete. That one tipped and nearly picked.
Into tight coverage.
Kalen Smith upset with himself, but that one a hard one to pull in.
Yep.
Incomplete, now a 3rd and 11.
Good coverage by both of these defensive backfields today, Nick. It's been impressive. So not only are they powerful on the inside, the interior, both of these teams have good athleticism on the outside and the defensive back area.
All right, we got a whistle here, and a 3rd and 11 on the way. We've got Goffstown head coach Nick Hammond here with us. We'll get to Nick in just a moment here. Let's see what happens on this 3rd and 11 first. Blue Devils show blitz. They're going to roll out McDonough. He's going to throw it to the near sideline. He's got a man. Catch made and a first down by Zemanski. He's been the go-to guy.
Nice roll out there by McDonough.
Let's bring him in. Coach Hammond, congratulations, first of all, on the 6-0 victory.
Thanks, guys.
Your defense forced 2 turnovers. What were the big takeaways in your mind after that victory?
Really proud of the way we played on defense. I thought, we flew around and we tackled really well, which against a team like Memorial, who's big, physical, and has some athleticism, we knew it was going to be really important.
It looks like you got some guys who were really young last year, kind of cut their teeth, baptism by fire, so to speak. But now a year later, a year more experienced, physically bigger in some cases. What were some of the takeaways from not just tonight, but as I already asked, but how about camp so far, especially with those returning starters?
We have a lot of guys who played a lot of football probably before they were ready for prime time last year, which obviously hurt us on the field. But I think, we talk a lot about overcoming adversity and battling back and always persevering, right? And we were able to show that we got through it together last year, and we're going to continue to kind of rebuild this thing moving forward.
Meanwhile, that touchdown is going to count. Cody Zemanski caps off a brilliant drive for Bishop Girton as the Cardinals take their first lead 13-7.
Coach, speaking of things that are going on good, Goffstown, my sons informed me a couple weeks ago that the field was pretty much ready, and they had to, of course, go over there as young former football players do and check it out. They said it was magnificent. You must be pretty excited about the great culture in Goffstown for football, and to have a facility upgraded to that level. They took pictures from it. It was amazing.
Look, I think there's a lot of beautiful facilities around the state, but I'm hard-pressed to find anywhere that's quite where we are right now. Kudos to our athletic director, Justin Houghton, business administrator, Scott Gross, who did a great job really spearheading that project and getting it to be what it is today.
Congratulations. It just looks fantastic. Let's talk about this game. One thing, if I was going to label this game as far as the Grizzlies' perspective was concerned, was progression. Saw the team start in one place and finish extremely strong. Took some smacks in the jaw a couple of times and smacked it back, and then took over the momentum of the game and the physicality. You're not a big team, but boy, these kids are based, and they come right at it. Give your thoughts on that.
Yeah, we talk a lot about being fast, physical when we're playing football, and I thought our kids did a really good job of that today.
Yeah, to be that size and be that strong. Let's talk about the weightlifting program and conditioning program at Goffstown.
Hats off to our offensive line coach and strength and conditioning coach, Joe Batista.
Been around for a long time.
He's been around for a long time, and he is as good as it gets in my mind. Our kids who are in there work their tails off, and are coached at a really high level and done in an effective and safe manner.
Yeah, let's talk about this number 7 running back you have here. Tell us about him. He looked fantastic. He runs to the side and he plants that foot, and wow, he goes through. I don't know if I'd say quite at cornerback yet, but boy, he looks awful good.
Yeah, we're not going to say he's at that level yet, but
he looks good.
Gavin Philbrook, he's a senior for us. He was a slot receiver for us last year. He hit some explosive plays. Just another kid who really bought into the weight room, has done a great job. He's a senior captain. His leadership's been unbelievable, and he's kind of one of those 4 or 5 guys we think in that halfback mix who can contribute for us.
Expectations this year, Coach. Boy, I tell you, I was expecting a little bit more rebuilding. By the end of that game, I said, boy, Goffstown, don't come in there and take them lightly. What are your expectations for your team this year?
Be the best version of Goffstown football we can be, whatever that means. Be competitive, play hard, play physical, and just leave it all out on the field every week.
All right, adjustments real quick. Adjustments that you made. What did you see out there that brought that defense and offense up to par and then took the game over? What did you see there in the first quarter?
I think really it was just getting comfortable to the speed of the game. It's really hard right now. We only had one scrimmage, and last week we were at camp with Milford and Souhegan. So to only get one day of work against another team can be a real challenge, and you're not quite at that speed. With limited numbers, we're not able to get the best looks all the time. So just really trying to get up to speed and execute the way we need to.
Well, your practice season must have gone really well because those kids performed today.
Yeah. Coach, good luck next week.
All right, appreciate
you open
it,
up
guys.
in Nashua against Nashua South.
We're actually at home against Nashua South.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. It's the debut of the Lights.
Are we going to be allowed to come over there and do a game?
Anytime you guys want.
All right, we'll be in touch with you. We'll tell them that Coach said so.
Absolutely, we appreciate you guys.
Tell Scott Gross we said hi as well.
Absolutely, thanks, fellas.
Thank you, Coach. That's Nick Hammond, head coach of the Goffstown Grizzlies.
He's going to have his head in that films, and he'll be reviewing the films, Nick.
They beat a pretty good Memorial team earlier by a score of 6-0.
Yeah, Memorial looked good as well. I thought they got some work to do on some of the penalties, but there's some athletes there, and when you got a quarterback like McFarland, Nick, there's a lot to be happy about.
Meanwhile, Salem, after surrendering a touchdown a moment ago, they're going to rip off a big play. Down the far sideline and into the end zone for a touchdown goes Kevin Tedisco. The junior got the step and never looked back as he goes 76 yards, 77 for the touchdown to make it a one-point game again.
Nick, I think Salem knows who they've always been, who they are, and they're just continuing it here. Steve Abrams has got a lot of good components here that are working at a high level at very early in the season. And he's got some of those Salem Blue Devil guys that just come forward and smack you. And he's got to be happy with what he's seeing so far. And this BG team is no slouch either that he's going against. He's got to be pleased.
And you can see the speed on display.
Block kick.
This one is no good. Off the right foot of Ryan Tote. And it's blocked. A number of Cardinals came surging up the middle there as we get a look at the replay. So, that's a big play on special teams. As
Took
the Cardinals
too long to
preserve the lead, 14-13, now with 2.5 minutes gone by in the second quarter.
What are your thoughts, Nick, about what you see here as far as these two teams? To
Seems like the offenses are ahead of schedule.
Ahead of schedule, yeah, and that's not usual. That usually takes a little bit longer, but...
All right, let's keep the guests going.
Absolutely.
We've heard.
That's why we're down here in the stands.
We've heard from Steve Colburn. We've heard from Coach Robin Bouquet of Souhegan. We just heard.
Now we're going to bring in the iron.
And now we're going to bring in
the iron,
the cleanup hitter here.
Yep.
Roger Brown of the New Hampshire Football Report, and of course, a senior staff writer at the New Hampshire Union Leader. Roger, welcome back. Another season here of football. This is kind of the unofficial kickoff to the season. Of course, week 1 begins statewide Friday night. We've got a Thursday night game, 2 Thursday night games for the first time, I believe, in history to kick off the season. And I'm sure a half a dozen other storylines that we'll get to. What is the big storyline in your mind here on the eve of the 2023 season?
Well, first, guys, thank you for having me. Appreciate it, obviously.
Thank you.
I think the biggest storyline in my mind is it just appears like we have a giant upper middle class in Division One. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Bedford is going to be very good. I think most people would tell you they're the favorite going into it, and probably a deserving favorite. And you might be able to name a couple other teams, whoever, Pinkerton. I think Wyndham's going to be good, what have you. But after that, I don't think there's going to be very many bad teams that really struggle. But separating the middle class, I really don't know. I can't tell you at this point.
A little murkier than years past, right?
Very, very murky. Like, you try and do these preseason top 10s, and, I got through 4 or 5 teams that I felt pretty confident about. And after that, it's a guessing game, because you haven't seen them play. You see some scrimmages maybe, but I just see a whole lot of teams that are evenly matched, and that could be a good thing, because hopefully we'll see a lot of close games. Yeah. And as you guys know, Merrimack was a good example last year. The team you see week 1 is definitely not the team you see at the end of the year. So some of these teams, it may be just okay for a little while. By the end of the season, who knows what they can do in the playoffs,
As usual, Roger, excellent work breaking down teams, previewing really all 3 divisions at NewHampshireFootballReport.com. It's well worth the subscription price, gets us prepared for these broadcasts. But you mentioned Bedford, and we're going to see the Bulldogs here coming up against Alvirne. I guess that's as good of a team to start with as any. They're the defending Division I champions. They bring a lot back from that club that got the job done in November. What do you like about Bedford and why?
I like a lot. Returning quarterback, let's start there. Very rarely do you – it's nice to have a returning quarterback, but when you win a state championship, rarely do you have the quarterback back. So many times that kid's a senior who leads you. And the last time we saw Danny Black, he was marching them down the field. Yep. With a minute to go in the championship game under pressure. So, you start there. There's plenty of there's 2 good linemen up front. Jake Ben, Spencer Henrishon, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And, but the other guy who really, and then there's plenty of other guys on offense, don't get me wrong, but the guy who stands out for me is defensive end Kevin Sheridan, who's a tight end as well. And, most of the people I talked to last year, you guys know how great their defense was. The opposing coaches always started with their 2 defensive ends, and one of them's back in Sheridan. And when I saw them scrimmage Wyndham and Winnicott, they just look like they have depth. They look like they have a lot of superior athletes.
Season ready.
Yes, yeah, exactly. There's clearly experience there, and not only do they have a returning starting quarterback, but they looked, again, just one scrimmage, they look like they have good depth at that position as well.
Yeah, backup.
So there's a lot to like. They returned some playmakers as well, and their JV team, I'm sure they'll get some kids from there as well. They've been very competitive. So I think they're a deserving favorite going into the season.
Roger, let's broaden out a little bit. Talk about the numbers of football, the numbers of players on the teams. I remember, and this was going on long before COVID hit. So this isn't just about COVID. Teams were dwindling, programs were struggling at the last minute. To me, some of the quality, I'm seeing some athletes on teams that are developing, that are multi-sport athletes that seem to be coming back to football. And I'm seeing some linemen that are very athletic, very strong, very big, solid football players. What is the phenomenon that's creating this? That the numbers look real numbers, 85, 87 coming back to Spalding. That's incredible. Look at Salem. That's not a small squad. Look at BG going from 30 to 30. Memorial. What are your thoughts on that? Right. Memorial, exactly.
It's a good point, Stephen. And one thing that I've a trend, I guess, I've stumbled upon in the preseason is coaches telling me how big their freshman classes are for whatever reason. Some say it's just back to pre-COVID numbers, but
I don't think so.
I think there's got to be other reasons for it, and maybe the best example might be Portsmouth.
Oh, yeah.
I think they have something like 115, 120 kids, and a huge freshman class. I think it's more than 30 kids.
Yep.
I was talking to Brian Pafford, and he played in the 80s, and he doesn't remember these types of numbers since then.
Yeah.
Or they've had, and some of the years they've been in high 50s. So we're talking doubling a roster. So I mean that's a great sign if you're a high school football fan that the numbers are up. At least in most programs, not everywhere, of course, but I think in general, more kids seem to be playing football this year. At least at the freshman level, and that'll just feed the program for the next few years. Hopefully.
Well, let's zone in on the old quarterback position. Now, even in high school, it's getting a lot of attention, and the need to have year-round training. And let's talk about Trevor Knight and the group of 7-8 guys, and I'm sure there's other quarterback people around that are training these guys. They seem to be coming it very early on, knowing exactly to be able to do things that I didn't see quarterbacks do 7, 8, 9 years ago.
Yeah, and I think New Hampshire was probably a little bit behind the curve in
Agreed.
that quarterback training, but Trevor certainly filled that gap. I noticed early on, several years ago, that kids he worked with in the summer showed remarkable improvement during the season. And Danny Black is one of them,
yes.
The Bedford quarterback we talked about. But there were others, and he's got a pretty good stable, of quarterbacks that he's working with now. And from what I can see, of course, they never let me play the quarterback position for some reason. But, seems to be doing a tremendous job in developing these kids. And again, if you really want to be competitive at that position, it does require – I'm not saying you have to specialize, but it does require some form of training most of the year. Most
right.
of these kids are throwing in the off season or learning how to read defenses or whatever Trevor's teaching them. And it does seem you saw the Souhegan kid early.
Oh, Romy Jane.
Just what an advanced player some of the the position brings.
He's
to some of
zoning
these
out
players.
on 3 different receivers,
Yeah.
and if they give him time, he can do wonderful things. And then if they don't, he seems to have an incredible, great technique to get out of the pocket and continue the play.
Yeah, just terrific. So kudos to Trevor, and he does good work, clearly.
Let's talk about coaches, Roger, before we go back to the game here. We are developing, we talked to a couple coaches today who are outstanding. To me, New Hampshire is deeply blessed with the quality coaches, young coaches, that we hope are going to be around here for a long time. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we're going to need some young coaches because, we've got the Bill Balls and the Brian O'Reillys that won't be with us, in terms of coaching, forever, obviously. They're on the back 9 of their careers, I think.
That's sad to think about. But
It
yes,
is. I mean, and I just mean, it's their time is going to come one of these days.
Yep.
You can't coach forever.
Yep.
And we've already, Chuck Lenahan retired, almost 10 years ago, I guess now. And so, it'll be interesting to see who some of these younger coaches are now that 10 years from now we look at them like, mentors, so to speak, in the state. And that is one thing that New Hampshire is blessed with, I think, is a lot of good varsity head coaches.
Yeah.
A lot of coaches fit the program. Jimmy Lozon obviously comes to mind, who worked his way up. I think he was the youngest coach in the country at one point when he was at West.
Yeah.
Tons of good coaches out there, and, they all do a good job.
New Hampshire Football Report, can you give us how do people, obviously great place to go, get early, highly intelligent football analysis in the RIT that people can go to. How do they get there? It's the go-to.
It's become the
Absolutely.
standard.
So how do we get there, Roger?
And other than the highly intelligent stuff, I write some stuff too.
Oh, brother. All right, come on. Give us how do people get on and read the New Hampshire Football Report?
You just thank you for the plug. It's nhfootballreport.com. Go there. There's a lot of free stuff. There's some stuff I put behind the paywall to help support the site so I can do this. So if you're inclined and, you want to get what I call an extra membership, I write a weekly column, and there's a lot of other content on there.
What's the link to get on?
nhfootballreport.com, and just click on memberships, and there'll be plenty of UNH stuff on there this year as well.
Yeah. Roger, we appreciate it as usual.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Looking forward to talking throughout the season
as
well.
Appreciate it, guys.
Roger Brown.
Good to see you again.
You know who he is by now. Senior staff writer at the New Hampshire
If you
Union
don't, you're
Leader,
not here.
And the founder of the NHFootballReport.com website. Great stuff, as usual. All right. Just outside of 5 minutes to go in this second and final quarter between Bishop Girton and Salem. An incomplete pass there on a screen intended for Ethan Chimalecki. And now both defenses have stiffened a bit after it looked like it was the offenses that were kind of controlling this game.
I would agree, Nick.
It's now a 14-13 contest, and it looks like BG is going to run another play here with a shotgun snap on 1st and 10.
I've been very impressed watching McDonough play quarterback, Nick. I love the way he rolls out. I love his accuracy.
And he's on target
and
here
he's
again.
On target here again. He's really, really looking solid. This is a really bright thing for BG to have the quarterback meet this standard that he's showing right here. Both quarterbacks on both sides of the field, Nick, look really solid for both these teams.
Of course, big shoes to fill,
big
as
shoes.
We know. Matt Sanasuazo, All-State, previous 2-year starter for Bishop Girton, has since graduated, and now it is McDonough's turn after waiting his turn.
He's earned it.
Yeah,
he's earned it.
And again, it's looked good here so far. Hooked up with a touchdown pass.
1st down, 10.
Nice again.
Second drive for the Cardinals. Finds Szymanski. And this kid is starting to pile up some big receiving yardage as well as he's forced out of bounds. But again, not before picking up a first down for the Cardinals.
He's able to press the defensive back, Nick, extremely well because they respect his athleticism. And by pressing him, they give way a little bit, and that's when he makes his outside or inside cut. So he's able to get free, and the timing that's going on between McDonough and him looks very, very good. Looks like they've spent a lot of time together.
Yeah, they get Salem on their heels a bit here. Up tempo, they get right back to the line of scrimmage, 1st and 10.
Nice run.
Up the middle, this is Holmes, who racked up a number of tackles defensively back in that first quarter. He makes his way down to about the 20-yard line, a gain of 7, and a 2nd down and 3 on the way. Bishop Girton continuing to get good push up front as well. Steve, we talked about a Cardinal team that won 8 games all in all last year, but the only quote-unquote bring back 4 starters on the offensive
These
side.
guys look athletic, which is what BG wants their linemen to be. They're built thick and heavy at the base, Nick, and they've got to be some weight room stuff that was going on that was pretty good here because they're going against Salem. You got to be strong.
Again, new head coach as well, Anthony Neal.
Nice pass
in his first season. 2nd touchdown of the game for the receiver Connor Lennon. He scored on the first drive. He's going to score here with now inside of 4 minutes to go in the second quarter and push the lead up to 7. However, was there a flag here? There was. There was. A flag back at the 26-yard line.
It's going to come back. But nevertheless, the flags hurt, no argument. But the execution of the quarterback-receiver thing, the receivers here, as well as the handoffs, just the whole structure of the offense is working here.
And a good after-catch move.
Very nice,
by Lennon.
Yep.
But his second touchdown is going to have to wait. Is that one wiped off the board?
It's just not done enough by enough teams where you have that comeback receiver football where you go and you stretch that field and then you build that timing route that comes where they come back and then they can move the ball. High percentage, degree of execution and good stuff.
McDonough going to zip this near side. Szymanski, 1st down and more. Up the middle, down inside the 5-yard line at the 4. Szymanski. Got to be up near the century mark in this first half. As he's been the focal point of the passing game, and he and McDonough have been on the same page more often than not. They set up a 1st and goal. So McDonough seeking his 3rd touchdown toss of this first half. He's going to look left, slips a little bit, and now takes off. May have gotten a couple on an up-the-middle scramble. Looks like a 2nd and goal on the way from the 2-yard line.
One thing you like your quarterback to do, Nick, is not be afraid to run the ball. I didn't see any of that there. He lowered his shoulder and let it go. I'm not a big fan of that, to be honest with you, because they're so important in so many elements, but every now and then you got to do it, you know? You got to keep them honest.
Especially if the play breaks down.
Absolutely.
You want a kid that's competent running the football.
He did a nice job there.
See if he can throw it into the end zone here. He's going to toss it up near side for Lennon.
He looks
and he's
really
in.
good.
Touchdown. Got both feet down for good measure.
He looks
just
really
in front of the pylon. Lennon, after having his second touchdown a moment ago, wiped out. He's going to score it this time. It'll count.
Yeah.
And now BG a chance to make this an 8-point game with an extra point.
Timing. One of the things BG's got right now is they've got their routes timed, and they have the quarterback connection with that time. And when you got a receiver with a kind of extension and height like that, all you have to do is throw it above the outreach, and he's going to get it. That's well done. Well done. That's a nice drive by BG, and they did it with a penalty and still got the touchdown.
Yep.
That's hard to do in the red zone.
For Lennon, 2 touchdowns on the night.
Mm-hmm.
And how about McDonough? Perhaps the best stat line of anyone so far with 3 touchdown passes.
I saw him rolling out, and he just came out with so much confidence. And his quick release is very difficult. Quick release, Dan Marino, of course, the master of the quick release, right? And other quarterbacks as well. But when you can release it quick, that doesn't give the cornerbacks the time to read where you're throwing, and it just makes it difficult. And they can complete passes that quarterbacks that take forever to release the ball and are telegraphing it. That's where interceptions and picks happen. He's been trained well, and he's doing a nice job.
Extra point good by Lennon as well. So the drive is capped off with a touchdown toss from McDonough to Lennon. And now with 2:40 to go, BG sitting pretty here in this exhibition, a 21-13 lead up on the board.
I got to tell you, Nick, if the next 2 games go as well as these 3 are, this has been an extremely successful jamboree for these respective programs coming in. And we're seeing within the normal mistakes that you see, I think the execution's been very high by most teams. And we got some athletes that are going to give us a show this year. You know?
We got Bedford coming up at 7 o'clock.
Coach.
And they'll take on Alvirne.
This is needed up here for 2 minutes. Come on up. No? All right.
Well, only
try to get Coach O'Reilly.
The great Coach O'Reilly can deny us. That's there's only about a handful of folks.
Well, I think he said he's got something he's got to do. He's got to go back down. I think he may be called downstairs. Yeah. He may be back.
He may be back. I hope so. That's a good return, by the way.
Yes, it is.
For Salem's Gonzalez there. He's played well.
Yeah.
As he makes his way up the near sideline to set up Salem a 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line.
And he's got a quarterback in Herzum coming back now. Had a developmental couple years there.
In
Pinkerton, yeah. And it's going to be exciting to see where he's at this year. Because I saw improvement, a lot of improvement for him as the season progressed last year. They had a big win there against BG to take him,
Right.
So I think they're going to be solid this year. I think Roger thinks so as well.
Double handoff inside. Again, another give for Tedisco. And the junior is over the 40-yard line up to about the 42-yard line. Clock starting to become a factor. Inside of 2.5 minutes. Salem need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to tie. And now it looks like a 2nd down and 1 is on the way from their own 42-yard line. After a brief huddle, they run back to the line of scrimmage. Lumley under center. They fake to Tedisco. They roll out Lumley to his right. Throws off the back.
He's got him.
Deep downfield, and it is caught. Wow. Incomplete.
Nice rollout. Nice pass.
Was he out of bounds? Did he catch that?
I don't think so. It's hard
Smith.
to tell from here.
They, of course, rule it incomplete. Smith looks upset with himself.
He is, yeah.
He may have dropped that at the last second, maybe bobbled it near the sideline.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It probably looked to me like it was a catchable ball. But again, you're looking back over your back shoulder.
Tough.
Actually, Nick, to be honest with you, we could use the lights on right about now. It's starting to get a little dingy out there.
Yeah, coming up on 7 o'clock. Again, it's been an overcast sky so far here at this 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree, and the rain seemingly is back as well, as it's starting to sprinkle after holding off for the most part.
This game started off with this started off with some intensity, Nick, and it seemed to kind of it's leveled out. These two teams are figuring each other's offenses and out, and it's kind of, but the scoring is good for a halftime.
We got Coach O'Reilly
here we go.
Coming up in just a moment. Meanwhile, on fourth down, the pitch is to Gonzalez. Can he find the marker? He does. He's punished by Chimalecki in front of the Bishop Girton bench on that far side with 1:23 remaining. He's tackled inbounds. The clock is going to continue to run. Now they stop it with 1:19 to go. They're going to respot the ball where? Just shy of midfield at about the 48-yard line for Salem. So Lumley is back under center. He's got to hurry. Puts Gonzalez in motion, rolls to his left. Got a little bit of room.
Nice
looks
block.
For a block. Looks for the sideline and is run out of bounds by Holmes at about the 45-yard line.
Always look at with a quarterback is he as good rolling out on his weak side as he is a strong. That looked well done. Got some nice blocks.
Rain intensifying here, as well as the wind here in Manchester. Probably the worst stretch of weather we've seen so far.
We need some lumens up on those poles coming here. It's getting dark.
All right, on 1st and 10, Gonzalez in motion again. It's a play-action pass. Off the back foot, sliding catch attempt, incomplete.
Yeah, those are two incompletes that probably should have been caught there, Nick.
Tried to find the tight end down around the 35-yard line. Incomplete, intended for Ivan Cologne III. As the junior gave it his best try. And again, we've got Coach O'Reilly here in the bullpen. We'll get to him just as soon as we can here, as soon as the action slows down a bit. 3rd and 2. Final 56 seconds here of this second and final quarter.
Whoa.
Fumbling the snap, and lucky to get back to it was Lumley. 2 Cardinals land on top of him, and now a timeout is going to be called. We've got an upcoming 4th down. Let's get to the man now. Coach O'Reilly, welcome inside. We appreciate you joining us on very short notice.
Kind of figured he'd be here.
I'm just here to watch a football game. I'm having a good time.
Just
not worrying about anything.
Yeah.
Coach, your team opens up on a Thursday night.
Yes.
For the first time ever?
I've never opened on a Thursday. I have played on a Thursday before, but I've never opened on a Thursday.
And that seems to be a little bit of a trend this year. We've got 2 games on opening night, Thursday, the August 31st, and then a couple others during the regular season. What's behind that in your mind?
The officials have asked, like a lot of sports, they're having a difficult time getting officials for all levels and all. When everyone's playing on the same day, be it a Friday or Saturday, they've requested if you could play on a Thursday, we certainly would love that. We could get you officials and spread everything out. So I think that's why you're seeing that. In our particular case, it's Labor Day weekend coming up, and we don't have school on Friday.
Right.
So it was just perfect for us to do.
Meanwhile, a 4th down here, Steve. 4th and 6. This could be the game right here. Hail Mary is tipped. It's up for grabs, and it's intercepted on a diving play by Ryan Connolly. BG's going to take over with 44 seconds remaining. Their 21-13 lead is still intact. However, there's a Cardinal player injured at midfield. So while they attend to him, we'll turn our attention back to Coach O'Reilly. Coach, your team perennially on the short list of contenders in Division I. You've been close the last few years. What's different about this squad, and what are your expectations for the Astros?
Oh, we've got a lot of experience coming back. We return a lot of starters, and certainly we'd like to think we're in contention, but there are a lot of good football teams out there, starting with the defending state champions and the Lancers, and I hear good things about Portsmouth over on the coast, and there's a lot of good football teams this year.
How about Tim Hersom? How's he developing? Things going well?
Yeah, it's his back-to-back years of starting. I've seen a dramatic improvement in all aspects of the game. We've got him. We've got a good backup, Aiden McDonald. We're looking at both of them right now.
Yep.
We're in pretty good shape quarterback-wise.
And how about this young running back that was really impressive, I thought, last year? Not McDonald.
Morrison?
Morrison, yeah.
Yeah, I don't consider him young. He's been around since he's a freshman. He's a junior. And, Caden, our senior, and Matt, our junior, are certainly
solid.
you graduate people like Jacob Albert, Cole Yanako, but honestly, we're okay in the backfield.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad for us there. We've got some speed going on, and they're good quality players.
Coach, you have a historical game coming up here. Brockton, the city of Brockton coming up. We're very excited at Friday Night Lights about that, I'll be honest with you. They're coming up to Pinkerton Academy. This stuff goes back many, many decades. I think 50, 60 years, if I'm not mistaken. This rivalry is going on. How do you feel inside about the history? Put it in context of how you're feeling about that.
Oh, wait. So when you go back 50 or 60, you're going back to Nashua and Brockton back in the old days.
That's fair. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
We've been playing them since the about 2000 thereabouts, and then we had to stop when the New Hampshire schedule gave us no open dates. And as soon as we got the open dates last year, we called them right back again. I love playing them. They're the largest high school in Massachusetts. They have quality athletes, and it's a game that means everything and means nothing.
Yeah.
So there's no fear in, well, what if they're better than you and you lose? You lose, you lose.
Right.
But you get to judge yourself against superior talent, which I've always felt makes for a better situation at the end, whether it was football or whether it was lacrosse with me. And as BG does in lacrosse, you want to play the best of the best. Sure, you want to beat them, but you also want to find out where you are in relation to
where
a
you fit.
team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how that can hurt you,
and
at the end of the year.
You can get Wiggy to come on maybe at halftime and talk to you.
Well, that would be something. My two boys told me they're going down to get their 91-year-old grandfather, and he'll be in the stands up there. He goes back, graduated in the late 40s. And remembers the rivalry of Central and Nashua, and said that they were just incredible rivals. Yeah. And he actually followed some of the Pinkerton games going back. I thought it was further than 2000.
Honestly, it is. I'd have to go back and look, but I remember the first game. I just don't remember the year. I remember Matt Gassman scoring a touchdown for us, but again, the years all run together for me, so it would have been in the 90s. Well, because Mac did play in the 90s, so...
Ben has found some archives of you and Tom King when you guys were not much older than teenagers. So next time we have you on, which we certainly hope you, we're going to put some of that on and give you a good feeling about those days.
Tom King, Cub reporter for the Dairy News.
He was everywhere. You know, what an incredible guy, and it's just an honor to have him come on our show and give the depth of history that he knows. One last question about Pinkerton. One of the things that you guys seem to be able to reload is with linemen. How do they look this year? Because you guys always have good linemen, and to what if they start out average, they end up excellent. So, what are your thoughts there?
We have a lot of depth in our line coming back. But the interesting topic that we're all having, all coaches, and with my brethren coaches around state, is linemen are no longer what they used to be in the past. It's a contact type of position more than anything else, and I think football is just changing the nature of it with flag football, which is good stuff, but linemen are hard to come by nowadays.
Yeah, we don't give them the credit they deserve.
And even the spread, for those of us who don't run the spread, we think like, well, they just stand up, put their hands up, and shield block. But the shoulder blocking, pulling down the line, getting your helmet in the hole kind of linemen, they're really hard to find nowadays. They really are.
And look at the NFL right now. They're struggling all the way up to the NFL. They're struggling. Something happened where it was kind of like vocational schools. They're not looked at the level they should be, and let's hope with some of these numbers that we're seeing rising here, Coach, across these teams. Look at Spalding with 85. So exciting. That must as many years, that must make you feel good.
It does. No, football's not dying as far as the sport, but it's changing as far as how it's being played.
I agree.
It's becoming more of a video kind of passing type game, and that's why the dinosaurs like me maybe need to step aside, who just run the ball, and throw when we need to. But it is entertaining to watch spread offenses.
I don't think you believe that, because I think when it's well executed.
I'll tell you what, you'll find a lot of people in the stands who would.
Well, not this color guy, I can tell you that. I think a well-executed running. I saw some good running here by Salem. They started out really solid execution. Looks like there's a little bit of a stamina issue maybe going up. That'll get fixed over, with a full game. This is just such a great opportunity to see teams. So we look forward to it. And we always look forward to having you on. So
we do.
On Thursday, it looks like, Coach, we're going to be, on the Thursdays, we're going to be doing Gridiron right before the start of that game. A little truncated version, but we're going to keep that going on Thursday. I'm real excited about Thursday Night Football.
Good.
So
look forward to it.
As always.
Coach, best of luck for
as
all
always,
you do.
Guys.
We'll check in.
You guys are
in
awesome.
A few weeks.
I'm sitting in the stands trying to watch the game. I can't see anything. I come over here and look at your screen and I got to go home and put this on.
There he is, right there.
We appreciate the plug, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
The legendary.
Great seeing you.
Brian O'Reilly, longtime head football coach at Pinkerton. He's also the athletic director. All right, we got to take a break, Steve. Get the batteries recharged. We'll come back in 2.5 minutes with Bedford and Alvirne. Don't go away. You are watching Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. It's presented by Beals and
Our broadcast today, as it always is brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency, with locations now in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you both the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Just call 603-471-9999 or visit BealsInsurance.com to request a free quote and start saving money today. Again, that's BealsInsurance.com. How can you reach your team's fundraising goals at no risk and no cost? MG Sports offers a variety of products to make your team's fundraiser a success. Their products include tickets and discount cards to hundreds of local businesses. MG Sports now has a digital platform where athletes can raise funds in the comfort and safety of their own home. Don't waste another season. Raise more funds than ever before and become another football program in New Hampshire that sets fundraising records every season. MG Sports, fundraising made easy. Visit mgsportsfundraising.com to start raising money for your team today. The New Hampshire Tomahawks promote the highest level of club lacrosse competition, not just in the state, but in the country. Looking to get recruited? Director Chris Cameron keeps an open dialogue with the nation's top college lacrosse coaches. Over 400 New Hampshire Tomahawks alumni have played at the college level, including the ACC, Big East, Big Ten, Ivy, NESCAC, NE10, and more. The New Hampshire Tomahawks coaching staff has over 100 coaches, including current high school varsity and college coaches. The Tomahawks offer training for players of all ages, clinics, camps, and leagues, along with spring, summer, and fall elite teams. So play with the best. The New Hampshire Tomahawks, showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NewHampshireTomahawks.com and girls.nhtomahawks.com.
Hey, I'm Chad, the owner of New Hampshire iPhone Repair. We're New Hampshire's most trusted and affordable repair shop for your iPhone, iPad, iPod, and even Android needs. Don't worry, we're affordable, reliable, and we back our parts with a lifetime warranty. And you know what the best part is? No, what? We can repair your phone while you wait.
I know, that's why I'm here.
Oh, I know, Mrs. Green. Here's your iPad, good as new. Bring your phone into New Hampshire iPhone Repair today.
Buy local and save big. For over 26 years, Spectrum Monthly has been providing great local offers from businesses in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, delivered to your mailbox every month. Spectrum is chock full of savings from your favorite businesses. From local restaurants and retail stores to entertainment, fitness, and home improvement services. You'll have easy access to thousands of dollars in savings, including exclusive offers for Spectrum readers. Every month, enter our readership contest for a chance at winning cash and local gift certificates. Spectrum Monthly, no one brings you better offers.
All right, back here in Manchester, the fourth game of the night. This one featuring the defending Division I champions, the Bedford Bulldogs. After running the table in the postseason, perfect 4-0, capture the third state championship in school history. They're seemingly the preseason favorite, and their defense is off to a good start here, just over a minute gone by against Alvirne here in this exhibition.
Nick, we've seen what I would consider for the first Jamboree, first opportunity for these guys really to get out there. Maybe some have had a scrimmage or two, but still, we're seeing some good stuff out here. Bedford coming in as, I think, arguably a strong favorite. I don't know anybody who's not going to put them in the top, if not number one, number two. I think they get the majority of ones. It's going to be very interesting to see this team and who's filling in with the starters that left from this past year. And I'm kind of very interested to see Alvirne as well. I mean, got new helmets, new uniforms.
Go Lee.
Yep.
He's going to see his team punt here after a 3.5, 4 down 9. The Broncos have the football at their own 26-yard line. This one off the right foot of Dominic. We'll make that Brandon Lavarne way. And here is a pretty good return on the near side by Dominic Tagliaferro, who was yanked out of bounds in front of his head coach on the near sideline, of course.
Factor last year as well.
Zach Mack. Led a gut-wrenching game-winning drive in the championship.
I'll never forget.
The game-winning field goal to secure a 15-14 victory over Londonderry. It's a Bedford team that went 6-3 during the regular season, but caught fire in that 4-game postseason
Well, this is
run.
a culture that was started when was it back in 2000? Was it 18?
16.
16, excuse me. And they've just been reloading and every single year. And Danny was really Danny's progression has been fun to watch. Become a total quarterback, can pretty much do anything. And last year his running impressed me as well. At key times he was able to run, and that really improved the decision making, which is so important. Really core of a good quarterback. Good decisions, kept them out of trouble, didn't make bad throws. Expect nothing but a continued progression in that area. So,
got a lot of folks, or a lot of kids back with him as well. A lot of returning starters
absolutely.
On both sides of the football. He's got a couple of big guys with him in the backfield here. This is Brody Helton, the sophomore running back, and he shows a little bit of burst. Gets the first down out across the 40 to the 41-yard line on a gain of 11. Bulldogs get the first down. Ledger Russell is another name, Steve, that we'll say not just tonight repeatedly, I'm sure, but throughout the campaign.
Absolutely.
He's a veteran running back and one of their harder runners for sure, and also plays some pretty good defense. All right. Broncos trying to slow down this Bedford ground attack with 4 down linemen. There's a man in motion on the low snap. It's a sweep. Near side, still untouched, and now down the sideline goes Ledger Russell for the touchdown. We just mentioned him. And right on cue, the senior goes down the sidelines. It is a 58-yard touchdown run for Ledger Russell.
Yeah, got a couple good blocks up front there on the outside edge, and Ledger just did the rest of it. He just turned it on. Nice save there by Danny Black on a low snap. Look at that nice cut up field and a kick out block. I think that's Zach. That's the Matthews, number 13.
Yeah, that's coach's.
Yeah,
no, that's Luke Soden.
That's Luke Soden. Excuse me.
Coach's son, number 3.
Nice kick out block by Luke Soden.
Yep.
Such a smart player.
Both Sodens have contributed.
Ooh, blocked.
Dylan, this one is blocked.
Nice job by the Broncos.
Yeah, getting through there and getting his left hand on it was Andrew Dealey.
Absolutely.
The junior defensive lineman.
Yep.
Keeps it a 6-0 game. But Bedford does strike first. A 58-yard touchdown run by the senior Ledger Russell. And with less than 3 minutes gone by, the Bulldogs already out in front 6-0. Well, Bedford, they'll take on BG a week from tonight, Friday, the 1st of September. And Bishop Girton earlier looked pretty good in a win over Salem 21-13. The senior quarterback McDonough throws 3 touchdowns. And
his dad was up here just telling him, and of course, you know, he tries to stay calm, but he ought to be very proud of his son. I know he is. Did a great job tonight. Looked very solid rolling out both directions. Thought he executed very, very well. Didn't make any mistakes that really come to mind.
No.
And really threw some of those inside passes inside the hash marks right on. Quick release, very difficult to defend. Thought he did a real nice job, and his offensive line did a real good job against a good Salem team to give him some time and space.
His favorite target was either Connor Lennon, who scored 2 touchdowns, or Cody Zemansky, who was up around 100 yards.
What is his height? He looks about 6'3".
He's one of their taller players, for sure. This one is out of bounds, so Bedford going to draw a penalty here. First penalty either way is going to give Alvirne some pretty good starting field position.
Coach Trisciani down on the field there working with his players.
We'd love to hear from him.
Yep.
At some point, he's
been pretty locked in here with a final game.
He's been here for a while. He's down there with his guys now. First year as an assistant at Manchester Central under, of course, head coach Ryan Ray.
I think he's the right ingredient that complements Ryan for what these guys do. There'll be a lot of emphasis on interior defense and offensive play. Something that takes a lot of work, Nick, to develop an offense and defensive line. And it just allows, if they do their job and do it effectively, then your skill players on the outside, your DBs and your linebackers and your corners can really be more effective because they're able to hopefully get to the quarterback and cut down the time frame that they need to cover. So it all just works together. John obviously done it at the collegiate level for years, at the high school level, at the junior level.
Right.
You got a lot of experience he'll bring to this football team.
Well, he's once summed it up pretty well to me. He said, I've coached everybody from 9 years old to 23, and everything in between.
Yep.
But that's about right.
Puts on a big front, but like he's a tough guy, but he loves his ball players and cares deeply about them.
All right, the quarterback is Charlie Crawford, one of 4 captains for Alvirne. And it looked like that screen pass was blown up there for a 5-yard loss to set up second down and 15. Saw Jake Ben in on the stop for Bedford. Stretch run, far side, Aiden Mills.
Yeah.
Another captain.
This is a tough.
Again, it's tough to get to that sideline against this bulldog pursuit. It's a 2-yard loss, 3rd and 17 on the way.
Understand this lineup. This is a tough first card for the Broncos to come out of the gate, Nick.
Yeah.
You just gotta recognize who you're playing and keep working hard and celebrate the opportunities that you execute well. And remember, you're playing the iron of the league right here, right out of the gate.
Yep, the defending Division I champions. And now, Bedford 3 state championships in 7 seasons?
Yes.
7 or 8.
I don't think anybody's done that. Londonderry's got 2, right?
Londonderry's got 2 of the last 4.
4. So that's a pretty good run, and they're going to be hungry for another one.
Meanwhile, in some trouble on 3rd and long is Crawford, going to stiff arm one man and throw the ball into the turf, incomplete along the near sideline. Pursuit provided by Bedford's Jack Rizzo, one of my favorite players to watch.
Outstanding player.
Rizzo was breathing down his neck, and now on 4th and 17, it looks like it's punt time here for Alvirne.
Very heady, mature player. Really processes extremely quickly. You know, it's like he's got an NVIDIA processor in him or something. He just really he processes information very, very quickly and executes at a high level. And you can tell he's just a great teammate.
Here's the punt.
110% all the time.
Off the right foot of Boudreau. No return. And Bedford's second drive will begin somewhere near midfield. They're going to spot it right at the 50. Bulldogs didn't take them long to score on their first drive, a 58-yard touchdown run from Ledger Russell.
Mm-hmm.
And now on drive number 2, we'll see what Coach Matthews has in mind. Nearly 5 minutes gone by in this opening quarter, first of 2 quarters. Game number 4 of the afternoon. Got things started way back at 4 o'clock. That game came down to the final seconds between Souhegan and Trinity. Sabres pulled away on a late touchdown throw from Romy Jane to Cassidy. 13-7 was the final. Game number 2, a defensive slug match. Goffstown, shutout Memorial. after 2 quarters, 6-0. And then in the last game, which wrapped up just a little while ago, BG, after surrendering the opening touchdown to Salem, came back to beat the Blue Devils 21-13. And as we mentioned here, Bedford, the early touchdown on a long run from Ledger Russell, the senior. Extra point attempt was blocked, and that's where we are here with just over 4 minutes gone by, 6-0 Bedford. Meanwhile, a delay here. The officials are going to get a penalty here against Bedford. Back the football up 5 yards.
Always enjoy the backdrop as the evening comes on, Nick, with the beautiful cathedral church.
Yeah.
Yep. I believe that's an Orthodox church over here on the left, if I'm not mistaken.
There's a few in the backdrop.
Yeah, and just a beautiful backdrop here coming from Gill, looking over the heart of the city.
Of course, we got JFK.
Yep.
Right beyond the
with a new roof,
as well, yeah.
Brand new roof. Oh, it looks
the
great.
Arena.
Got crosses on churches. That's a beautiful thing. I always like that.
All right, meanwhile, the delay continuing to stretch out here. And I'm sure not sitting well with either Coach Lee or Coach Matthews.
Yeah, that is
taking the rhythm out of the game.
It is.
Alvirne looks ready. They've got 3 down linemen. Bedford's got some pretty wide splits up front. They're going to take a shotgun snap. Black rolls near side. Catch made by Sheridan. The big tight end.
He's big.
Is up over midfield. Closed out on some pretty good pursuit by the defensive back Brody Orr, the junior for Alvirne. It is a Bedford first down, and they will spot the ball in Alvirne territory at the 47-yard line.
Not to any way question Danny Black's velocity last year, but if you take a look at that ball, I would say the solid velocity at last year has even been one-upped a little bit now. That ball was thrown like a cannon and right on it like a dart. That's going to really, really help the reception percentages that he gets. Nice pass.
Man in motion is Russell. They fake to him. They go up the middle to the sophomore back, Helton. He's going to bull his way down to about the 41-yard line. We know about
nice
Black.
Run as well.
Won the job around this time last year.
Yep.
Some questions following the departure of Joe Michael, the 3-year starter.
Boy, was he fun to watch. Joe Michael.
One of the best we've seen
at
in a
Fordham.
while. He's down at Fordham now. He's a Fordham Ram.
Yep.
And
love to watch him play.
Danny Black, a lot of questions. And the junior stepped up and continued to improve every week. Capitulates, or I guess was capitalized in the championship game with his best performance to date. And so far, so good. 1 for 1 officially through the air so far in this Jamboree exhibition. He's going to throw left side. That one plucked out of the sky by Tagliaferro. It's his second touch. And he's about a yard beyond the first down stick. That's a first down.
You know, one of the things about Danny and the whole Bedford football team, really after that Merrimack loss when Hyde just really pounded them up the middle and off tackle.
Game of the regular season.
Final.
It's week 9, right?
Oh, I thought that was before that.
I think it was week 9.
Okay, well, let's say it is. But after that game, there was some soul searching there. And Danny, as well as the whole football team, elevated themselves to that, especially that defense. And I just think that, and I think Zach Matthews would tell you, be the first one to tell you that his defensive coordinator Donahue did a terrific job trying to answer a very, very difficult thing, Nick, to take on Londonderry's offensive system. You know. And they did a great job coming out there in the second half.
Yeah, trailed 14-0 at halftime of that championship. Yep. Rattled off 15 straight, including setting up that game-winning field goal.
Yep.
Just seconds to go.
Yep.
But that was a defense, Steve, that didn't surrender a point in the postseason through 2.5 games.
No, I mean
they shut out Wyndham, then they shut out Nashua North, and Timberlane was shut out as well, 32-0.
Timberlane was gassed in that game.
That's 3 straight postseason shutouts.
Take nothing away from it, but Timberlane after that Exeter marquee matchup there we had, they had nothing. They expended incredible amount of energy there, and Bedford was just on an intensive tear.
Blake,
nice pass. Oh,
incomplete.
Yeah, maybe a little strong. Boy, he's got a gun.
Kevin Sheridan was open, but Black overthrows him.
Yeah, I think Danny liked to have that one back. That ball just sailed with tremendous force.
So it'll bring up a 3rd and 1.
Roger said Danny has worked with Trevor Knight in the off season, developing the finer elements of the quarterback position. Seems to be surfacing wherever he works with a quarterback. He seems to raise their game for sure.
The quarterback whisperer.
Yeah.
As we know.
Yeah.
Very, very good player at Nashua South.
Yes, he was.
Very good player at the
UNH.
University of New Hampshire. And now has been the go-to guy for aspiring high school quarterbacks in this state. Meanwhile, Helton, that's a pretty good move at the line of scrimmage, able to cut up field
he's
on
looking
3rd and
good.
1. And when it's all said and done, he's tackled inside the red zone at about the 18-yard line.
When you can have a 1-2 punch or a 1-2-3 punch, that's so important because a lot of those guys will play linebacker and cornerback and safety, so you can give them a rest so when they get out in defense, they're in full form.
Bulldog drive began back in midfield.
John Barron, cameraman, looks a little lonely of him. He's doing
his job.
He's doing out there doing his job.
He's got his 2 tents, a sled over there, a sign.
Yeah, well, Matt lined
he's a small one-man camp over there.
Yeah, Matt was over there, and Coach Ryan Ray gave him the go. And
all right, we got Steve Abraham making his way up of Salem as Bedford looks for the jugular. And there's the coach's son. Touchdown, Ben Matthews able to leap the defender.
It's a
pass on the money from Black. And just like that, Bedford's got a 13 lead here. Just over 4 minutes to go in this first quarter. It's a strike of 18 yards. And it caps off a 50-yard scoring drive by Bedford. So it's 12-0. I spoke too soon. 12-0. The first extra point try was blocked. So now it looks like Coach Matthews is going to keep the offense on the field and look to go for 2 here to try to improve the lead to 14-0.
Well, pretty good to have an athlete like that to can start for you on offense and also be, from what everybody says, an outstanding backup quarterback as well. That's impressive depth.
Yeah. All right, they're going to go for 2. 4 receiver set, 3 to the strong side left. The back is Holton, and he's to the left of Black. It's a low snap. Black in trouble immediately and is dropped down for a loss.
Nice job there by the Broncos. They had him contained in the pocket. They held their ground, played low, and were able to bring him down. Looked a little bit like a broken play there.
So Bedford will score 6 more. Take a 12-0 lead with 4:17 to go in this first quarter. Let's bring him in. Steve Abraham.
How are you?
How are you, Coach?
Excellent. Nice to see you.
Glad to talk to you again. Your team looked pretty good. You were on the wrong side of the 21-13 score, but none of that matters. Certainly some things to build on. It looked like on that opening drive you guys were in tune. What'd you take away overall?
Yeah, I mean, first, it's good to be back playing football, right?
Right.
No, I told the guys I was very happy with a lot of things. There's a lot of things that we have to clean up. Like, it's, I mean, we're young. I mean, besides our quarterback, just about every back next year. So, we're mostly a junior team. We also have like 7 guys we're rotating at running back, so I wanted to see some of the ones that there was a lot of freshmen and sophomores that I was playing in there at running back that I wanted to get a look and see if they can take a varsity hit.
Yeah.
We had a freshman starting at outside linebacker that we just put there this week because we think he's going to be pretty good. He gave up the first long pass over here because he just didn't know the coverage. And also the beans. We've been working on Keene. They don't run spread.
Right.
They're on the bone here. So, so overall, I was happy with the compete. Offensively, I was very happy. And we ran just a couple base plays, but new young offensive line that's all back next year.
Yeah.
So
I thought they
overall, I
looked
was
real
very happy. Very happy.
One of those new ball carriers, the junior Kevin Tedisco, looked good in my eyes, Coach. What are his strengths?
So he's actually very physical. He's pretty heavy. He's about 180 pounds. He's fast, as we saw. He took one over here. So he's a really good blocker, but he's a really good power runner for us. So that's his strength. The other guy that scored the touchdown, the first one, I think, Felix Gonzalez.
Impressive.
He's a junior too. He's more of I'll call it our wiggle back, right? So for our two juniors that play most of the halfback time. So.
Coach, I thought your pitches were excellent. Obviously, there's a little couple bobbles here, couple bobbles there. That's going to be expected this time of year. But I thought the overall chemistry between your quarterback and the wingbacks there were very, very solid. I used to always call them a 2 and a 4, but that's all right. And it looked to me like the adjustment, obviously, that BG's going to make, is they really overcompensated to stop that. And you had wide gaps up the middle that you just chose not to run through. But if you were in a normal game, there were great opportunities there, as you well know, because your offense, I thought your offensive line was firing off the ball. I'm much more positive than what I heard so far. I'm really, really positive about your team. To me, to be a bunch of sophomores and juniors, to be firing off the ball and playing that physical against a very solid football team, to me was really impressive.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I told our kids.
But you had the middle wide open there, and they were overcompensating outside. And for whatever reason, you chose to keep on doing that to be able to probably using this as a working method to do it. But I think that double wing offense there is tailor-made for your talent.
It is, and I think our guys did what I asked. Number one is just compete. Let's get better, okay?
Yep.
And they did that and they communicate. So I was very happy with the offensive line. We're not big, but we're pretty tough, and we can down block.
Little mean.
So,
I like it.
That's what we need to do.
Yep. Defensively, I thought that it looked to me. Correct me if I'm wrong. Things slipped just a little bit. I don't know if it was a stamina issue or whatever, but there was a few mistakes. It looked like you were moving in platoons of players that were coming in. Am I correct on that or not?
Yeah.
But your starting grew when you had them in there. They were tough.
Same thing. There was some freshmen and sophomores that we were playing in there that we were trying to. I mean, I'll be honest. The thing I wanted, I got to see if they can play under the Friday Night Lights. Right. And that's what I said. I want to see if those guys can play. And they can. They held up, right? This moves faster.
Right.
So the biggest thing our guys had is we don't practice on a field that is the full size.
Yep.
So the width of the field actually caught our guys by surprise tonight in the passing game. They were very off on that width, so their spacing wasn't good tonight.
Yeah, and he was throwing the ball well,
Correct.
really, really well.
Yep.
I thought his throws in between the hash marks by McDonough was very impressive. They had good timing routes. Got a couple of really good receivers.
Yes.
Threw a beautiful pass over here in the end zone. But overall, I think you guys had the opportunity offensively to score more points if you were looking at your starting crew. What do you think about the numbers coming back here in football? Obviously, you must have a pretty decent freshman class because you reloaded. It looks down at the. Am I right in that? Or
we don't have a huge number on our freshman class, but we have a very talented freshman class,
which is important.
And again, we have two of them that are starting varsity for us, and they didn't play with their teammates yesterday. So so our numbers are about the same as last year. We're about 90, which is good. I mean, I guess a concern from a coach is what I'm hearing, there's not many freshman teams in the state this year. I think so in Division I. So we're struggling to find a freshman game. Our first 2 weeks, we don't have one.
Yeah, there's a thing going around that freshman teams aren't exactly loved to have as much. They like them to play JV.
Yes.
And just kind of manage. Wow.
It's Bennett Matthews.
Wow. They're good.
Gone on a screen pass. This one clocks in at 48. They got a 58-yard run earlier. This one, the hookup between Black and Matthews goes for 48, and it's now 18-0 Bedford.
How does Keene look?
They're big. They're big. They're physical. They're going to run that.
Great coach like you. Same thing. Two good coaches.
Exactly. I hope so, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to run that wishbone offense, and they're big and powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little concern for us. We're probably more athletic and deep in the skill position.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're not huge up front, so we have a work cut out for us.
Yeah.
But I think, again, our guys will fight. I think the best thing for us that I'm happy about will at least be more Salem football this year, right?
It looks Salem football tonight.
We'll be competitive. We'll have a little bit more fight.
Yeah.
And a guy that I do want to make sure I mention, because he took a pounding last year, was our quarterback. He played actually great tonight.
He did.
He played really good. He's a good runner. He's an excellent team leader.
He pitches well, too.
Yes, he does. He's good.
Yep.
He's good.
Coach, did you see some improvement week to week towards the end of the season last year? It seemed to me from the outside looking in that your team was a little bit better come November than it was in early September.
Opposite. It was the opposite for us. Yes. So week 2, we played Bedford in there. We should have been up 7-0. We dropped the touchdown pass, and then with like 9 minutes to go, it was only 6-0 Bedford. We played our best game of the year against the state champions. When we wanted to, we could play very well. And then we played Wyndham like 2 weeks later. I mean, that was they beat us at the last second. That was a game that could have went either way. A 6-2 team. I think what happened last year was we were so varsity inexperienced that our guys just didn't know how to win, but they gave great effort. And then when we lost to Bedford, lost to Exeter, lost to Pinkerton, which, again, we drove down the first drive against Pinkerton. We fumbled in the end zone on the 1-yard line. So I think that stuff just lost the morale.
Yeah.
And then it was,
Kinda
we're not going to
slips
be
after
up. We're not
that.
going to, and they haven't felt that yet, right?
Right.
I mean,
Right.
up until last year, the last 10 years, Bedford, then Salem, and then Londonderry had the most wins. We just hadn't won the big one.
Right.
So I think they weren't used to that, and it kind of the morale went down. So
Right.
my big focus right now has been morale.
Right.
Right, and energy, and the kids have done that. So
It's
I
going to
think
be
we'll
easier
back.
with the physicality of
Yeah.
the team. The team's physical, and they match up well against other varsity players. So if you can get you need a few breaks, get a few breaks, and then, hey, give your best to McDonald for us. Will you?
I will.
Do you still keep in touch with
I
him
do.
at
His
all?
father's runs our defense. He's
Yeah.
my best friend,
Yeah.
so he's awesome.
Please give us
I will.
give our guys really enjoyed
Tommy
him.
Ayers, too.
Yes.
Tommy as well. Absolutely,
Yes.
just really loved it. That was a special year. That
Yes,
year,
it was.
that was a wonderful season to watch. And every time when Salem came up on the FNL ticket, I was excited to go. And
I always say if we had the Fernandez kid healthy that year and he was on
my
the team,
gosh,
I thought we had it. So
yeah, you definitely championship caliber team even without him. With him, no argument there. So what do you see as the toughest matchup this year?
I mean, we
Looking ahead in the early part of the season.
The early part, Concord and so we go
Bahoma, yeah.
Concord and Wyndham are week 3 and 4 for us.
Ooh.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough every week, but those two teams, playoff teams from last year, they got 2 of the best backs in the state coming. 2 different types of backs too, right?
Yep.
Tiger On is more physical, and
Right.
the Concord kid. I mean, every time he touches the ball, he's gone, right? And then we end with Pinkerton and Londonderry.
Ooh. Well, I'd rather be at the end of the season to develop a younger squad like
Right.
this
Yeah.
for any day of the week. So
Hey, we just
Well,
got to keep
Coach-
morale up and play tough football. We'll be okay.
absolutely.
Enjoy the long bus ride to Keene.
Yeah, thank you on
Although
Labor Day
that-
weekend.
That could be celebratory long ride back as well. It
Yeah.
could be fun if it follows a win.
Yes.
We appreciate it, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Good luck for sure.
Thank you.
Great seeing you
And
again.
let's talk
Thanks,
again.
Steve. Okay.
We'll see you.
Okay.
We'll see you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Steve Abraham of
Thanks,
Salem.
Steve.
Blue Devils.
Best of luck.
Look pretty good in the third game of the afternoon, even though Bishop Girton got the better of the final score, 21-13. Plenty of things looked like they were going well for Coach Abraham.
Both of those, if there was a game where both teams were really solid and really got a lot out of this and was a very even matchup, it's BG and Salem. I thought that, that they looked solid. He knows exactly where his football team is. He know everything he said. He's very in tune with what he needs to do. And what he's kind of, you could read between the lines, like, what we need to do is play hard and have a couple things go our way.
Right.
And if we get the win, the spirit and the buy-in happens. And Steve's players love him. I mean, you can see that they play hard for him.
Yeah.
And I think he knows that offense cold. He understands the double wing, how to work, how to call plays. And, they're a team I wouldn't count out by any means.
2-8 last year.
They won't be this year.
No, they won't. Too good of a coach, too good of a program.
Yep.
Down there in Salem. So
for different reasons, I think Salem and Goffstown have similar situations that they're building, and they've reloaded. They're reloaded, but they're still young, and you could argue a year away. But really, what you want to see is that the best football team they possibly can be at the end of the year, and that's what Steve will bring.
4th down, Charlie Crawford. Broncos trying to keep the drive alive, trailing 19-0.
Oh, nice pass.
And a nice catch.
Oh.
Plucked out of the sky by Jonathan Santana, but the ball ends up with Bedford. Tagliaferro going to take it the other way. He's wrapped up along the sideline in Bronco territory, inside the 30 at about the 26-yard line. So it looked like the drive was going to continue on a 4th down conversion there for Alvirne, but the Bulldog defense makes it
nice
go the
inside
other way.
route, nice route run. But you got to hold on to the football when you run the interior. You had the football on the outside. Really needed to be double hand in that thing when you go in between the hash marks.
Yep.
Get that first down and get your team running. At that point, it's not about an extra 7 or 8 yards there, Nick. You got the first thing. You want to keep your team moving, take the time off the clock, and build positive things to take home with you. But those sort of things are mistakes that really hurt. I mean, but the Broncos are. You see, they got some talent there. They got some things that they can bring to the table. Just got to finish.
3-down lineman here for the Broncos.
Nice throw by the quarterback.
May get us set here for the final play of this first quarter. 18 seconds remaining. It's an inside run, and it's Brody Helton, the sophomore.
He's run
Brings
well.
some thump
Yeah.
to the end of that run.
Yep.
Going to pick up 8, maybe 9 there to set up a second down.
He's got
and short. That'll do it for the first quarter.
There we go.
Bedford and Alvirne. Bulldogs a 19-0 lead, making a statement through the first 12 minutes. Our broadcast tonight brought to you by Beals Insurance. Locations in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Visit BealsInsurance.com. By MG Sports Fundraising. That's fundraising made easy. MG Sports Fundraising is the official fundraising partner of Friday Night Lights New Hampshire. Visit MGSportsFundraising.com and start raising money for your team today. By New Hampshire iPhone repairs. Done with you. It's backed by their lifetime warranty. Now with 5 locations in southern New Hampshire and on the seacoast. Visit NHiPhoneRepair.com. By the New Hampshire Tomahawks Showcase and Development for College Lacrosse. Visit NHTomahawks.com and also girls.NHTomahawks.com. And finally by Spectrum Monthly. Powerful local advertising solutions. Find out more at SpectrumMonthly.com. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. 4th of 5, the 4th game of this 5-game slate here in Manchester. It's the 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree. Central and Pembroke will be the final game of the night, coming your way at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And, well, we've seen 3 final scores come across the ticker, so to speak, already. Souhegan, a 13-7 win over Trinity. Goffstown, a 6-0 win over Memorial. And BG outlasts Salem, 31-13. Bedford, in this game, puts up 19 points on 3 touchdowns through the first 12 minutes of action. A 58-yard scamper from running back Ledger Russell.
He's impressive.
Set the fire, and then back-to-back hookups between Danny Black and Bennett Matthews. That's been a lethal combination here.
Only
tonight.
A sophomore.
Yeah. And, of course, as we know, head coach Zach Matthews' son. Meanwhile, look at this. Another touchdown run. It's Bennett Matthews, this time on a direct handoff. He's able to scamper his way into the end zone, cuts upfield. It's a 19-yard touchdown run, and Bedford is putting this one to bed early.
Very impressive, as advertised. I mean, I would have loved to have seen Bedford go up against an opponent that was. First of all, I'd love to see Broncos have gone up to a more of an even opponent, quite frankly, and then I'd like to see Bedford have done the same. All the other games, are
pretty evenly matched.
Pretty evenly matched, and I thought they got what they needed out of it. To me,
this Bedford offense is going to be tough to stop no matter who's on the other side.
No matter who's on the other side, I agree. But there are.
This kick is up.
There are other teams here.
And no good as it fades to the right.
That's 2 missed kicks, right? There's 1 blocked.
1 was blocked. That one's no good.
Wow.
A 2-point try was also denied as well. The kick game did convert on the last drive, so they're 1 for 3.
Not typical of Bedford to miss any field goals. Usually their kicking game is precision.
New kicker this year.
Yeah, well, Snow.
Colby Snow graduated.
Where did Colby go to college? I don't know. I lost touch there.
I'm sure his athletic career continuing somewhere.
Be hard to imagine not.
Just underway, second quarter, 25-0 Bedford. If you missed any part of the broadcast tonight, don't worry. The archive will be up immediately on our YouTube channel, FNL NH Media. Hit the subscribe button while you're there as well. Closing in on 4,000 subscribers. Like to get there sooner rather than later. Again, Friday Night Lights New Hampshire on YouTube at FNL NH Media. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. And
interesting.
We're glad you could join us here tonight. The rain is by and large held off.
Thank goodness.
And some of the cooler weather starting to settle in after sunset. It's a comfortable 62 or so degrees right now. Meanwhile, good kick coverage there.
Interesting lights here, Nick. There's these thin line. It's almost like War of the Worlds lights. I'm just waiting for that noise. You know what I mean? It's they are very different. But they seem to be very effective on the field. Looks to be well lit in all places, and
I'm not sure they're up to 100% yet either.
No, okay.
It may get brighter as.
But they're different. They are unique, and I'm wondering if it's designed for baseball.
Could be,
but they sure light up the field for football well as too. So
Gill Stadium. 110 years in the business here.
Imagine the history here.
Yeah.
Is amazing. Yeah.
A lot of baseball, a lot of football, and really everything in between.
My dad came here, was it 3 years in a row in 1940s.
There you go. Meanwhile, Alvirne back to work with the football. A stretch run. It's going to produce maybe 4 yards along that far sideline. Tackle is made inbounds.
Nick, wasn't this whole
Aiden
facility
Mills, the
here?
ball carrier.
This was a WPA project, though. I think it was in the 30s. So
I'm not sure. It originally opened in 1913.
Right, but I think this was added as a WPA project, all of the stanchions and that. But yes, I think the field was here. Gill Field was here, yeah. Kind of just a great skyline.
Snap taken. Throw off the back leg from May is complete. Make that Crawford.
Pass from Crawford is complete. Cole Dion.
It's Cole Dion with the catch, his first.
Georges and Clark on the tackle at the 33-yard line.
Yeah, they swarm to the ball defensively, don't they?
Yeah, Nate Clark was there in a hurry. And he's played well so far tonight, the senior cornerback. But Alvirne executes well there to set up a 1st and 10. Meanwhile, Central, they're starting to stretch out here just in front of us behind the Bedford sideline. Coach Ryan Ray observing the warm-up. He'll take on Division II Pembroke. The Spartans are getting loose on the far sideline. That contest slated for 8 o'clock. That'll be our 5th and final.
They've had their days in the sun. The Spartans in past years. Be interesting to see how they do this year. They're in Division II, right? Yeah.
Yeah, going to challenge themselves against a D1 opponent.
37-yard line.
There's a final measuring stick.
Ellsmore on the tackle.
You know, 2.5 gone by in this second quarter. Bedford a comfortable 25-0 lead. Sophomore Bennett Matthews has scored 3 touchdowns. 2 through the air and 1 on the ground.
2nd down, 6.
Who plays here, Nick, in the for baseball? Obviously, must be Central High plays here, right?
Yep.
Is there any semi-pro team or anything like that?
Jutras Post plays here.
Okay.
In the summer. Here's a stretch run. This is Aiden Mills.
Nice run.
Been busy in this first half, and he's held his own.
Mills carried on the play.
Finally forced out of bounds near midfield.
Nate Clark and
And another Alvirne first down.
Nice
second
run
of this drive.
I think that Coach Matthews is starting to put in a couple platoons of different players in, giving them an opportunity to match up, get some playing time.
Yep.
Smart thing to do. You never know when you need them. You can see Sheridan's out of the game.
Yeah, both D ends. It looks like her.
This is really good to give these other guys an opportunity to get some playing time at the varsity level.
3 minutes in here, second quarter. Alvirne hoping to move the football consistently, but there's pressure. Crawford going to pump fake on the run. Finally steps out of bounds upfield across the 50. Gain of maybe 5 there. Let's see where they spot it. It's actually going to be on the Bedford side of midfield at the 49.
Run him out of bounds at the 49-yard line.
Reminder, week 1 comes your way hot and heavy next week. Thursday night, we kick off the season in Exeter. Blue Hawks will host Timberlane in a rematch of 2 of the better games we saw all of last season.
It's FNL Network next week.
That's right.
4 games.
Friday night, we're in Londonderry.
3 games.
Perennially tough place to play. The Lancers will host Concord. This one intercepted, meanwhile.
What a catch.
At the 20-yard line, falling to the turf, able to haul it in.
It's quite a pick.
Is that Helton?
Yep.
Pass from Crawford.
No, Crawford, sorry.
Intended for Santana.
No, Crawford's the quarterback. Javon Georges
Javon Georges.
comes up with the interception. And then to cap off next weekend, we'll see Manchester Central and we'll see Alvirne going at it at 2 o'clock on September the 2nd. So we've got 3 games coming up: Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday afternoon, all live and all exclusive right here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire.
That Exeter-Timberlane rematch is going to be something.
Yep. Yeah, just a heartbreaking loss for Exeter in the quarterfinals. In a back-and-forth shootout, 29-28 was the final. And that was on the heels of a regular season meeting in Plastow,
which had all kinds of twists and turns to it.
And a lot of drama at the end. Exeter inside the 10-yard line could not get the snap off before the time expired, enabling the Owls to preserve the victory. Meanwhile, Bedford back on offense. New ball carrier. This is Alex Corriveau.
Corriveau carried on the plays of Bedford.
And the junior picks up 9 on his initial carry.
On the tackle. At the 29-yard line. Second down and 1.
Second and 1, playbook wide open. Meanwhile, Danny Black appears to be done for the night. The junior quarterback, Jack May, has taken over, and now a flag is down.
What do you really have left to do? I mean, that's a smart move, getting him out. He's got some action.
Yep.
And
want to get a look at the junior May?
Absolutely.
Alvirne penalized 5 yards. Encroachment.
An encroachment here against the defense. It's going to cost Alvirne 5.
Well, at the 34-yard line.
The football is marched upfield to the 34.
First and 10.
Hard-working crew here tonight with us at Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. Of course, the man behind the curtain is director Ben Beals. His brother Matt been camped up with us here in the stands, doing a great job behind the lens. And John Barron, as usual, providing excellent on-field camera angles. Dedicated crew back for another campaign here at Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire.
Pass from May.
By the way, as I started to mention earlier, if you missed any part of tonight's broadcast, it'll be archived immediately on our YouTube channel, and that includes not just the games, but the interviews as well. We've had a superb cast really stop by and chat here tonight, including several head coaches, media members, and even officials.
This is about the games, but it's also about high school football in New Hampshire. And to have some of these people in the beginning of the year kind of set the framework. Roger brings his own dimension to it, which is extremely good. It was great having him on. Always like talking to Coach Hammond, who I think is a great offensive mind. I think he does a super job.
Yeah.
I give him a lot of credit. I think he's got a very young team in a nice spot. If you look at the progression just during the game. Going to be a lot of excitement, Nick, over there with their new field. A lot of excitement.
They're going to kick off the Friday night portion of the schedule for the first time in school history, as they've got lights and a new turf field to play on over in Goffstown. They'll open up the season against Nashua South.
Nice run
on Friday. Meanwhile, back to work. It's Alec Corriveau, who's been the bell cow on this drive for Bedford and has looked pretty good on 2nd and 4. He's going to move the Bulldogs just outside of the 35-yard line as we hit the midway point of this second and final quarter. Final game of the night, as we mentioned, coming up as soon as this one ends, between Manchester Central and Pembroke.
Hasn't really been much of a game from a competitive standpoint. These are two teams at very different levels at this current time. But I think we kind of figured that going in.
Going to throw here. And look out. Ring up a sack for Zach Fontes, the junior. Got loose. And drills quarterback Jack May for a big loss.
37-yard line.
Strong play there by the defensive end. And Bedford going to have to re-examine their options now on 3rd and long. Inside of 5 minutes.
2nd and 16.
Really interested, Nick, how Central's going to come out and how they're going to look. They've kind of had opportunities. They've had some good players. I thought when we saw them up in Concord last year, I thought that they
played well.
They played very, very well, and I thought they had a really couple tough calls on pass interference calls. But I thought that they showed they had a line and just wasn't able to finish out. But
meanwhile, timeout is called on the field with 4.5 to go and an upcoming 3rd and 10 facing the Bulldogs. Bedford still with a large lead on the board, 25-0.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Central, as we know for years, was the team to beat in Division I for a long time. Under Coach Schubert, they won 4 straight in the early 90s, was kind of the end of that dynamic run. And Coach Ray has done what he's been able to do to really keep this thing afloat. They were dangerously low with numbers not too long ago, but seemingly Coach Ray has gotten those numbers back to where they need to be. And John Trisciani Sr. is going to help in that department as well, the longtime head football coach at several different stops along the way. We know his resume, but those two on the sidelines standing next to each other are pretty good 1-2 punch if you want to continue to move a program in the right direction like they're trying to do at Central.
What John's doing right now down there with his players is making sure blocking technique. I think if there's one area, Ryan has a very large job at hand to call the offense. What John's going to be able to do is help him. You need coaches that are breaking down the pieces of the game and raising those individual elements, which will eventually show out in the field. And what John's going to do is making sure whether you're a running back, whether you're an offensive lineman, or whether you're a receiver. You're going to know how to block, and that's going to and he will review film, and he's going to improve that element of the game. So what you look for Central tonight is to see, do they have some athletes, do they have some players at some certain positions that show promise, and then it's a matter of just of that improvement throughout the year.
3rd and 10, Corriveau on an outside run is going to pick up a first down. He's going to set up a goal-to-go situation as he's tackled inside the 10-yard line along the near sideline. Corriveau has looked very explosive on this drive.
Absolutely.
And is yet another weapon in the backfield for Coach Matthews.
Right. Yeah, I would say that Bedford can go pretty deep in here and still be more than competitive against the Broncos here. Broncos did show that they can complete some passes, Nick. It's just kind of getting the pieces together and playing an opponent that they can kind of compete athlete to athlete with. And right now they're just not at that level that's where Bedford's at right now.
Inside of 4 minutes. 1st and 10 from the 11 officially. And this is a rollout, scramble run by the quarterback. Is he in? Yes, he is. Touchdown. The quarterback calls his own number, Jack May. Collision at the goal line. May is in for 6. I don't believe there's a flag on the play. I heard a whistle, but it looks like a hold maybe on the way. And if so, then wipe the points off the board. But let's see what the call is. They may be waiting for Bedford to go ahead and kick the extra point here. Where are they going to put the ball? Now they're going to back it up. Okay, so there was a hold.
Holding against Bedford on the last play.
So the score remains 25-0.
Ball back to the 16-yard line.
I think we just broke 70 down to 69 here. Temperature-wise, you can feel it just dipped. It's good, getting to be good football weather here.
Yeah. Getting colder at nights.
Yep.
Sun's starting to set.
I just like a little Christmas.
A little earlier.
In the air when you play football.
Yeah. All right, just about set to resume here. 3:31 remaining in this second and final quarter. Looking, throwing, intercepted.
Nice. Good positioning.
Two-handed pick on an over-the-middle pass. On the return, it's going to go up to midfield. That one plucked out of the sky on a slant route.
Nice job. Again, Nick, they've had some fun things happen tonight, some good things. And, you know, when you have an interception like that and you run it back, they've had some good receptions. I thought that reception when there was a fumble afterwards was a really nice reception at a critical time. And that was against the starters. So
that's a sophomore linebacker with that pick.
Yep, nice job. He was in the right spot.
Quentin Tetro.
Where a linebacker should be, monstering the middle of the field.
Showing some soft hands.
Yeah, and showing some soft hands, yes.
So Alvirne comes up with a takeaway. And a good return.
Yep.
By Tetro as well.
And
places the ball at midfield.
Touchdown saving tackle by someone. I couldn't tell which number it was.
So the Bulldog defense back on the field, hoping to preserve the shutout with 3:18 remaining. Alvirne looking for points. Trying to get something to show for their effort tonight. Got another new quarterback, Sean Beaudrew. Here's a good run. First down and then some. Down inside the 35, spun down at about the 34-yard line.
Landmesser carried on the play.
Ball carrier there is Michael Landmesser, the sophomore.
Nick Clark on the tackle. First down 10, Alvirne.
Going to give Clark another tackle.
33-yard line.
And again, Landmesser goes for 16 on that carry. Quarterback made the tackle, Steve, on that interception return.
Boy,
Jack May.
Getting a little messy here in the end of the game.
Another pre-snap flag. Comes with the ball spotted at the 34-yard line with less than 3 minutes remaining.
Coach O'Reilly, earlier in our interview, was talking about how this game has changed. And I've seen it change in the years, but you look back at the decades that Coach O'Reilly's been involved directly in high school football, athletic director, in sports in general, and you could see that he still believes in his system, as do I. I think he runs a heck of an offense, quite frankly. And if he's got good linemen coming back, I would put Pinkett and Wright in there.
Yeah, they'll be on the short list again.
I think so. But I enjoyed that interview.
Londonderry has been their bane over the last several seasons.
Yep.
But that's nothing to be ashamed of because Londonderry has been about as good.
Lancer football has been a machine.
Yeah.
But again, they also have the Wolverines in Derry that are the part of the Northeast Junior High League who have been a powerhouse in that league for years.
Yeah, the Demons too.
The Demons, yep. But I know that the Demons have been around
a long time.
A long time.
We played them in '94, so
did you?
At least that long.
The Derry Demons.
Meanwhile, we've got another
always tough
timeout on the field. 2:38 to go. As this game kind of dragging towards the finish line.
Yeah, I remember the third quarter.
We're behind schedule now.
The longest third quarter in FNL history that I remember, Nick, was the Wyndham Memorial game last year. Remember, there was like about 35 penalties and timeouts.
That's right.
I think it was.
I'm so glad you reminded me of that.
That was a 45-minute
I had
quarter.
forgotten it, but meanwhile, quick throw. It's dropped and incomplete. Hearing the footsteps was Joe Navin Santana, who has played well tonight, but.
Do you remember that game?
May have taken his. I do now.
It's like an hour for just a quarter.
Yeah. And it's too bad because that first half had
beautiful first half.
Some good flow to it.
Exciting game.
Some good back and forth. It was a competitive game, and then
I don't know how there could be that many infractions called in a game in a quarter as there was that one, but
well,
as those flags started flying.
As our friend Steve Colburn says, some refs are better than others.
Yep.
And sometimes it takes a little bit to get that rust off.
Yep. And sometimes it takes a little bit of deference to realize it's just not worth a flag.
Right.
You know? But
on the scramble, Sean Beaudrew.
Wow.
Still alive
Nice
along
run.
the sideline, going to stretch the football out for an extra yard or so.
They got some athletes.
Before stepping out of bounds at the 25-yard line. That was on 3rd and 18, Steve.
Run him out of bounds.
And he's going to be shy by about 2 yards. So
No
4th
question.
and 2 on
They'll
the way.
go.
25-yard line.
Nice run. Nice cut-up field. That's, I believe that's Steve. Steve Hall, the head official. Yes, it is. Been doing it a long time.
Officially 4th and
Outstanding
1
official.
coming up. And Bedford wants to talk about it. With 2:12 to go, Coach Matthews is going to call a timeout. His defense got a chance to really slam the door on this one and preserve the shutout, so he wants to make sure his guys are all on the same
Absolutely.
page.
You know, Coach O'Reilly brought up also the one of the major core reasons that the Thursday night games happen about official. I never thought of that.
Right. Makes sense.
I thought it was more just trying to get, more pump up the season or whatever. But that makes all the sense in the world that the officials need to be able to spread it out. So we need officials, no question.
There's a lot of work to be had.
Yes.
If you're looking to get into that line of work, you can call multiple games per weekend.
Yes.
With this kind of new schedule. So
I think the officials in this state have done especially the last 2 years, 3 years. I think they've done. I mean, and I'm sure they were good always, but to me, this is a very solid group, and you just come into the game and
on 4th and 1, they stay with the quarterback, and he hops forward for a gain of 3 and a first down as Beaudrew keeps the drive alive for Alvirne. That clock continuing to tick down as we approach 2 minutes.
For Bedford. 1st and 10, Alvirne. 22-yard line.
Broncos trying to get into the red zone for the first time tonight. Bedford continuing to talk amongst themselves pre-snap. 4 down linemen for the Bulldogs. Stretch run on 1st and 10 goes nowhere, and now another flag is thrown. Pretty good tackle at the line of scrimmage by Noah Casamasino. The junior got him below the knee, but again a flag is thrown. Still waiting on the announcement of the penalty. Officials explain things to Coach Matthews along the near sideline. No explanation given to Coach Lee, and no movement of the football either. It remains stationed in between the 22 and 23-yard line.
this is really extending here.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, we were on schedule, and now we're 10 minutes behind.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not more than that.
Penalized 10 yards for holding on the last play.
In a 25-0 game. So you got a hold. And Alvirne is backed up to where? About their own 32-yard line. Quarterback keeper. And not much up the middle for Beaudrew there.
Sean Boudreau carried on the play.
Although he does make his way inside the 30 down to about the 26. So a gain of 6.
Brought down at the
As we hit 100 seconds remaining in this second and final quarter here in Manchester. One game still to go. Manchester Central, the host of this great event, taking on Pembroke. It's coming up shortly after the conclusion of this one. Bedford got on the board first. 3 touchdowns in their first 3 drives. Make it 4 in their first 4. Had a 19-0 lead after 1. Sophomore wide receiver Bennett Matthews, 3 total touchdowns tonight, hooked up with Danny Black twice through the air and scored on an 18-yard run as well.
Danny's always thrown a decent ball, but boy, I'll tell you, he's firing it now. His must have had a pretty good conditioning program. You got another year of growth and maturity. Some of his passes here to the sideline are
Fun to watch.
Fun to watch. College level velocity. Good stuff.
Well, Bedford has produced some good ones over the years.
Yep. Yes, they have.
Of course, Joe Michael, we mentioned him earlier, now a star down at Fordham, the NCAA level.
Yep.
Connor Robert.
Danny Colella.
Yep. A nice broken tackle here as Beaudrew rumbles his way down near the 5-yard line. Another first down for Alvirne. Broncos, though, maybe out of time here with just 16 seconds remaining. They're going to use a timeout to stop the clock.
Timeout, Alvirne.
Football placed at the 5-yard line. So the Broncos trying to get some points out of this. Bedford hoping to preserve the shutout.
I thought Connor Robert did a heck of a job in the championship game we called. I thought he looked fantastic out there. He was a good quarterback. Remember the Goffstown game went right to the end. This is going back a ways. He was a sophomore. And for a sophomore to come on at Division I and get to that far into towards the finals, I think it was the semis.
An impressive player for sure.
Impressive player.
Head coach Derek Stank brought the first 2 championships to Bedford.
And in Division I. That's the incredible thing,
right. 2016, 2018, and then 5 years later, Zach Matthews gets it done in 2022.
Derek
Come
always,
from behind fashion.
Derek always provided incredible defensive culture on the team.
First and goal, Alvirne, 5-yard line.
And but Zach's got a nice staff here that he can. But that 4th year is really important, and he did it.
Beaudrew on the rollout. Ball is on the ground. Picked back up by Beaudrew, but he runs out of bounds right near the line of scrimmage with 10 seconds remaining.
I just saw a picture of Jackson Marshall in the paper. He's going to SNHU. And I don't know if it's baseball, basketball, or both, but staying here in New Hampshire.
Like it.
Spot the ball back at the 9-yard line.
He can hit the ball a mile, we know that. And
he can drill it.
He may be the best basketball player in the state at this point, in the NHIAA anyway. At 6'7". So Pinkerton got one more year of Jackson Marshall. This one is thrown up into the end zone, tipped up in the air,
they got one.
Caught by Alvirne's Luke.
Nice job.
Not Luke. Jonathan Santana. We mentioned him earlier. Santana showing some good concentration there.
And they're on the board.
Drill. And Alvirne does score with just 2 seconds
They've had some good connections, Nick, during the game. I mean, there's some stuff to work with here offensively. So good for them.
Good concentration, good hands.
Very much so.
And again, we'll see the Alvirne Broncos next weekend.
Yep.
A week from tomorrow when they take on Manchester Central.
Well, this has been good to see him here.
Yeah.
Leading up to that.
Extra point on the way. Boudreau is also the kicker. The hold is from Chris Darby.
Oh, nice kick.
That one is up and good.
That was almost out in the boulevard.
Yeah, it almost cleared the net. It was that high. So Alvirne, they get some fruit for their labors, so to speak. Make this thing 25-7. Just 2.4 seconds remaining.
That was an interesting bounce. Like you said, Nick, good concentration. Never give up on the ball until it hits the ground. He didn't. Gives the officials here an opportunity. A lot of turnover every game. New set of officials. Get a little turnover. Get used to back in the grind again.
Yep.
Get an opportunity to get out in the field.
All right, likely a squib kick, perhaps on the way here.
I would think.
With just 2.4 remaining. Coach Matthews looks like going to get the hands team up here. Now he's going to back his guys up.
Yep.
Tagliaferro and Helton are back deep. Boudreau, a quick word with the official before he places the ball on the tee.
Oh, we're at full blackness now. Outside.
Yep. About 8:15 local time. Here's the squib. Takes a high bounce. Handled by
That'll do it.
Russell, who drops a knee inside his own 30.
Russell
And I don't know if the
received the kickoff.
scorekeeper is playing a joke on us here or what, but he's going to pause it with .3 remaining. So we can get one more snap in. And we're already 20 minutes behind schedule.
Don't really follow that one.
No.
First and 10 at the 29-yard line.
So it should be enough time for one more drop down here, one more knee. And that should cement what was a pretty dominant performance by Bedford. The defending champs flexing their muscles. Specifically in that first quarter tonight, they score touchdowns in their first 4 drives. 3 of those in the first 12 minutes. Sent the starters to the showers, so to speak, a little early.
Hard to really gauge this game on both ends. I do know that Alvirne can make some plays.
Yeah.
And I do know that Bedford is
as good as advertised.
I think they're as good as advertised, to say the least. I think there doesn't look like there's a weakness on either side of the ball.
Looked very fast tonight.
Yep.
All right, so 25-7 is the final. Bedford sophomore Bennett Matthews scores 3 touchdowns. All following the initial touchdown, which was scored from 58 yards out by Russell Ledger. And Bedford never really looked back. Alvirne gets on the board with only a few seconds remaining. A touchdown throw from Sean Boudreau to Jonathan Santana. And that ends up being our final of 25-7. All right, we'll take a short break, come back, get set for the final game of the night between host Manchester Central and Pembroke. Spartans and Little Green on the way. You are watching the 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree right here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, presented by Beals Insurance.
Our broadcast today, as it always is brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency, with locations now in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance will get you both the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Just call 603-471-9999 or visit BealsInsurance.com to request a free quote and start saving money today. Again, that's BealsInsurance.com. How can you reach your team's fundraising goals at no risk and no cost? MG Sports offers a variety of products to make your team's fundraiser a success. Their products include tickets and discount cards to hundreds of local businesses. MG Sports now has a digital platform where athletes can raise funds in the comfort and safety of their own home. Don't waste another season. Raise more funds than ever before and become another football program in New Hampshire that sets fundraising records every season. MG Sports, fundraising made easy. Visit MGSportsFundraising.com to start raising money for your team today. The New Hampshire Tomahawks promote the highest level of club lacrosse competition, not just in the state, but in the country. Looking to get recruited? Director Chris Cameron keeps an open dialogue with the nation's top college lacrosse coaches. Over 400 New Hampshire Tomahawks alumni have played at the college level, including the ACC, Big East, Big Ten, Ivy, NESCAC, NE10, and more. The New Hampshire Tomahawks coaching staff has over 100 coaches, including current high school varsity and college coaches. The Tomahawks offer training for players of all ages, clinics, camps, and leagues, along with spring, summer, and fall elite teams. So play with the best. The New Hampshire Tomahawks, showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NewHampshireTomahawks.com and girls.nhtomahawks.com.
Hey, I'm Chad, the owner of New Hampshire iPhone Repair. We're New Hampshire's most trusted and affordable repair shop for your iPhone, iPad, iPod, and even Android needs. Don't worry, we're affordable, reliable, and we back our parts with a lifetime warranty. And you know what the best part is? No, what? We can repair your phone while you wait.
I know, that's why I'm here.
Oh, I know, Mrs. Green. Here's your iPad. Good as new. Bring your phone into New Hampshire iPhone Repair today.
Buy local and save big. For over 26 years, Spectrum Monthly has been providing great local offers from businesses in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, delivered to your mailbox every month. Spectrum is chock full of savings from your favorite businesses. From local restaurants and retail stores to entertainment, fitness, and home improvement services. You'll have easy access to thousands of dollars in savings, including exclusive offers for Spectrum readers. Every month, enter our readership contest for a chance at winning cash and local gift certificates. Spectrum Monthly. No one brings you better offers.
All right, set for the finale here of the 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree in Manchester. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. The host team, Manchester Central, playing on their home field here at Gill Stadium, hosting the Pembroke Spartans. The fifth and final game of the night. It's been a fun ride here so far, here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire. And well, the Little Green, appropriately in their home green jerseys, going to kick this thing left to right to Pembroke, who is set to receive. The Spartans are in their road whites.
Here we go.
This one end over end, a short kick that takes a bounce. Pembroke is going to fumble the football, but fortunately for the Spartans, the other return man jumps on it. Heads up play there by Trayvon Cannon, the junior, to retain possession for Pembroke.
Nice effort there by Central, but he came in like a lightning rod and just kind of overplayed a little bit, but I like the hustle.
19-yard line.
He'll spawn it at the 19. And that's where we will see this Pembroke offense come out. The Spartans, of course, a member of Division II. And you got to appreciate the fact that they're willing to challenge themselves right here in the final tune-up before the regular season against a Division I opponent.
Absolutely.
Going to get a man in motion here. Quarterback is Joe Fitzgerald. He's one of their better basketball players as
nice
well.
hit.
The handoff here is to Cannon, and on a stretch, he's going to get lit up along that far sideline.
Well, we've only got 2 plays so far, Nick, but I will tell you,
pretty good stick there by Ethan Sineska out of the secondary.
It looks to me like Central's got some speed, Nick.
Second down and 6.
Very young Manchester Central team, a squad that went 3-7 a year ago. It'll open up, as we mentioned, against Alvirne here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, a week from tomorrow. Second down and 6. Fitzgerald puts a man in motion, takes a chest-high snap, and fumbles the handoff. Not sure if that was intended to go to Cannon.
Hard to say.
On another east-west run or what, but that one ends up on the turf.
Looked to me like a pretty decent snap, Nick. I can't tell side to side, but as far as top to bottom is concerned, it looked to me like it was right in the hands. Just may have inadvertently snapped it before he actually thought it was coming, so I don't know.
So they lose the 4 yards that they had gained.
Costly loss.
And now it's 3rd and 10.
You're playing a Division I team. You want to open up crisp as you can, move the ball at least out of their zone.
Lights are on and fully functional here in downtown Manchester. Another sweep. Cannon on a stretch run to the short side of the field, runs out of real estate.
2 good pursuits there.
You're going to lose a yard there. 4th down and 11.
That was quick.
If you're just joining us, seen some pretty good football today. The unofficial start of the season. Final tune-up before Week 1 heads your way next week. The first game of the afternoon, Souhegan got some heroics out of their junior quarterback, Romy Jane. He fires a touchdown with just 10 seconds remaining, and that was the difference as Souhegan outlasts Trinity by a final of 13-6. A defensive grudge match in our second game. Meanwhile, This punt is blocked. It's loose. It's picked up, and then the ball carrier gets swallowed up.
Got some
Central with some pep here.
Some steam and speed.
They're going to take over inside the red zone after a block punt.
Wow.
Get a look at that one as the pressure comes down the middle. The block may have taken place with 2 hands.
Tristan Banner led the rush for Central.
It's 3 times in the first 2.5 minutes that the ball has been live on the turf. Saw one fumble on the opening kickoff, another on a handoff a moment ago, and now a live ball after the punt block. All 3 recovered by Pembroke, however. Central is now
short field.
A very short field. 1st and 10 from the Spartans 13. High gun snap, handoff, broken tackle left side. This is Liam King, the sophomore. He's going to tiptoe inside the 10-yard line before he's dropped around the 7. A gain of maybe 5 and a 2nd and 5 on the way. Just to finish up the recap, Goffstown, their first win in 2 years, 6-0 over Manchester Memorial.
Look good.
BG's Mike McDonough led the Cardinals to a 21-13 win.
Also look good.
Over Salem, threw 3 touchdowns in that one. And then Bedford, the defending Division I champions, showing you why with a 25-7 victory over Alvirne. Sophomore Bennett Matthews scores 3 touchdowns in the win for the Bulldogs. Another high snap. Game? Yeah, we mentioned Romy Jane in the final
that's
seconds.
Right, too. Yep.
Broke open a 6-6 tie to beat Trinity 13-6.
And if you're Salem, you can't be upset either. You played well against a good BG team.
Put up 13 points in 2 quarters.
Yep. Absolutely.
Got a 3rd down on the way, 3rd and 3. Nearly 4 minutes in here. The home team and the host of this Jamboree trying to strike first, Coach Ryan Ray. Hoping to see his offense bring the funk here on 3rd and 3. Handoff is back to King. He's going to make a pretty good cut and pick up, I believe, the 1st down.
Thought he was in.
Just shy of the goal line. Stopped at the 1. But we got a 1st and goal on the way.
Nice hole there. Right guard did a nice job closing down.
1st down and goal.
And King, a little bit undersized as a sophomore, Steve, but fearless between the tackles.
Shifty.
Yeah.
Very quick cutter.
He's deep in the backfield here as well on 1st and goal. 1 receiver each side. The gun snap. The hand to King. He spun down and dropped for a loss. Boy, good.
Nice penetration there.
Good tackle by Luke Hansen. Came through the A-gap, the junior, and swallowed up King almost immediately for a yard loss. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 2.
Looks like Central has some of those interior linemen that are noted to be just really, really big, rugged, strong, big girth guys that are rugged,
big and mean.
Big and mean. Remember, I used to read back in the Schubert days, they used to put the 5 linemen or right in the front page there. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Get a little bit of precipitation, maybe a slippery football. It's up for grabs on the bad snap, and Pembroke is going to recover.
Wow.
Central had a 1st and goal at the 1, and 2 snaps later, the ball goes back to the Spartans.
Incredible.
by Olis.
Again, a pretty good rush up the middle, led by Luke Hansen.
Tough mistake at a tough time, Nick, there for Central.
First and 10, 14-yard line.
Looked like the Little Green had 2 shots to recover it there, too, but in the end...
They're too busy trying to pick it up rather than fall on it. You, in a situation like that, it's about maintaining possession and going to the next play. But it looked to me, Nick, like they were trying to scoop it, and that never usually works well to your favor.
Start to wonder how slick the turf is, too.
That's true.
At this point, as we're getting a little more rain at this point in the night.
Quite a run here.
Yeah, it's a screen, and it's well executed. This is Hansen, who was a hero defensively a moment ago. He's going to show you what he can do with the ball in his hands. Goes all the way to midfield, a big gain, a big first down for Pembroke.
Impressive.
Pass is complete to Luke Hansen.
I like the call.
Carries up to the 46-yard line.
Look, they're bringing everybody. You open up the middle of the field, you hit the screen, and boy, great choice to cut outside there. Number 5 with a great block from Pembroke.
Yep. By the way, the gun snap was on the ground.
Yeah.
So a pretty good job there by the quarterback.
Yep.
To make sure
boy, he's impressive. He's a good runner.
All right, Fitzgerald. This time gets a chest high snap. Gets rid of it in time. It's complete near side to Jake Benzoir. And he's run down there, close to the marker.
There. Yeah.
Close to the first down marker. And they say, yes, move the chains, gain of 11.
Comes the rain.
Yeah, it's coming down hard now.
I thought the later it got, it was supposed to be stopped by now. But, you know, if there's a chance of rain, it just seems to rain in this belt we're in this summer.
Yeah.
This
been a wet summer. Although, by and large, tonight, I think we got off light.
Oh, my gosh, this was terrific. No complaints.
But it's coming down hard now. Midway through this scoreless first quarter, Fitzgerald is in trouble on 1st and 10, and he's sacked. It's going to be a big loss as well, a loss of about 10 as the walls came down around him. 2 different men credited with the sack there for Central.
Both sides moving the football, then all of a sudden making a mental error.
Let the rush for Central.
No protection there.
No.
Good pass rush by the Little Green. Coach Ray, got to be pleased. 2nd down and about 17, 16, I guess. Loss of 6.
2nd down, 16.
On the play.
This ball is going to
start getting slippery.
Start getting slick. Yeah.
Left side run. Tackle made inside the 40. Fitzgerald to Cannon. Cannon's been busy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 5-yard pickup, and now a 3rd and long on the way. 3rd and maybe 11.
Jones on the tackle for Central. At the 38-yard.
Nice shot of Coach Trish there, calling out the defensive play.
The latest addition to the Manchester Central staff. Of course, he's coached just about everywhere at this point. Last season was...
You put a radius out about 10 miles. He's had a lot of impact on football.
Here's Cannon in space, far side. Good cut. He's loose down the sideline. Is he in? He's going to make a sliding attempt and end up just short of the pylon. They're going to rule him down at the 1-yard line.
Wow.
So Cannon found the space he needed there in the flat, and then...
Like the play call. Look at the blockers out front.
Moves. Gets him down.
Get some
at
athletes.
The 1-yard line.
You did a couple Pembroke basketball games this year, didn't you?
Yeah, Joe Fitzgerald, the quarterback, was a big standout for them.
Nice run.
Of course, they went all the way to the championship game against Pelham.
Yep.
But came up just short.
That was quite a UNH day there, the basketball championships. That was a lot of fun.
It was.
A lot of great basketball.
Run up the middle on 1st and goal. Is he in? Yes, he is.
Yep.
Touchdown.
Wow, good for them.
Fitzgerald on a keeper. The quarterback from a yard out. He's going to put Pembroke out in front by a score of 6-0, and it's a complete reversal of fortune. Moments ago, it seemed like Central was the team with the 1st and goal at the 1 instead.
Well, Central, Nick, came out just smashing and just fierce and fast. And but it's mistakes. It's mental errors on the field but Pembroke really not seeing it. They're playing their own game plan, and I like some of the play calls that they've cast, and they got some athletes.
I'm going to go for 2 here. Why not?
Offensive line's done a nice job here for Pembroke.
Trying to make this an 8-0 game. I'm going to go to the air. It's up for grabs in the corner, and it ends up incomplete.
Yeah.
Intended for Spartan receiver Trayvon Cannon. And it's pretty good coverage there by Egan Bennett, the junior defensive back for Central. So it stays 6-0. 4.5 remaining as the rain continues to fall here in the Queen City. Reminder, next week, 3 games coming your way starting Thursday night. Timberland at Exeter. That game kicks off at 7. We'll be on the air a little earlier.
Yep.
With a truncated version
of Gridiron.
Our Thursday night FNL Gridiron show. Comes complete with
who you're going to get
interviews. Well, we'll try to preview
the 2 coaches, right?
The Friday night and Saturday matchups.
That'd be great.
We'll be at Londonderry on Friday night, Concord in Londonderry, in a rematch of last year's Week 1.
A lot of
thriller.
people wondering who is Concord going to be with Bahuma coming back. Who does he bring with him? How well have they developed? Concord used to come down here and play in this from time to time as well, but not here this year.
And of course, questions surrounding Londonderry as well. New quarterback, so to speak. New regime over there. Same regime we know with Coach Lozon, but different personnel.
Yep.
With the graduation of that class.
But they're a reload town as well. They reload every single year.
We get the return of Ty Miles on Friday night after missing most of last season with an injury. Perhaps the best 2-way lineman in the state will be back for Londonderry. So we got Concord Londonderry on Friday night, and then we wrap things up right back here on Saturday afternoon, Central and Alvirne, a 2 o'clock start.
I thought Ty was a senior.
No, he was at the Gridiron camp. That was for juniors and sophomores, right?
I think
you're
right,
Roger
Nick.
Brown camp.
Well, that gives a smile
Seems
to me.
like he's
I love
been
to
around
watch him
for
play
forever, but
it's some of these guys are just so
so
Jackson
good
Marshall.
so early. It's
You just forget. Yeah,
right.
it's just you don't even think about it because they're just such impact players.
Like a Devon Ellis of Trinity,
Oh
for instance.
Boy, he was impressive tonight, Nick.
He
Watching
was.
him on both sides of the ball, he's just such a. He's more than just athletic. He's really got a lot of good quality, leadership qualities.
Very good football player.
Just a great,
as well as a good basketball player.
Absolutely. Got a little chippy there on the sidelines.
Meanwhile, King, look to bring the fight to the defense.
Oh, yeah.
This kid is fearless. The sophomore coming downhill here and not afraid to lower the shoulder.
Yeah, it looks like Pembroke is settling in here a little bit. They seem to be, their confidence level. When they first came out, it looked like Central was just going to bring it to them. But give them credit.
Yeah.
Got a couple of good-sized defensive linemen in there, too.
Hoping to make some noise in Division II.
Yep.
Division that really has belonged to Pembroke for the last, to Pelham the last couple of years. Pythons ran the table last year, concluded
Did you get a chance to watch
the season
that
with a
game?
championship win over Souhegan.
King carried to the 36.
Did you get a chance to watch that game?
I did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pelham's defense just a swarming.
Very good class that graduated, but it's really about the program.
It is.
Under Tom Bambabian.
Does a great job. Wish we had a
Second down to 5.
cell signal down there.
36-yard line.
You know,
hopefully we can make something work.
We'll see.
It's a highly anticipated Division II matchup on October the 20th. A rematch between Souhegan and Pelham. All right, coming up on 3 minutes remaining here. First quarter, 2nd down and 6. Central going to throw a pass. It's complete. Spun down immediately after the catch was the wide receiver, Cody England.
First down.
Sophomore to sophomore there is going to move the sticks.
Nice view there. Nice grab. Nice quick release there.
Complete.
Kept his feet.
Central trying to put string together some first downs here.
Well,
after their first drive ended in calamity.
Stop making the mental errors. Just stay focused. Do your job. Work the ball down the field. They need a nice methodical drive to work it down here, build their confidence up. They got some players.
It's the junior quarterback, Caden Salvi. Takes a high snap, gets rid of it quickly, and it's caught on the far side. That's a nice two-handed grab.
Wow.
Able to leave his
nice
feet.
Hands.
For his second catch on the drive is Cody England.
Now, what's the reason, Nick, on these light stanchions for the light in the middle of the pole that points up?
At the 48-yard line.
I have no idea.
Well, I figured you'd know that.
I have no idea.
I am perplexed of what those are attempting to accomplish. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good question. I kind of like it, though. It's bright.
It is bright.
You can't be caught looking at it too long.
Makes kind of a nice glow.
Yeah.
Yeah. After 5 games, Nick, you start looking around the stadium a little bit and
start to notice some things you wouldn't notice before. Maybe.
Right. Just want to make sure we cover it all.
And we've been on the air here since 4 o'clock Eastern. As we approach the 9 o'clock hour. Meanwhile, a timeout.
I went home to try to take a little afternoon siesta, and I had too much coffee today, and I couldn't do it.
That's a problem.
Oh, should have cut that down a little.
Got a timeout here. Coach Ray wants to talk with 1:53 remaining in this first quarter. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals with you. Glad you could join us. Live from Gill Stadium. Get a look at those lights. There you go, Steve. You like that look?
Yeah.
Those are the ones about, a third of the way or so up the pole.
I still think the ones on top look just like War of the Worlds when Tom Cruise was
It's an underrated movie.
Underrated movie. It really...
it's a Spielberg movie.
Yeah, when they were down in the basement there and the thing was searching for, that was pretty interesting.
I enjoyed that movie.
Yeah. Well, you're really into all the...
You got a, closet horror streak.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Yeah. Well, you said you went to... What was the one last time I talked to you? You went to Clowns? Was it Clowns or something like that? You got a kick out of that one, you said? Yeah. See, I'd be scared. I'd have to go outside and buy a bag of licorice and wait for it to get over.
Yeah. All right, out of the timeout.
Nice.
Coach Ray's got something cooked up here.
Nice blocking ahead of him.
Yeah,
nice work.
It's a pretty good sweep to the near side. And that's a strong run for Wyatt Fougere.
Fougere carried on the play.
The junior's first carry of the night is a good one that moves the sticks for a first down Central.
I think Pembroke's a good football team that Central's playing. This is good. This is a matchup that's other than the Bedford game, most of those matchups were pretty solid. Of the 4 of the 5, and I guess that's pretty much that's doing pretty well. If you can get 4 out of 5 games that are fairly competitive against you, get the kind of reps you're looking for.
Right. Pembroke trying to stiffen up here.
Yeah.
As the ball is now on their side of the 50. Central trying to keep the drive going.
Oh, nice cutout.
10. Flag on the play as King is spun down after a 13-yard pickup.
Number 9, there's a hold here on the outside. He kind of grabbed his back end of his shirt as he was trying to come back. I think you'll see this here down the field.
One of the Pembroke defensive linemen lost a shoe as well. Caden Morris.
Yeah, so look over to the right-hand side here as it goes outside. Then he shifts, and he goes, yeah, we're not going to see it. But I saw it in the play. I think it's a hold.
Comes with 1:13 remaining.
Let's see what Chuck's got to say, yeah.
Get another look here.
Maybe that's a hold. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's over here right in the end here.
I'm going to back it up to the Spartan 37.
You got to go in the film room and explain this is where we were, and this is what these things cost. And you try to gradually get in your players that it's just not worth a hold.
Yeah.
If he's beat you, he releases you unless it's your quarterback. If it's your quarterback, that's different. But
final minute, first quarter. A first down and 6 as that hold took place a little
nice cover
further
there.
Downfield.
Nice fill. Boy, he's got a he gets it done both ways.
That's Luke Hansen.
Wow.
Fired up after that stick.
Yeah, he's an emotional player both ways.
That's a tackle for a loss of 2.
Yeah.
Second down 7, 37-yard line.
Is that a loss of 2?
Yeah.
Really? Thought he got back pretty close.
No, you're right. No gain. Second down and 6. This could be the final play of this first quarter. Down to 15 seconds. A little movement up front, and the flag is going to fly.
This is the stuff here you got to try to get done during the week.
I think it was on Hansen, too. The linebacker caught with a foot in the neutral zone.
Well, he's pretty exuberant. They're going to got to contain it, though. You got to make sure that your exuberance is focused.
Coach Ray likes it.
Yeah, that's a little bit different. Different second and 2, an offensive coordinator's dream.
Yeah. Yeah, playbook wide open now. Look out. Another bad snap. This is going to force
really
quarterback Salvi to dive on it. See it both ways.
It's a special job to be a direct snapper like that. It's just it's an art in itself, and it's an extremely, extremely important position.
All right. End of the first quarter. 6-0 Pembroke. Our broadcast brought to you by Beals Insurance Agency. Locations in both Bedford and Londonderry. Whether you need home, auto, or business insurance, Beals Insurance. Get you the price and quality coverage that's right for you. Visit BealsInsurance.com. Also by MG Sports Fundraising. That's fundraising made easy. MG Sports Fundraising is the official fundraising partner of Friday Night Lights New Hampshire. Visit MGSportsFundraising.com. Start raising money for your team today. By New Hampshire iPhone Repair. It's done while you wait. It's backed by their lifetime warranty. Now with 5 locations in southern New Hampshire and on the seacoast. Visit NHiPhoneRepair.com. By the New Hampshire Tomahawks. Showcase and development for college lacrosse. Visit NHTomahawks.com and also girls.NHTomahawks.com. And finally by Spectrum Monthly. Powerful local advertising solutions. Find out more at SpectrumMonthly.com. Nick Anastas, Steve Beals, final quarter of the day. It's been a fun one here at Gill Stadium. 5 two-quarter contests, all exhibitions.
A legitimate Division II team here. Yeah. They look pretty solid.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Nice pass.
Over the middle.
Oh, boy, that's a big drop there.
That's a throw by Cannon, who's lined up at wide receiver, running back, and now quarterback.
On the central side, Nick, one thing that I've seen that I have not seen done in the past quite as well is on the offensive plays, everybody's blocking, Nick.
Yeah,
and I like for Central, that is a silver lining but the mental mistakes on, drop passes on errant snaps and things like that. Got to work that out. Got some bad holding calls. Got some holding calls at bad times. So they got to fix those errors. But there's nice
4th and 13. Salvi unloads.
Yeah, and how about a nice job by knowing where the marker is there, Nick, and getting that first down. Nice job.
Good throw.
And well, look at the offensive line work. Gave him a nice look at the pocket he's got to throw in here.
Yeah, the junior on point there.
Yep. But look at this.
Most.
Nice pick up there on number 82. Good work.
But I don't think it's enough. They needed 13.
Oh, they must have moved the stick back a little bit out of the way when they saw him. I thought he had it.
So Pembroke going to take over.
Wow.
6-0 lead on the board.
It's a game of inches, and Central's coming on the bad end of it, of a lot of these, Nick. That's a very unfortunate.
Right.
It looked to me like where they had the marker, he got past it, but I think what they did was they saw the pass coming, yeah. So the marker wasn't really stretched out, according to this.
Pretty good grab. Had the toes inbounds by Seneska.
Okay. Maybe he was saying he was out of bounds. It looked like he was, I don't know.
Joe Fitzgerald.
No, they're going to put it where he caught it. He's just short.
Okay.
Pembroke.
Meanwhile, Fitzgerald not going to get anything there on 1st and 10. No gain. 2nd down and 10 on the way. Clock ticking here in the first minute of the second quarter. Spartans spread it back out on 2nd and 16. So they're actually going to lose 6 on that play. Spin move, trying to avoid trouble.
Got a fumble. And he picked it up. He's going to the house.
Up by Central and returned for a touchdown by Egan Bennett.
How about
Johnny
that,
on the spot is Egan Bennett, as he picked it up and knew exactly where to go with it. Into the end zone to tie this game at 6.
It was hard to pick it up in front of the Central team on the sideline, Nick, but you're going to see it right here. This is just a great strip right here. And Johnny on the spot here. Picks it up and takes it to the house. Nice work.
Blink and you miss it.
Well, when you make a lot of mistakes,
the one I think who stripped him.
Sometimes you need a big play. Yeah, he just chased him down. Took a nice bounce for him. He was right where he was supposed to be. Got a little speed too.
Yeah.
No lack of speed in this Central team, Nick. They've got some. They've got some speedsters. That's for sure.
Remy Content broke into the backfield and applied the initial pressure there for Central. And we're just under a minute gone by second quarter. The Little Green now with a chance for the lead. The extra point is
kick.
up and good. That's Hunter Rue, the junior.
How things can turn, huh?
7-6 Central.
Well, they
really forced the fumble and they bring it back to the house for 6.
They're really aggressive on defense here. There was 2 plays there where they kept on backing them up, and then nice tackle in the back, jarred the ball loose. He kind of immobilized his arms there, and then when he hit the ground, it just bounced. Not even actually before he hit the ground, it bounced loose. Look at this. Watch this. Yeah, he twisted around.
There's Content trying to yank him down.
Yeah, that's good.
That's loose from behind.
That's what team tackling does.
By Tristan Benner.
Matt, that's a nice video you got there. Good work.
It's Matt Beals who is.
And there's Chuck Roberts, head official.
Yeah.
Running it.
Trying to stay out of the way there.
Stay out of the way, but yet stay close to the play.
And we got Matt Beals now on the sideline behind the camera. John Barron has moved up here with us in the stands.
Well, after 4 games, you need to switch up, John,
switch
right?
Things up, yep.
After all.
Keep it fresh. And again, any point of the broadcast you missed tonight, we've got you covered with the archive, which will be up on our YouTube channel immediately following this one.
Yeah, you guys have done a phenomenal job tonight with 2 cameras. We've got excellent view from these 2 positions. Surprisingly, we were a little nervous about how high we were, but kind of necessary. Yeah, that's going to come to the 35, right?
Yeah, flag going to fly. Is that one kicked out of bounds for illegal procedure?
But, this has worked out good for our guests to be able to just come right up off the field quickly with the coaches afterwards.
A lot of great interviews
Really
tonight.
enjoyed them, yeah. Enjoyed them.
Several head coaches, including Coach O'Reilly, Coach Hammond, Coach Abraham. Spoke with Steve Colburn, president of the New England Junior High Football League.
Northeast, yep.
Northeast, excuse me.
Yeah. But it's such a relevant thing to have him on, Nick, as these schools are allying and building middle school programs that are playing in a very high competitive league. It's going to allow them to get the core elements that they need to learn into their high school system done in the 7th and 8th grade. And it's going to allow them to go a little deeper into a playbook.
Right.
Be a little bit, a lot of those kids are going to be ready, and the fact that it's unlimited allows the bigger kids to be able to play because they're not playing in a youthful restricted system.
Right.
So they're not afraid at 200 pounds and 7th grade to go out there and play some football and learn the interior positions. It's going to help. It's going to create numbers too.
Got a timeout on the field here. Of course, our first interview of the night was with Robin Bouquet of Souhegan following the Sabres' 13-6 win.
Energy
over
personified.
Trinity.
I was over there and I walked over to try to get him on. You could just see the energy level on the Souhegan sidelines between coaches and and players is just at a very, very high level. These kids love to play.
Yep.
I think we heard Coach Boquette talk tonight about how, this guy, that guy, they love it. They miss each other. They love to play. They love to get back together on the field together, and that shows.
Well, but this has got to be one of the more exciting times of the calendar year for a coach and his staff, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's 0-0,
yep,
so to speak.
Yep. Hope is eternal.
And for those teams participating in the Jamboree, it's a chance to really kind of shore things up with a week to go.
Right? 100%. Yep, I agree.
All right, here's Fitzgerald going to plant the foot, throw deep down the field, and it's batted
nice
away.
defensive play. Number 9.
Minute.
Who is that, number 9?
It's George Whitehead.
George Whitehead. What a terrific job. He's played a great game.
The junior flew in at the right time there.
Yep. Great recovery. I mean, he was off about 4 yards when that ball was in the air, and he made up that recovery time. That's just good defensive work.
Comes with a minute gone by here in the second quarter. So look at some of the Central defensive players. Seen some good stuff out of Jamin Jones, number 27. One of the senior leaders in the middle of that.
Nice job there, John.
That one intended for Hansen. And now a 2nd and 10 on the way.
Pembroke offensive line doing a good job giving him time.
Yeah. And Coach Ray's throwing some blitzes at him, too.
Yes.
Including one right here that's going to go for a loss.
That's going to work. You do feel that Central's beginning to progress a little bit here, but they're going to need to learn how to play mistake-free football, Nick, because you're going to face some Division I opponents that athlete-wise and in other elements of the game, they're doing really, really well. If you look at what's going on between, but these mental errors and things of that nature and snap, those things have got to improve, and they're going to win some football games if they can do that.
3rd and 10 here for the Spartans. Pembroke trying to avoid the 3 and out. Fitzgerald near side. It's incomplete. Threw it a little bit behind the intended target, Trayvon Cannon.
Always hate to see a receiver coming into an inside slant route with his body turned away. It just never let you. If you're going to miss on the quarterback, miss high, or miss low.
It's a good way to get your guy beat up.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's trying to make a catch for his team, completely turned around. His whole torso was wide open, with his arms in the air, with his ribs exposed. That's never a good situation.
4th and 10. It's like Pembroke is threatening to go for it here.
Yeah.
It's from their own 35-yard line.
35-yard line.
Nope.
Running away.
Wow, that was a feat.
Partially blocked. It's going to roll, though, in favor of the Spartans.
That's a heck of a
into
job.
Central territory. It's down at the 39-yard line. Nice job, A, getting it off, and B, getting it that far down the field on a live drive effort.
Yeah, he was able to find a little alley there to kick it in, and very, very fortunate there. And they got some good. They got a full punt, high school punt yardage out of it, but that was close. So let's see what Central can do. Again, I'm sure Coach Ray is trying to get mistake-free offensive drive down there, get rid of these holes, get rid of these crazy snaps, because the other things they're doing around it, as far as blocking and stuff, to me, it looked really good. I mean, I'm sure they're missing things, but overall it looks pretty solid. They're firing off the line pretty good, playing with some energy.
2 minutes gone by, second quarter. Central a 7-6 lead. They take over with the ball at their own 38-yard line.
He's gone.
East-west run.
Wow, what a play.
Good second effort. That's going to go for 20 for Wyatt Fougere, the junior, starting to check into this game.
Coach Ray loves that jet handoff. He's done it for so many years. And they got watch number 9. Oh, yeah, we missed it. But I think you saw probably the number. He's just playing a terrific job. Without that block, he gets tackled at the line of scrimmage. Watch this kick out here. See it on number 21?
Yeah.
Nice job down.
Not a bad block from the tailback.
No, this is my point.
Right.
These guys are blocking.
Meanwhile, there's an injured player down on the field.
Oh, boy.
Players on both teams are going to drop to a knee here. Tonight's Jamboree had been relatively injury-free.
Yeah. Yeah, you hate to see that before they even start the season.
Right.
Hopefully he's okay.
Comes with just over 2 minutes gone by second quarter. Gives head coach Will Moyer a chance to come out.
Line things up.
Some guys from his staff.
He's up. He's up and he's limping, but he's walking off. That's good to see.
It's a key player for Pembroke. It's
Yes,
Trayvon Cannon. Two-way starter. The junior has already had an impact for Pembroke.
I doubt you're going to see him again. They're not going to take any chances there.
Not going to push it.
No.
Good sign, though. He's walking off the field under his own power.
When you can start getting those off-tackle blocks, Nick, where they're trained how to block properly, and then they're actually doing it.
Right.
Then what happens is they go into a film room and they realize how important it is, and they feel success. That breeds more success, and then they start buying into what the coaches are telling them. And it's good for New Hampshire football to have a good central. Seriously.
I agree. Back to throw. Salvi lets
Nice
it rip.
Release.
Catch. Made along the near sideline. Still alive.
Still going.
Is Fougere, and he steps out of bounds.
Yeah, but how about that quick release on that throw?
Salve to
Watch
Fougere.
this quick release.
It's been a pretty good combination on offense for Central tonight. And they move the sticks again with a gain of 11.
But traditionally in this game, this is when all of a sudden a mistake or a hold happens. They got to stay away from that stuff. You need a leader in the. You need a leader in the. Sorry, Nick. You need a leader in the huddle to say, "Look, no mistakes.
Yeah.
If they beat you, let them go. Don't hold and cost us 10 yards."
Both teams have been bitten by the turnover bug.
Yeah.
In this first half, Central had a first and goal at the 1, a chance to score first. A bad snap cost them the possession, and then on the Pembroke side, a fumble in their own red zone led to a direct scoop and score.
Absolutely.
For Manchester Central. Extra point good, and that's the difference right now, 7-6 Little Green. And a timeout now on the field with 2.5 gone by in this second quarter.
Yep.
Well, both teams have used their timeouts. I believe that's the second charge timeout for Central. We've seen one from Pembroke. Here's Coach Ray. Now in his 18th season. On the sideline, the direct heir to Coach Schubert. And has been through the thick and the thin with this group.
I think he's. I don't think you could look at another coach in Division I that's had a harder challenge, where football was taking on all sorts of headwinds with it relates to the whole concussion protocols and then in COVID, and then kind of a redistricting, losing Hooksett and losing Towns, but he stays with it, and he's a testament to keep on to commitment.
Yeah. Salvi going to throw. Fougere with the catch at the 10, turns upfield at the 5, and is spun down near the goal line, just shy of the end zone. Pembroke able to rally to the football and tackle him just short of the end zone.
I look at the little things in each play. What did you see there for the quarterback? Time and a pocket to throw the ball out of.
Plenty of room.
And he can sling it, and his receivers are shifty. They're running routes that are creating openings for him to throw to, and no holding. So, again, each individual play is a sequence of things that you've got to do right in order to execute at a high level.
Tackle made at the 7-yard line. And shaken up a bit on the play was the Pembroke linebacker, Luke Hansen.
That's another.
Had to hobble off the field. Meanwhile, Salve back in the gun on first and goal from the 7. They hand to King.
What a
King
hole.
with a big hole to run through on the right side of the line. Is he into the end zone?
He's in.
No signal yet.
Oh, he's in. There's no question.
And now they say touchdown.
Yeah.
So King, the
See the hole?
sophomore Liam King, could have drove my Ford Focus.
I hope we have a replay with John's camera going through from the back end and looking. You could drive a truck through this hole. Watch. Look at that block, number 12, holding his block right there. Got a nice seal on the inside. This is good work.
That's Ethan Sineska.
Yep, this is positive.
Number 12 in green.
Yep, no hold. Close, but no hold. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the seal on the inside and a nice kick-out block on the right. And then you give that kid some space, he's going to make it happen. He did. Nice work.
Extra
so Central's got to be feeling pretty good here.
Up and good by Hunter Rue. First offensive touchdown of the night.
But it was a sustained drive with no errors, and that's the key. The talent is there. It's just a matter of not shooting yourself in the foot and sticking to fundamentals.
So with 3.5 gone by in this second quarter, Pembroke now trails 14-6 as Central has rattled off 14 unanswered. And there it is, Coach Jim Schubert. Several championship rings. Longtime Manchester Central head coach. Had the summer camp, which was very popular amongst the youth for a long time. And, of course, this team,
my boys, year after year after year, they look forward to that.
Yeah.
And they used to bring in Pappy's Pizza.
Yep.
And I'd after all the kids were done, I'd go over there and open up the carton and grab a few slices myself. And
yeah, Pappy's has been not only a proud supporter of Central Athletics for a long time, but a lot of athletic events in the city. They were big sponsors of the Christmas tournament, for instance, that was played at Memorial.
Yep.
So
always remember there was one of Coach Schubert's assistant coaches who kind of was involved in so many elements of the camp. His last name was LeClaire. Does that ring a bell to you?
Well, Rick LeClaire was
Rick LeClaire.
A 3-year quarterback for him.
No, this gentleman was...
I don't know if he was related to him or not.
Well, no, he was as old, if not older than Jim.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Coach LeClaire, his name was. And, boy, what a terrific guy he was. Those guys really put a lot. Ryan Ray was, of course, there, a big part of teaching the linemen and things. And that was a great camp to go to. And it was packed. And let me tell you, I'll never forget the time that Philistine came back to the camp and was taking on some of the best guys with a pad, with one of those blockers there. Right. I'm telling you, what a beast that guy was. Played for Maryland, right? Maryland or Delaware? I can't remember. It was Maryland, wasn't it? Terps? Wasn't it? You know what I'm talking about, right? Dave
sure.
Philistine?
I'm not sure.
The guy was a specimen, let me tell you. What linebacker, I believe. Tremendous player. Central graduated some great football players throughout the years.
Yep. The Pope, John Paul.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Led the way in 96 to a title.
Yep.
And as you mentioned LeClaire earlier, Ricky LeClaire, quarterback in 99 when Central won.
No, this would have been, maybe it was his son. For all I know.
Son, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But he was they had a great staff. And they'd run the thing with intervals and
meanwhile,
Ryan to be over there, 6'9", 350 pounds of muscle. Guy, and these little guys, he's setting up a challenge, and they're going at it. All the kids are going at it. It was just a great spirit. And another nice thing about that, Nick, was a lot of these young fellas, they were able to know each other when they played each other from different towns, because the camp was kind of a gathering ground for all the kids that were serious about football.
By the way, Dave Philistine did go to Maryland.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah,
and that
what a tremendous football
by
player.
The man behind the curtain.
Yep.
Nearly 5 minutes in, second quarter. Pembroke trailing 14-6 in the final game of this.
Oh, he's got him.
Queen City Jamboree.
What a great throw.
That's Cannon on the reception. It looks like he's okay. After leaving the game earlier.
I would say so.
He's back, and he's flying down the field for a big hookup of nearly 30 yards.
Youth is a beautiful thing, Nick. It really is.
Yep.
Just a big rubber band. It'll all come back.
Pretty good throw by Fitzgerald.
Very good throw, and a nice route run between the two defenders. And you always like to see a receiver go up for the ball, Nick.
Madul Cruz, the sophomore, with a tackle.
Nice. Yep.
For Central. 1st and 10 from the Central 40. Pembroke looking for their second touchdown of the night.
Boy, Pembroke's feisty. They don't give up. They don't care. Like a badger almost. They just badgers. They just keep on coming.
They get on the board with.
I like that.
Those Pembroke
Kenner on a tackle for Central.
got on the board with a touchdown run.
Second down 5.
That was back in the first quarter. Central got the scoop and score. And then a 7-yard run from Liam King.
Who's playing a game?
Nearing the midway point, second quarter. From the 36, Fitzgerald back to throw.
Oh, what a throw.
He's got a big receiver. That's Stephen Cox, the tight end. And the senior's down inside the red zone.
He's a real good high school plays here, Nick. It's all about making plays, right?
Yep.
Great route, good inside slant, right down the seam, nails the hammer. Offensive line provides him time.
Caleb Grundon on the tackle.
A good tight end, Nick, is such a weapon. Big girth, great reach, good radius of to catch the ball. Big targets.
Forces D coordinators to scramble.
Absolutely. And then the yards after the catch are usually punishing to the defense. Usually a few smacks in the mouth, and it's all good. Oh, nice call.
Screen.
I love the call.
It goes for a completion.
And a first down.
And a pickup of 10. Down to the 9-yard line, and now a flag is going to fly.
Oh, I think there's things got a little verby down there, I think.
Colin Hasselton.
Didn't see any physical.
Was the receiver. There he is.
Yeah, I didn't see. I think that was more verbal than.
Tough to tell.
Tough to tell. We'll see if we got it on replay here.
It comes just past the midway point here of this second quarter. The official's still discussing it.
Yeah.
I think you're right. A personal foul might be on the way.
Yeah, I think it's a personal foul with things. So here we go. We're going to see it here. Okay, so I love the call. Great job. Could have been a little better blocking up front there, but you got to go find the defenders and block them, but still a well-executed play. Just a great timing to call it.
It's a personal foul against Central.
Yeah, I think it's just getting up. Sometimes somebody steps on somebody on purpose, whatever. Yeah. Some hits being laid out there today.
Yeah, that's a pretty good stick there.
Yeah, that's a good stick. Yeah. So then there's something. Ben's going to, looks to me like it was verbal.
It may have been Cruz. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well.
Either way, they're going to put the ball inside the 5-yard line. And another golden opportunity here for the Spartans.
First and goal, Bedford. 5-yard line.
Nice drive so far. Some really good, well-executed plays. He's going. They're pushing him forward.
Power his way up the middle is going to get denied. Central escapes the pile with the football, but the play was blown dead first. It'll be second down and goal on the way.
Yeah, I think that might have been after the whistle, Nick, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So there he goes up there, and you've got a full. You're going. You're still moving there.
Yeah,
still moving. Still moving.
Yeah,
he's down.
They blew that dead.
Yeah.
Now another timeout.
But nice effort. Good effort.
Yep.
If you're going to do it, you're going to get it, sell it, right?
Pembroke's going to use their second timeout. Stop the clock with just over 5 minutes remaining. And a second and goal from the 5 on the way. Well, one more reminder. Next week, we're busy. 3 broadcasts, all live, and all coming your way exclusively from Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, as we usher in week number 1 statewide. We begin for the first time ever with a Thursday night broadcast as Timberlane and Exeter will get together on the Seacoast. That game kicks off at 7 o'clock.
I say that's a rematch.
That's one of the better rematches.
There's going to be some emotions in that game.
Yep. Owls and Blue Hawks on Thursday night. And then Friday night, a week from tonight, we are in Londonderry for Concord and Londonderry, which should be an explosive matchup.
We know Bahuma is going to be an absolute stud. This kid is a special runner.
And we know Coach Lozon will have the Lancers
absolutely
ready to go.
To me, this is going to be about how good was the Lancers reload, and then.
All right, out of the timeout, we got a shovel pass up the middle that's going to go nowhere.
To me, Nick, this is about does Concord have other supporting actors here that can
right.
that can make that can,
including under center.
Absolutely.
And then the final game is right here on Saturday, 2 o'clock, Manchester Central and Alvirne. So again, it's Timberlane at Exeter Thursday night, Concord at Londonderry Friday night, Alvirne at Central Saturday afternoon. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yep.
For week number 1 coverage.
Central's got to work on these mistakes and to continue to recognize you guys can do this. They have some talent out there. They just got to.
Meanwhile, on 3rd and goal from the 7-yard line, something goes array.
No,
backward pass is a live ball.
No, that's a forward.
It looked
pass.
Forward from our angle.
Yeah, it's forward by 2 yards.
But they did not blow it.
Really?
The official said, I believe, live ball, didn't they?
Okay.
Or maybe not.
Let's take
put
a
it
look.
at the 10.
Mike LaFawn in there to make.
Yes, they lose 3 yards. They're at the 7, and now it's backed up to the 10. So a 4th and goal from the 10.
Didn't look it from here, but
no, it didn't. With inside of 4 minutes to
the
go.
line judges are right there. So
this is a big junction of the game.
Must have seen it.
Pembroke offenses look good on this drive. Can they cap it off? 3 receivers set, 2 to the right. They roll out Fitzgerald to the right. Looking downfield, throwing into the end zone.
They got it.
Caught for a touchdown. Wide open was Trayvon Cannon.
Well,
the junior found a sweet spot and pulls it in overhead for the touchdown. And now Pembroke is 2 points away from tying this game at 14.
Well, Nick, we talked about this all night. Quarterbacks have got to be able to extend plays, okay? You got to have enough speed, and you got to have the ability to look downfield and have vision. He did just that. He had a nice open receiver, and he fired a gun right there. That was just really, really well done. We saw Jack Service doing it. We've seen so many other quarterbacks doing it.
Had some close outcomes today.
Yeah. Yep.
A 13-6 final, a 6-0 final, a 21-13 final.
The Bedford game was just
the Bedford game was the outlier with the 25-7, but now we got a 2-point game here.
Oh, what a grab!
Cannon, did he pull it in? No, he didn't.
Oh,
lost it on his way to the ground at the last moment.
What a great effort, though.
Yeah, 2 defenders in the area. The ball was on target in the corner, but couldn't quite complete the catch, and it remains a 2-point game. Cannon trying to fight off.
Oh, what a great effort. Yep.
And the officials say no go.
No go. So
we've got 3:33 remaining. Central is set to receive the kickoff. Still out in front, 14-12.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the home team. So extra point. That 2 points looks like at this point with 3:33 left, unless somebody can march down the field and score something. It's been a tight game, like you said. It's been competitive.
Yeah.
Each of them have had their moments. But I think the tail of the tape of this game, Nick, is the mistakes that Concord has made, that if they can fix those, they're going to elevate themselves to a team that can win.
Central, right?
Central. I'm sorry. Who did I say?
I think you said Concord.
I apologize. I got Bahuma and
well,
company on my
when
mind.
You're on air for 5.5 straight hours.
Well, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, and you had too much coffee, so you couldn't take a nappy. You know what I mean? That's a part of it, too. But
all right, here's the kick. King is going to watch this one roll past him.
Smart move.
And go into the end zone. Pretty deep kick there. May have caught King by surprise.
There's an area that I think's got to improve with the Bedford team is they've got to continue to improve on their kicking game, because Bedford has always, as have the Lancers, had outstanding special teams and great kicking. And I thought there seems to be a drop-off from what you're normally used to in the Bedford program. But other than that, Nick, they look
well, they went
solid.
1 for 3 on extra point kicks. I guess if we're going to nitpick, that would be it.
Yeah.
Right? Had 1 block, 1 missed.
There's not much else to nitpick on. You're wasted.
Right.
You're full of hooey if you think that team isn't solid from start to finish.
But, to your point, sometimes when 2 equal teams go at each other, it's those 1 or 2 plays on special teams.
And I've always said I've watched Jimmy Lozon's special teams win games for him.
Yep. Same thing with Coach Lorendi's North teams.
Yes, absolutely.
Had great special teams. All right, here we go. A good zigzagging run. It's going to go for 15 yards. This kid hasn't been impressive. Liam King, the sophomore, has got a touchdown to his credit tonight. And despite the fact he must weigh, 160 tops.
It doesn't matter when you run like that. You can weigh 160 because nobody's ever going to get a good body on him.
Good tackle from behind there.
83 is pumped up about the tackle, and I think it's a feat to get him down, but he gained about 20 yards. So that he's a weapon, and if they can provide good blocking up front for these guys, that's been the area that I that I saw a struggle with where they would give up on the blocking game, where certain players on certain positions would. Everybody on Central's blocking right now.
Inside of 3 minutes, Little Green looking to put this one to bed. A 14-12 lead on the board. They go back to the air. Salvi whips one right side. It's caught. Clean catch made by Whitehead. He goes up the sideline. He's got a first down near midfield.
I think another thing Point mentioned, both of these offensive coordinators, Ryan Ray and whoever's doing the coordination, I don't know from Pembroke, but they're doing a nice job. Look at some of these screens that they call, some of these out patterns. Right. They're putting their players in getting their players in the right space, and that comes from that coordination from upstairs and on the field. And I think both teams have done a nice job with this in this game.
Pembroke's got a smaller staff, maybe than most. Got head coach Will Moyer, but only 3 listed assistants.
Really,
Marty Ogier, Josh Lapito, and Dan Weldon. All right. Meanwhile, 2.5 remaining.
For high school, that is a small staff. I would agree.
But now there could be more unlisted.
If they got a system, they may have some helpers and stuff.
Clock ticking, 2:20 to go. Ball at the Central 47. Salvi still going to work through the air. Launches this one left, and it's incomplete. A little too strong intended
I'm not
for
sure.
Fougere.
I'm not sure that the receiver didn't run. The receiver ran the right route. Looked to me like someone turned inside when they should have been going to the sideline. Not sure, but
I think overall, Caden Salvi's looked pretty good.
I think so too. That's my point. And their offensive line has given him a good pocket to throw out of with the 3 or 4 seconds to sit in there that he needs. And the other thing is he can roll out too. Both quarterbacks done a nice job rolling out tonight.
Got a 2nd and 10 on the way. Again, the ball at the Central 47-yard line, 2:14 to go. Wind picking up a bit. Meanwhile, Salvi all day to throw. Near side, it's dropped. Incomplete. Whitehead, who's been shorthanded tonight, took his eye off that one.
Yeah, that's needed to get that one at this point of the game. 2:08 left. You can seal it. And I know that they can say score doesn't matter, but when you're in a tight game like this, you're down the last 2 minutes, you got to pretend it's a real game.
Right.
So your success, that it means something in this sense that you want to be able to establish and control the football game in the last 2 minutes when you're ahead by 2 points. So mistakes like that are costly. Just got to fix them.
3rd and 10.
Like the game that Ryan's called today offensively. I think he's done a nice job on play sequencing and finding open spaces. I mean, there you go. That would have been that would have been a first down, wouldn't it? Pretty close.
They need 10 here.
Yeah, he's going to call a timeout.
I believe that's the final Central timeout.
And that says, just to what I was saying earlier, Ryan's taken this 2 minutes seriously, as he should. Yes, the game doesn't count, but it's what you're up against, and it's a situational point in the game where you want to be able to have these guys get used to that feeling that this is important to save the game. And I think he's treating it right.
The only way to simulate it is to treat it seriously.
Exactly, and call a timeout.
Right.
That he's doing the things he would do in a real game. So I think he's wise to do so, and that's what this is all about. That's what I just think the way they have this thing geared with just playing a half of football is plenty of reps to be able to get the guy, to work through your repertoire offensively and defensively, and kind of get that feeling on the sideline. Make sure that you don't have any errors with making sure on your special teams. Our 11 guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, all of these things, getting your coaches in the right places when guys come off the field.
Right.
Where's Johnny's out, so we got to get Steve in. Right? All of those things are important.
Some of the intricacies that only come with real competition.
And Ryan knows it, and that's why he continues this. It's very, very important.
3rd and 10.
3rd and 10. 2:08 to go. Ball at the 47-yard line of Central.
He's got
Salvi throws right side, incomplete.
He had 2 receivers downfield that were both. There's a mismatch on these wideouts with the defenders, Nick. These 2 athletes that are playing wide receiver for Central most of the time have got these guys beat downfield, and he has the arm to get it done. But
time for a punt. So one last chance after all for Pembroke.
Yeah.
As they're set to get the ball back, trailing here 14-12, 2:04 to go.
Couldn't see on the other side if anything was open. But that little dump pass out there. You like to have a guy out inside the hash marks turning inside that he can force one of the safeties to come down on him.
It's a good snap. Punt off the right foot of Grondin. Takes a bounce near the 30-yard line and is finally ruled dead.
So now you got the
somewhere around the 30.
2 minutes, 1:52. I don't know why that clock is still running. Okay, there it goes. But you got just under 2 minutes here, and now Pembroke's got an opportunity to see what they can do. So key point of that drive was the missed pass over here, Nick, for Central. Got to execute.
Yep. All right. So Joe Fitzgerald trying to get his team into field goal range with 1:51 remaining. I believe Pembroke has one timeout remaining. Again, they'll spread it out. Fitzgerald, the senior, going to face a four-man rush. Going to get rid of it quickly on 1st and 10. It's complete along the far sideline. The tackle was made inbounds after a gain of 5, maybe 6.
Whitehead on the tackle for Central at the 36.
Yeah, I think
Whitehead with the tackle.
So what happened?
It's a gain of 6. Tackle inbounds.
Okay.
Clock ticking now down.
4 to go. 4 to go.
Minute 20.
Yeah. Nice position to be in.
2nd and 4.
A lot of time going off the clock, though.
They're ready now. They take the snap. Fitzgerald over the middle, incomplete for Cannon. A big hit is leveled by Caleb Grondin.
Yep.
Made Cannon pay for going over the middle.
Totally clean, though. You know, it wasn't any helmet to helmet or anything like that. It was just, you're going to come through here, you're going to pay. And I think that's unfair. Not a lot of things they're doing to try to protect receivers. Sometimes
Penalize defenders.
Huh?
Can penalize defenders.
Well, not only they penalize, that's a very perfectly good clean hit right there.
And a good no call.
And a good no call. But the thing about it is the more that you protect the receivers, the more aggressive they're going to get. So you have to have some parity here between the two at some point. I think a lot of it is the defenseless player going after the helmet. That's the key.
3rd and 4. Fitzgerald.
Nice move.
Running for his life to his right. Throws. And is that picked off?
Yes.
Central reacting like it was, and the officials say yes, interception.
Wow, these defensive, the speed that some key positions of Central have is as good as I've seen tonight.
That's the second takeaway by this
Fast
defense.
Is lightning. Nice recovery.
And that one may have sealed the deal here with 1:07 remaining.
Well, that's what great defenses do. This certainly looked like an awful good play right there. Did a good job getting outside of the pocket, but just the recovery speed right there.
Ethan Sineska, the senior.
Oh, that's a great replay. Thank you.
Able to seal the deal. Look at the close there.
Yeah, look at that close right there. He was 5 yards off that receiver when he started his release of that ball, and he recovered.
Flies in front of Cannon, the intended target.
Big play at a big time.
Comes up with the pick, and now Central in a position to run out the clock, although they're going to spread the field here and put their quarterback in a gun.
He's not going to.
Salvi's going to throw again. Flag is going to fly. A catch is made at the line of scrimmage. And going upfield, untouched, goes the receiver. That's Fougere. And Fougere is going to fight his way all the way down to the 12-yard line. But again, there's a flag on the play in the backfield.
Refs are staying right back here. They're not moving, so they're coming back. So it's probably a holding call. Costly. Let's see if we can see it. No, we're not going to see it there. Just well done.
Corbin Brown on the tackle.
So the game continues here with 54 seconds remaining. You see Fougere there. Pretty good run, very good run after the catch. Good run. But all for naught as a result of the holding penalty. So the hold takes place at the line of scrimmage, so it's 1st and 20.
On the last play, the 2nd down and 20. 45-yard line.
Should be 1st and 20. Salvi, again, all day to throw. Tipped and picked.
Boy.
Spartans.
Nobody wants it.
Going to make Central pay for putting it in the
Nobody
air.
wants it.
So that one intercepted on the tip drill.
Some Pembroke fans up in back of us, pretty excited about that.
Yeah. Jake Mensonwar with the interception, the sophomore, short-handed there after that one was tipped up in the air. So Pembroke, another chance here with 45 seconds remaining. Not done yet. They only need to get into field goal range to set up a potential game-winning field goal.
Mm-hmm. Good drill, 45 seconds. How many timeouts?
I think they're out, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought so too. They at least used 2.
Back to the screen. It's incomplete over the middle. That play had worked a couple of times, but not meant to be there, intended for Hazelton.
But, Nick, you need to be able to count on these sort of things being executed to be able to play against the better teams. And they just got to go to work, get it on film, take a look.
Down to 41 seconds. Final game of the night. The final team hanging around just left. That was Alvirne. They're going to be back on this field a week from tomorrow.
Well, they want to hang around and check out.
Manchester Central.
Exactly.
Scouting. Fitzgerald going to air one out. Far side. Tipped away. Incomplete. Grondin got his right hand on.
Yep. Well, if there's one thing that Central has is recovery speed of the DB position.
We've seen that tonight.
They are
Seen
fast.
that time and time again. See it there.
And it's been, Nick, it's been almost flawless, really. In any kind of a pass that's over, 15, anything other than a short pass.
45-yard line.
Anything downfield. As the skyline gradually disappears in the darkness.
Yep. 3rd and 10. Fitzgerald to his left. Another deep bomb down the sideline.
That's interference. He's going to throw the flag. Yeah, they threw it. It's a good call, Nick. Can't do that. The only argument here would be an uncatchable ball, but if that was a catch, if it wasn't an uncatchable ball, I can't tell from here, from the side to side.
Yeah.
But it certainly was interference, contact long before the ball got there. So are they going to just let this go? They're going to confer on this?
You're going to give him 15. It's not at the spot.
Yeah, okay.
That's an NFL-only rule.
Yep, I get it. Yep.
Coach Ray looking for an explanation. Coach Moyer liking what he's seeing here.
I understand Ryan's frustration because it was kind of odd looking over there. The ball didn't seem to land anywhere near him. I don't know what you saw, Nick. But all I'm saying is the contact was he took him out of the play before he even. Yeah. So the question is, was it an uncatchable ball regardless of where he was?
Well, here's what's going on, Steve. It's a penalty against Pembroke.
Why?
I don't know. May have been a different flag, a hold. I don't know, but they're backing him up. They're going to back Pembroke up into their own territory and now march it off. Never mind.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
So the 15 is coming on the PI.
Yeah, they were just resetting the line of scrimmage and bringing it forward. I was going to say if it.
So they're going to spot it just outside the central 40-yard line.
Yeah, I didn't see any other flag.
We're going to get a fresh set of downs with 27 seconds remaining.
Pass interference. 1st and 10, Pembroke, 40-yard line.
In trouble, and down he goes. Fitzgerald tried to escape, but there was nowhere to go. And now Pembroke will use their final timeout with just inside of 20 seconds remaining. Coach Moyer calling his guys over for one final set of instructions with, again, just inside of 20 seconds remaining.
If I'm Coach Moyer, I can kind of look and say to myself, well, we placed a Division I team.
Yep.
We held our own.
Yep.
And I would say that there's a lot. For Coach Ray, it's a tale of two cities. There's some things that he showed, that his team showed tonight, that's got some great promise.
Yeah.
And at the same time, there's just too many darn mistakes that need to be corrected. but they can be, and it's really where where he and his staff take these guys, and to the extent that he can maintain, look how good we can be when we do, and then, but I'll tell you, he's got some talent out there with some defensive backs that can hang with the best kind of receivers out there.
Yeah,
I think he's got a quarterback that's pretty heady. That does, there's some players out there, and they're blocking better than I've seen Central block in 3 to 4 years.
We're going to see them a week from tomorrow in the season
Looking forward
opener
to it. Yeah,
against Alvirne.
Second down, 16.
Fitzgerald's going to launch one more down the seam, and this one is intercepted. It's the third takeaway of the day by the Central defense.
He may go all the way.
This is Caleb Grondin, and he will not be caught. A pick six is going to send everybody home here at the Jamboree. However, there's a flag down at the 50-yard line.
Can't stand prosperity here. That's an athlete casing down that field right there, Nick.
Yes, sir.
He had guys that were 20, 30 yards behind where he ran, and he beat them on the outside running to the side. That's
an 80-yard run back.
Yeah, but it's the acceleration. It's
untouched.
What do we got here? So they're going to bring it all the way back.
Is it on the return?
I think so. It must be a block in the back or something like that.
It comes with 2.6 seconds remaining.
Yeah. So
this one virtually done, but
they're going to go out there and
snap it one more time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a block in the back on the return.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be Central football. They're going to pop it at the 34-yard line, and this should be a knee, but you never know.
Yeah.
With 2.6 seconds remaining.
I don't think that he's going to go. He's just going to go home. You have the win. Some high moments.
Yep.
Some very, very important teachable moments.
And as you said, both teams, plenty of positives to take away from this one.
Yeah, there's meat to take home, Nick.
Yep.
There really is. No question. But there's also a lot of film that needs to be reviewed, and game situations. Say, look what would have happened if we caught this ball.
Right.
Look what would have happened if we didn't fumble these or have 7 bad snaps or whatever it was. Let's take that for and to get the buy-in from the kids to realize it's that important to be consistent.
That's it.
A lot of good things can come out of this.
Central a winner 14-12 over Pembroke. That is the final game of the night. Another successful version of the Queen City football Jamboree. Steve, your final thoughts?
I think the best blocking that I've seen Central have in about 3 to 4 years. I think when Ryan is provided time, he's a very good play caller. I think he did a good job calling plays, and I think Coach Moy did a good job. Overall, in general, my last words of the whole tournament, the Bedford game was just a complete mismatch. It was hard to watch, quite frankly. Nothing against either team. They're just not meant to be on the same field together at this current time. From the standpoint of a jamboree, that neither team probably got up, but the other 4 games, just a lot that you can really get out of it. And as far as Bedford's concerned, they were able to get a lot of their 2s and 3s in the game, get them some action, Nick. So overall, I think what Manchester and Coach Ray have done here is a great service to every team that really got in here, and I'm looking forward to the season. Some good quarterbacks in this league right now.
Reminder, next week's schedule, we're on the air 3 times, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Timberlane at Exeter Thursday night to kick off the season. We'll be on the air sometime between 6 and 7 o'clock. Of course, Friday night, we are in Londonderry as the Lancers play host to Concord. Yep. And Saturday, September 2nd, we're right back here at Gill Stadium to see Central host Alvirne.
And Gridiron at 5 is it? 5:30, something like that? 6 o'clock?
Sometime between 6 and kickoff at 7. Want to thank the sponsors as well, Beals Insurance, MG Sports Fundraising, New Hampshire iPhone Repair, the New Hampshire Tomahawks, and Spectrum Monthly. Of course, special shout-out to Coach Ray for giving us the green light.
Yep.
To basically come in here and do as we please, which we appreciate.
And the work that John Bennett, I know you'll talk about that at the end here, just what a terrific job these guys did with 2 cameras tonight. Just a terrific job. Changing batteries, multitasking. These guys are phenomenal.
Yep.
Thank you to John for mastering the setup here and everything, and Ben coming out. You guys are phenomenal, all 3 of you.
Again, the staff, Matt Beals, John Barron, our videographers, and the man behind the curtain, our director, Ben Beals, back in the Beals Insurance Studios. For Steve Beals, I'm Nick Anastas saying so long. This has been the 2023 Queen City Football Jamboree right here on Friday Night Lights, New Hampshire, presented by Beals Insurance.